Chapter 454. Fate. Something that couldn't be seen or touched. Some believed it, some didn't. Luo Tian never believed in fate. He only believed in his fists. Cultivation. It was an act that defied the heavens. Fighting against the heavens, fighting against the heavens. Surpassing all shackles, reaching a height that even the heavens couldn't control. However, most people were in the control of fate. The black-robed old man believed in fate, but he didn't believe what Princess Biming said. Even if he died, it wouldn't be here, and definitely not at the hands of a trash like Luo Tian. Ma Shang died because of his carelessness. It was because Luo Tian's luck was good, and the sword just happened to stab his weak point. He wasn't Ma Shang, and he didn't have a special weak spot. His ability was much stronger than Ma Shang's. The black-robed old man's eyes turned cold, and he sneered, "Just wait here. Watch how I twist his head off." Princess Biming still didn't say anything. Although she controlled the power of fate, she was the same as Luo Tian. She never believed in fate, and she only believed in herself. Otherwise, she wouldn't have tried to change the future several times, changing the fate of some people. But she didn't succeed every time. It wasn't that the heavens had arranged everything, but that she didn't have enough power to change fate. Sometimes she hated this ability of hers. Being able to foresee the future, but being unable to change it, she suffered more than anyone else. When the black-robed old man left, he set up a barrier around the small courtyard, and then turned into a stream of light and flew out. Princess Biming walked to the door, looked into the distance, put her hands together, and prayed silently. "Great God of fate, I beg you to protect him. I am willing to be your most loyal servant. I am willing to serve you for the rest of my life." She only saw the black-robed old man's death. Just like what the black-robed old man said when he died and who killed him, she didn't see it. At this moment, she was worried for Luo Tian. After all, the difference in cultivation between the two was too great. The black-robed old man was much stronger than Ma Shang, not to mention that he was from the immortal sect, and his control of immortal power was much stronger than Ma Shang's. Princess Biming prayed sincerely, "One step, one kill." Behind Luo Tian were corpses. The corpses slowly floated up in the seawater, following the ripples of the undercurrent. The bodies of those mermaids and murlocs slowly disappeared in the dark seawater. Luo Tian's body was covered in blood. He did not show any mercy to the fishmen. He killed anyone he saw. Every time he killed, he would silently shout out a number. Wang Fu and the others could not understand the number. Die. 1769. 1770. This was the Invincible bloodline. Luo Tian silently counted the value of the Invincible bloodline every time he killed. He was secretly excited and said, "I only need 200 points to exchange for the third bloodline. I only need one more bloodline of the 4 mythological beasts. One more year is enough, ha ha ha. Morongwan Jian. At that time, even your true dragon bloodline will tremble in front of me. I will definitely beat you up. You want to snatch my woman? Just you wait. Brother Luo on the left." Wang Lu reminded. Luo Tian moved his left arm and instantly killed the fishman who ambushed him. He laughed coldly and said, 1771. Along the way, Wang Fu and the other 3 did not attack much. Most of the time, they were helping Luo Tian to guard the surroundings. It was also because they did not receive any damage from Luo Tian. The 4 of them were also clear. Luo Tian always had a special ability. He could break through by killing the sea demons, and he could also break through by killing these fishmen of the ghost mermaid sect. Therefore, even if they heavily injured some of the disciples of the ghost mermaid sect, they would still send them to Luo Tian to be killed. Where's the envoy? Where's the envoy of the Star Ocean sect? Why hasn't he appeared yet? The second elder, this cowardly thing, must have escaped. I had long seen through his evil intentions. He used the excuse of going to find the envoy to escape first. The ghost mermaid sect is ashamed of him. What should we do? What should we do? That brat has already killed his way to the square outside the main hall. If no one stops him, the ghost mermaid sect will really be finished. Damn it. Fifth Elder, think of a way. We can't just sit and wait for death, can we? What can I do? Even the sect master was killed by him with one sword strike. Who can defeat him? The main hall was crowded with people of the ghost mermaid sect. Everyone was afraid. Luo Tian was really too terrifying. The gloomy killing intent released from his body made each of them feel as if they had entered hell. It was extremely uncomfortable, as if the scythe of the god of death was on their necks. If they moved a little, they would lose their lives. Ha ha ha, so cool! The ghost mermaid sect also has times when they are afraid. Luo Tian took Wang Fu and the other three to the training field of the ghost mermaid sect. Luo Tian roared angrily, and his voice covered the whole ghost mermaid sect. He shouted in a heavy voice, "Quickly hand over the Beiming princess. If you don't want to die, hurry up." His voice shook the sky. In the main hall, "Hurry up, go and hand that woman to him. He's a madman. He wants to destroy our ghost mermaid sect for a woman." "No, that woman has already been handed over to the Star Sea envoy." "I'm afraid. Then what should we do?" Everyone panicked again. They were like ants on a hot pan, completely without any ideas. They had no fighting strength. They were really scared by Luo Tian. In the square, the disciples kept retreating, and Luo Tian kept pressing forward. Suddenly, Luo Tian suddenly frowned, stopped Wang Fu and the others with one hand, and said in a deep voice, "Be careful!" Before his voice died away, a black shadow fell from the sky. In the eyes of others, it was a black shadow falling, but in Luo Tian's eyes it was a golden light. He smiled excitedly and said, "I knew there was a stronger boss in the ghost mermaid sect. You finally appeared." Boom! An incomparably rich power ripple appeared under the old man's feet and directly rushed out. The disciples of the ghost mermaid sect were directly shattered by this wave and died instantly. Luo Tian took a few steps back before covering his body, his face slightly pale. Wang Fu and the other three were directly overturned and rolled dozens of meters away, only stopping when they hit the guardrail of the martial arts practice field. Luo Tian's eyes moved, seeing hundreds of disciples of the ghost mermaid sect being killed by the black-robed old man in an instant. The anger in his heart soared to the sky, and he directly cursed, F***CK, your ancestors! Those were all invincible bloodline points, experience points, and Xianqi points. Luo Tian's heart was bleeding. A few hundred points were gone just like that. How could he not curse? The black-robed old man stared. His right hand moved slightly, and a strong immortal power rushed out. His eyes were filled with disdain as he shouted, "You're courting death!" Boom! A black shadow flashed. The speed was shockingly fast. Luo Tian's eyes narrowed. If it wasn't for the sudden movement of the golden light on the black-robed old man's body, he probably wouldn't have been able to react in time. His mind sank. He protected his heart meridian, gritted his teeth, and had no other choice but to resist this attack. His immortal body also slightly relaxed. Bang! The early bird gets the worm. "Bosses, can I ask for a monthly ticket? I recommend Brothers' book, Martial God Bloodline. This bloodline is even more awesome than the 4 Divine Beasts bloodline. Brothers, go and support it." Chapter 455. The speed was too fast. The power was too fierce. Luo Tian's speed could not keep up with his reaction. He had no choice. The immortal body was in a breathing state, trying to absorb the immortal power of the black-robed old man's attack. However, he had thought of everything too simply. Before the black-robed old man's attack arrived, he sneered in disdain and shouted, "I didn't expect you to have cultivated an immortal body. It seems that you are indeed a disciple of the Huashan immortal sect, and also the dog who killed my Star Ocean Immortal Sect's emissary. Luo Tian, last time you made my Star Ocean Immortal Sect lose face. The Star Ocean emissary was ambushed by you due to his negligence. I am not him. My cultivation is several times stronger than his. Today, I will regain face for the Star Ocean Immortal Sect. Die. The immortal body can't withstand it either. The black-robed old man's voice was like thunder. It hit Luo Tian's mind heavily. Luo Tian's expression changed. He did not expect the ghost mermaid sect to be supported by the Star Ocean Immortal Sect, the second immortal sect of the Tianxian continent. He immediately thought of Wu Nian Dao Master and could not help but ask, "What did you do to Master Wu Nian?" The black-robed old man's figure kept disappearing and reappearing. A ghost-like technique floated around as he said in a deep voice, "Him? Humph. Even if he's not dead, he's still a cripple. I really don't know why the female phoenix is pleading for him. Brat, if it wasn't for her, your Huashan Immortal Sect would have long ceased to exist. I don't care what relationship you have with the female phoenix, but remember one thing clearly. She is the #1 disciple of the Imperial Immortal Sect, the fiancée of Morong Wanjian, who has the bloodline of the true dragon. I advise you to forget about those rumors from the secular world. You, a toad, want to eat swan meat? You don't even have the qualifications. This marriage is the biggest event in the human race in 10,000 years. Don't even think about destroying it. You don't have the life to destroy it. Even if you survive, do you think the Imperial Immortal Sect will let you go? Do you think the Star Ocean Immortal Sect will let you go? Do you think the Violet Soul Palace will let you stop the human race's banquet? Brat, wake up. With your current cultivation, you aren't even qualified to carry Morong Wanjian's shoes. Now go to hell." The black-robed old man spoke one sentence after another. The Immortal Sect naturally knew a little about what was going on in the outside world, but not many people paid attention to it. The experts of the Immortal Sects knew that only a true dragon was worthy of a female phoenix, and only a female phoenix could marry the son of a true dragon, Morong Wanjian. The two of them were a match made in heaven, and no one could tear them apart. Hearing this, Luo Tian's heart surged with anger. Anger burned in his heart. He was so angry that he almost went berserk. Shortly after, he suddenly gave up on defense. His gaze sunk, and he directly shouted, "Rank 6 berserk!" 90 million experience points disappeared. Exchange for Divine Ability Berserk, level 6. 64 times the attribute power was released. Luo Tian's aura suddenly changed. His entire body was filled with explosive power. His expression was incomparably dignified. He didn't want to speak. He only wanted to beat the crap out of this black-robed old man and let him know his methods. 9 dragons and 9 elephants. Death God domain. Release them all. Luo Tian's body turned red under the 64 times elemental power. Even his immortal body could not withstand the impact of the power within his body. Now he saw that the black-robed old man's speed was clearly much slower. Before he could get close, Luo Tian laughed sinisterly and said, "You say I'm not worthy? What do you mean a match made in heaven? Have you asked Li Shuer? Has she ever nodded in agreement? Your Star Sea Immortal Sect is amazing, right? Today, I will beat up your Star Sea Immortal Sect." Both fists moved. The 6th layer of magma was released. The real person turned into a ball of magma that spewed out from a volcano, bringing with him an irresistible force as he charged forward. The black-robed old man was shocked and sneered. "I didn't expect you to have some strength. However, this little bit of strength is still too weak. In the world of immortals, it's useless no matter how hard you work. You're an extra person. You're destined to not be able to participate in the wedding in Broken Sky City 2 years later, and don't even think about ruining it. Don't even think that the female phoenix will like you. In this world, which woman would like a piece of trash with a broken pubes? The female phoenix is not blind. Who is she? She is a high and mighty female phoenix. Who are you? You are just a piece of mud on the ground, and a piece of mud that is about to die. As soon as he finished, the aura on the black-robed old man's body also changed in an instant. His fists turned into palms, and he suddenly shouted angrily, Heaven, illusionary divine palm. 64 changes, come out for me! Buzz, 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 buzz. When the cultivation technique was unleashed, 64 pairs of gigantic hands appeared in front of the black-robed old man. Each pair seemed to be real, and it was impossible to tell which pair were illusory and which pair were real. At this moment, immortal energy surged and directly rushed towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian did not hesitate in the slightest. The anger in his heart was already incomparable. Heavenly Soul Palm. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. In a split second, the two forces collided, causing the heavens and earth to move, the netherworld sea to roll, gravel to fall. The entire ghost mermaid sect was in the midst of a violent tremor. The volcanoes that had originally stopped erupting once again, and the pair of slightly closed giant eyes in the depths of the netherworld sea opened once again. Rumble. Rumble. Luo Tian flew out, his entire body dripping with blood. On his brows, face, mouth, chest, arms, and abdomen, there were all wounds of varying degrees. The wounds were all deep enough to see the bones, and being attacked by the power of 64 palms, the pain was incomparable. It was extremely uncomfortable. The black-robed old man took 3 steps back, his face filled with anger. He had still underestimated Luo Tian's strength. He did not expect that Luo Tian's Heaven Soul Palm would actually have the power to topple mountains and overturn the seas. This was beyond his expectations. However, looking at Luo Tian's entire body dripping with blood, he sneered in disdain and said, The 64 changes of the heaven's illusionary divine palm is not easy to bear. Even your immortal body cannot withstand it. Ha ha ha! Brat, tremble for me. A trash like you wants to change anything. You can't change anything. Great Hall of the Ghost Mermaid Sect. Ha ha ha. The Star Sea Envoy is indeed not simple. One move was enough to heavily injure that brat. This time that brat is going to die. The Star Sea Immortal Sect is the second immortal sect. Any disciple can easily kill that brat. Listening to the envoy's words, it seems that this brat has offended the Star Sea Immortal Sect before. This is even better. The envoy's next move will definitely kill him instantly. Isn't he arrogant? Let's see how he can continue to be so arrogant. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, even you have a day like this. The disciples and elders of the Ghost Mermaid Sect began to mock him without restraint. Luo Tian panted like an ox. Looking at the health bar above the black-robed old man's head, he muttered, Just now, I only caused 1239 points of damage. There are still 8999, 761 points of damage left. As long as I can break through your defense, I will be able to kill you. Many brothers, another book, Immortal Sword Emperor. They are all brothers of the old cow. Whether you like it or not, go search for it, collect it. The old cow is extremely grateful. Chapter 456. 9 million HP. Very strong, very big, very difficult to deal with. However, Luo Tian was very excited because to be able to break through the defense, the attack just now was able to cause damage, which meant that there was a chance. Under the 6th level of Berserk, 64 times the elemental strength was activated, causing only a little more than 1,000 points of damage. To be honest, Luo Tian was also very unhappy, but the stronger the black-robed old man was, the more excited he was. Only a powerful boss would be able to drop good things. Would this boss trigger the system reward? Luo Tian cast a series of healing spells on himself, and the wounds on the surface of his skin quickly healed. However, the pain in his body continued, and he laughed coldly. Come again if you have the guts, then use that bullshit 64 changes heaven's illusionary divine palm again. Just now he had withstood his attack, Each of the 64 palms seemed to be real, but in reality they were not. This was a superb illusion technique. Just like the name of the technique, Heaven's illusionary divine palm. Only one palm was real, and the other 63 palms were all illusory. It was just that the black-robed old man's cultivation was strong, and he had cultivated the 63 palms of the illusory body to the extreme, causing people to be unable to distinguish them. When he attacked, it was as if the 64 palms had struck down together. The corners of the black-robed old man's mouth curled up as he laughed sinisterly and said, "I possess the heavenly illusion blood vein, and the heaven's illusionary divine palm is an innate ability. To be able to die under my sacred art is your fortune of 8 lifetimes. You dog, just be content. Don't daydream in hell. There are some people and some things that you will never be able to reach in your lifetime. Ha 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 ha." The black-robed old man laughed maniacally. Then, with a move of his body, the power in his body burst forth. It was even more powerful than before. With a slight movement of his palms, 64 palms appeared in front of him. At this moment, his figure suddenly changed, and like a bullet, he quickly rushed out, directly aiming at the space between Luo Tian's eyebrows, and shouted, "Die!" He was extremely unhappy that he did not kill Luo Tian in one hit just now. This time, he had to kill him in one hit. Phew! Luo Tian took a deep breath. When the old man in black attacked, his eyes suddenly widened. Sharingan! The look in his eyes changed. Luo Tian's eyes turned blood red, and the level 1 Magatama appeared in his eyes. Luo Tian's eyes were like those of a demon. Another pair of strange eyes. Just now, Sect Master died under these eyes. Will the Star Ocean emissary? Impossible. No matter how strong that brat is, he can't possibly be a match for the special envoy. He is much stronger than the Sect Master. That brat definitely won't be able to withstand this attack. Just looking at his arrogant face makes me very unhappy. Fifth Elder, if you're not happy, go out and fight with him. You were the one who ran the fastest just now. Aye, that was a strategic retreat. What do you know? Stop making a ruckus. Let's see how this brat dies. At this moment, Luo Tian yelled again, "Bedevilment!" His body suddenly changed. With a thick physique, the aura of a demon overlord erupted without restraint. With a move of his hands, the sky-splitting divine axe appeared in his hands. His eyes were still the Magatama's Sharingan. Under this pair of eyes, all the power flow in the old man in black's body was clear at a glance. The physical body of the 64 palms was naturally extremely clear. The old man in black's expression darkened. He said disdainfully, "I didn't expect you to have a trump card. You can actually transform into the devil sex war god, Xingtian. However, even if you become a demon overlord, it's useless. Your cultivation is still at level 1 mystique venerable. It's just that your body, aura, and consciousness are slightly stronger. These are completely useless against me." So what if he transformed into a demon overlord? Being limited by his own realm, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't use it. He was a powerhouse who had cultivated for hundreds of years. Although he had always been the Great Elder's subordinate in the Star Ocean Immortal Sect, his power and status were higher than ordinary elders. He had experienced too many things to count. So, he was able to see through Luo Tian's thoughts very clearly. However, he didn't know how Luo Tian's eyes came to be. He didn't quite understand. It's just a pair of special eyes. Putting on an act. This old man wants to see what tricks you can come up with. The old man in black's speed increased instead of decreasing. The moment he rushed out, the 64 palms formed an extremely heavy immortal power crushing down on Luo Tian. This palm was more than twice as strong as the previous one. "Kid, go to hell." The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up slightly. His eyes were locked onto the physical body of the 64 palms. He was waiting. Waiting was a very painful process. It was very unbearable. The use of the Sharingan consumed 1/10 of one's life. He used it once when he killed Ma Shang, and the pain from the after-effects was extremely unbearable. This time he used it again, and the price was another 1/10 of his life. Just now he could kill Ma Shang. This time he had to deal the greatest blow to the old man in black. Therefore he was waiting for the moment when the two palms attacked. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he secretly said in his heart, "Close, close, only 3 seconds, 2 seconds." Every second was as long as a year. Luo Tian held the heaven-splitting divine axe tightly with both hands. The 100,000-kilogram divine axe trembled slightly in his hand, as if something was raging inside its body. "Brother Luo, be careful! Dodge! Run!" Wang Fu and the other 3 were pale as they roared loudly. In the main hall of the ghost mermaid sect, whether it was the disciples or the elders, they all had a smug smile on their faces. "Ha ha ha! This kid is completely scared silly by the Star Ocean envoy. Look, he's so scared that he doesn't even dare to move, ha ha ha. Let's see if he can still die this time." This is the result of being arrogant in our ghost mermaid sect. Kid, go to hell. Each of them hated Luo Tian to the core. It was Luo Tian who destroyed everything they had and made the ghost mermaid sect so embarrassed for the first time in 1,000 years. It was all because of Luo Tian. They couldn't wait for Luo Tian to be torn into 108,000 pieces. They couldn't wait to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Seeing Luo Tian standing still, they all laughed happily. This scourge was about to die. The black-robed old man thought so too. A level 1 mystique venerable would not be able to retaliate at all. How could anyone survive the heaven illusion, divine palm? Just die quietly like this. You toad, you can only look up to her for the rest of your life. You still want to steal the marriage? I think you're tired of living, ha ha ha. The black-robed old man laughed loudly. It was also at this moment Luo Tian moved his arms and roared towards the sky. Level 6 berserk! 1,000 devil art. Explode! The aura on his body suddenly changed, and his body soared into the sky, holding the heaven-splitting divine axe tightly with both hands. Pengu God / break my hand! Thank you to my good brother, Love Return Line, for the 30,000 book coins yesterday. Thank you, brother. Brothers, tomorrow is the 17th, the day Old Bull promised to explode. But can this explosion be turned into a game? In the past, it was 10 monthly votes plus 1 chapter. From tomorrow onwards, it will be 10 monthly votes plus 2 chapters. 50 votes for 10 chapters, 100 votes for 20 chapters, 200 votes for 40 chapters. The Alliance Master rewarded me with 5 more chapters. I know that brothers still have a lot of monthly votes. Brothers, go crazy, brothers who want Old Bull to explode. Please throw out all your monthly votes. Old Bull is going to become a crazy bull. Finally, I recommend a book, Invincible, Divine, Venerable. I beg all brothers to search for it and collect it. Chapter 457. The Sharingan saw through everything. No matter how powerful the black-robed old man's heaven illusionary divine palm was, no matter how lifelike each palm print was, it could not escape Luo Tian's Sharingan. Although these eyes were only level 1 megatama, they were still incomparably powerful. A pair of flesh palms were hidden within. Luo Tian jumped into the air and accurately chopped down with his axe. Break for me! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! The divine power of the heaven, splitting divine, axe pierced through everything and struck down heavily. Ah! A pair of flesh palms flew into the air. Blood spurted out like arrows. The black-robed old man never dreamed that his 64 transformations, heaven illusionary divine palm would be seen through by someone. How was this possible? Countless mystique venerable realm experts had died under the heaven illusionary divine palm. Not a single person could see through it. Even if the great elder had the power of the heavens, He would not be able to see through him in such a short period of time. How could Luo Tian see through his body? Coincidence? No. His eyes were incomparably determined. From the beginning to the end, he had not moved at all. It was obvious that he had already seen through it. What kind of eyes were those blood-red eyes? The black-robed old man immediately sealed the acupoints on his arms, stopping the blood from gushing out. He continuously jumped back and landed a few hundred meters away. His face was pale as he looked at his hands that were not far away. The anger in his heart erupted crazily. His eyes stared straight at Luo Tian, as if he wanted to eat someone. Both hands were cut off. Luo Tian giggled and said, "Does it feel good?" It was also at this time. Luo Tian's face suddenly flushed red, and he spat out 2 mouthfuls of black blood. His face was exceptionally pale, and his body faintly trembled. He cursed in his heart. "Damn system! Why did you set up such a sequela? It hurts so much." 1/10 of his HP was instantly taken away. Adding to that, he only had 10 minutes of HP left. It was extremely uncomfortable. The use of the Sharingan was like the 7 injuring fist, injuring others 80% and hurting oneself 70%. It was no different from a self-mutilating technique. However, after cutting off the black-robed old man's hands, his HP suddenly dropped by 2 million points. Compared to 1/10 of his own, the black-robed old man's injuries were even more severe. "Humph, brat, I didn't expect you to practice an evil technique. You hurt me 10%, but you also hurt 80%. It's not good, right?" The black-robed old man laughed coldly. There was a disdainful sneer on his face. Luo Tian said in a low voice, "I don't feel good, but do you feel good? How does it feel to have your hands cut off by my axe? Ha ha ha. Why does the Xinghai Immortal Sect specialize in producing trash like you? Last time, the Xinghai emissary was killed to teach you guys a lesson. One must keep a low profile and not be too arrogant." The corners of the black-robed old man's eyes trembled slightly, and a cold, killing intent condensed in his eyes. He gritted his teeth, stretched out his hands, and shouted in a heavy voice, "Sun and moon rotation, heaven and earth free, regeneration, heavenly technique, live for me!" The immortal power in his body burst out without restraint. It was as if there were dozens of earthworms wriggling under the skin of his arms, madly surging towards his wounds. Clumps of black blood were squeezed out of the wound. Immediately, a pair of tender hands covered in mucus grew out once again. It grew out again. Luo Tian's eyes were filled with shock, looking at everything in front of him. His body couldn't help but tremble, and his heart was incomparably excited. Regeneration technique? Damn, I have the Uchiha clan Sharingan. Does this guy have Orochimaru's regeneration technique? What the hell? Of course. The technique used by the black-robed old man was indeed regeneration technique, but it definitely had nothing to do with Orochimaru in Naruto. This was a kind of secret technique. To be precise, it should be a kind of immortal sect secret technique, just like the internal alchemy technique that Luo Tian learned. Only some powerful immortal sects have secret techniques that have been passed down for tens of thousands of years. This kind of secret technique is extremely powerful. The regeneration technique that the black-robed old man practiced was one of the secret techniques of the Xinghai Immortal Sect. His cut-off hands grew out again. The Xinghai emissary is too strong. He even knows this kind of heaven-defying regeneration technique? My God. This kid has a pair of special eyes that can see the real body of the emissary's hands in the 64 changes. This time, the emissary will definitely not use the Sky Phantom Palm again, so this kid's eyes won't work. Going against the Xinghai Immortal Sect will definitely not end well. The second immortal sect in the world has invincible power. The emissary's cultivation is too strong. Seeing that the black-robed old man's hands were cut off by Luo Tian, the disciples and elders of the Ghost Mermaid sect felt as if they had been slapped a few times, and they were so scared that they couldn't say a word. now that they saw the black-robed old man using a secret technique and the cut-off hands grew out again. This made them excited again. So strong. This secret technique is really strong. I don't know if the regeneration technique can cure the sequelae of the Sharingan. If it can, then... Wow! Isn't this the combination of Uchiha and Orochimaru? Ha ha ha. Luo Tian was ecstatic. He clenched his fists and roared, "I'm going to kill you!" Boom! The black-robed old man clenched his fists, and a thin layer of skin fell off. There wasn't even a trace on his arms, as if there was no wound at all, as if his hands had never been cut off. He laughed sinisterly and said coldly, "Boy, I have to say that you have some strength. You can be considered the first person to cut off my hands. But, pity, it's really a pity that you offended the Xinghai Immortal Sect, and a toad wants to eat swan meat. You want to touch the female phoenix of our Xinghai Immortal Sect. People like you really can't live in this world. Although you can't change anything even if you live. In less than 2 years, the female phoenix will become the wife of the true dragon, Moron Wanjian. You can't change anything. In front of the immortal controlling immortal sect and the Xinghai immortal sects, let alone you, even your Huashan immortal sect is just an ant that can't even reach the stage. You can't afford to play this game." While talking, the black-robed old man took a step forward. Boom! A thick piece of seabed rock under his feet was shaken into powder and drifted up with the current, instantly disappearing without a trace. His strength had become stronger. Can the regeneration spell make one's strength stronger? Luo Tian asked himself. Suddenly, Luo Tian frowned, the corner of his mouth curled up into a sneer, and said, "I thought the regeneration technique would make you stronger, so it turns out that you used Naiden. The special envoy of the Xinghai Immortal Sect is only SOSO. Ha ha ha! Brat, it's useless to say this. No matter what method I use, no one will remember it. They will only remember that you died in my hands, in the hands of my heavenly illusion blood lineage, Leijin." The black-robed old man said fiercely. He directly crushed the 10 Naiden-S. Immortal energy crazily overflowed in all directions. At this moment, the entire Ghost Mermaid sect was enveloped by the immortal energy on Leijin's body, and the powerful force continued to crush everything. Uncomfortable. It was quite uncomfortable. Leijin had already gone crazy. Chapter 458. Leijin went berserk. The humiliation of losing his hand made him go berserk. He released his strongest power and even used 10 pure Naidens. Immortal power soared into the sky. It was as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was splitting. The entire square was dead silent. The Ghost Mermaid sect disciples hiding in the dark were instantly pressed down by this powerful immortal power. Wang Fu and the other 3 were also crushed to the ground. They struggled with all their might. Their faces were pale, as if someone was strangling them. It was difficult for them to breathe. Luo Tian's body sank heavily. There was an indescribable discomfort all over his body. It was as if he was bound. His body struggled with all his might, trying to break through the bindings. He realized that no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. The absolute suppression of strength made him unable to resist. The difference in cultivation realm. Even if Luo Tian had the body of a demon emperor, it couldn't change anything. Luo Tian's face was gloomy. His body trembled as he stared at Leijin. His mind was racing as he tried to think of a way, but he couldn't think of a way at all. The difference in cultivation between him and Leijin was too great. The demon emperor's body was restricted by Luo Tian's cultivation realm. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't release it. Demon Emperor Xing Tian's primitive anger erupted as he roared towards the sky. Leijin walked over step by step, bringing with him an arrogant power. He mocked. "This is the power of my heavenly illusion bloodline. Kid, it's your honor to die under this power. You should be content. Bloodline, it's bloodline power again. Luo Tian gritted his teeth and said fiercely. Lei Zhan's face was filled with a smug sneer as he said, "How would a trash like you know the power of a bloodline? I really don't know why the Huashan Immortal Sect would accept a disciple like you who doesn't even have a bloodline talent. You're considered a weirdo. I guess you're not doing well in the Huashan Immortal Sect. You're being ostracized everywhere. Otherwise, why would you come to such a place alone? Fortunately, you didn't come to my Star Ocean Immortal Sect back then. Otherwise, I would have sent you flying thousands of miles with a slap." Lei Zhan suppressed Luo Tian. He was proud. He was extremely proud. Every time this happened, he would enjoy it. He watched as his opponent was crushed to the point where he couldn't even react. He didn't even have the slightest chance to resist. He couldn't help but feel happy. Luo Tian frowned and muttered to himself, Bloodline, are innate bloodlines really so high and mighty? I don't have a bloodline. I don't have a gifted bloodline. Bloodline. It was a kind of inherited power. He had unparalleled power. It could increase one's cultivation speed, increase one's comprehension ability, make oneself stronger, and allow one to obtain the unparalleled power in one's bloodline. The reason why Murong Wanjian was recognized by everyone was because he had the true dragon's bloodline and was known as the true dragon's son. There were many types of bloodlines. The more powerful the bloodline, the more power one would gain in the future. A powerful bloodline could change a person's fate. Lei Zhan's Sky Illusion bloodline was a relatively high-level bloodline talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been recognized by the Star Ocean Immortal Sect. He wouldn't have been qualified to follow the Star Ocean Immortal Sect's Great Elder. Poor man. Without an innate bloodline, how are you going to establish yourself in the Immortal Sect? Dog Taoist Wu Nian actually took out the Hua Mountain Divine order for you. I think his brain must have shit in it. Trash like you are everywhere on the streets. Ha ha ha. Lei Zhan laughed arrogantly. He walked towards Luo Tian step by step. Luo Tian's body was bent from the pressure. His legs were trembling and his heart was raging. Lei Zhan laughed complacently. It must be very uncomfortable. Ha ha ha. Brat, a trash like you wants to touch a female phoenix? She won't even look at you. What qualifications do you have to make her fall in love with you? What qualifications do you have to compare with Murong Wanjian? Dantian shattered. You don't have an innate bloodline. You might have some strength in the mortal realm, but in the Immortal Sect, you can't even be considered trash. At most, you can only be considered trash. It seems like you are a burden in this world. Go die. Sentence after sentence, Lei Zhan looked at Luo Tian's painful expression and became even more excited. Luo Tian clenched his teeth so hard that they creaked. Repeatedly insulted, repeatedly looked down upon. This feeling was very unpleasant and made him incomparably angry. At this moment, his expression suddenly changed. The muscles at the corner of his eyes trembled crazily. His eyes spewed out dense flames of killing intent. Lei Zhan sneered. What? You don't want to accept it? Uncomfortable, right? Ha ha ha. Seeing you in pain makes me incomparably excited. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Princess Baiming, didn't you say that I was going to die? Who is going to die now? I already said that I won't die today. Even more so, I won't die in the hands of a trash who doesn't even have an innate bloodline. Crazy laughter. Crazy laughter. Lei Zhan seemed to have gone mad. The boss went berserk. Princess Baiming's face was very anxious. Her hands clenched even tighter as she silently chanted in her heart, Great God of Fate, I am willing to be a slave for life. I beg you to save him. I beg you to save him. While they were talking, Princess Baiming directly knelt down. She didn't believe in fate, but now she had no choice but to beg fate. This was a very funny thing. She couldn't find any other way to help Luo Tian. She didn't even know if what she was doing would be useful, but she really had no other way. Seeing Luo Tian being constantly crushed, her heart inexplicably ached. Luo Tian came to the ghost mermaid sect because of her. Moreover, Luo Tian had indeed helped her destroy the ghost mermaid sect and kill Ma Sheng. However, no one would have thought that the ghost mermaid sect would actually have an elder-level expert from the Star Sea Immortal sect. This was something that no one would have thought of. Please, save him. Princess Baiming knelt on the ground, looking up at the sky with incomparable sincerity. Kill him. Ha ha ha. Lord Envoy, kill him, kill this brat. Brat, weren't you very arrogant just now? Why can't you even speak now? Continue being arrogant, ha ha ha. Kill him. The disciples of the ghost mermaid sect all clamored. Looking at Luo Tian's pained expression, they were more excited than anyone else. This fiend was finally going to die. Luo Tian's legs could barely stand, his face was incomparably pale. All the power in his body was suppressed, and his entire body was bound. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Lei Jin. Lei Jin looked at Luo Tian playfully, with an incomparably complacent expression on his face. Looking at your painful appearance, I can't help but feel excited. Ha ha ha! Kid, aren't you quite arrogant? Don't you know who you are to be so arrogant in front of me? Suddenly, Luo Tian could no longer bear it. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles cracked, and his teeth creaked. He was furious in his heart. Fuse with the azure, dragon blood vein. Chapter 459. A dragon's roar soared into the sky. Roar! It spread to the 9 heavens and down to the netherworld. The entire profound sky continent shook violently. The dragon's roar caused the profound sky continent to tremble. In an instant, the power spread over 1,000,000 kilometers. An entire ghost mermaid sex aura was instantly crushed. The aura released by Lei Jin exploded in less than half a breath. What's that sound? Dragon's roar, dragon's roar. Oh my God, it's actually a dragon's roar. Who released it? Who is it? More than 10 years ago, a dragon's roar appeared in Duantian City, causing the entire continent to tremble. This dragon's roar is different from that time, but its power is definitely not weaker than a true dragon. Could it be that someone has just awakened the bloodline in their body? Is it also a true dragon bloodline? Oh my God! Shock, unparalleled shock. The entire continent was in an uproar, and those experts all broke through the sky. The 10 great sect masters all stood in the air, wanting to see who had awakened the true dragon bloodline. However, the profound sky continent was so big that even those supreme experts of the profound god realm could not spy on the entire continent. Some people thought that the dragon's roar that resounded throughout the continent was released by Murong Wanjian. Only he was the son of the true dragon. Only a few people knew that this dragon's roar was different from the true dragon awakened by Murong Wanjian. The entire continent trembled, and in the ghost mermaid sex square, Luo Tian's body straightened and instantly broke through the restraints of Lei Jin's power. His neck cracked and his joints exploded. Slightly sensing the azure dragon bloodline in his body, the corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up slightly, and he laughed coldly. Looking at Lei Jin's shocked expression, he said coldly, "What's wrong? Are you very surprised?" Lei Jin's face was pale, and his expression was as if he had eaten a fly. His voice trembled as he said, You just awakened your bloodline? What is it?" He was very clear that it was a dragon's roar. At such a close distance, he received the greatest impact. Therefore, he was the most shocked one. He could not believe that Luo Tian could awaken his bloodline. If he had awakened it, why wait until now? He could not understand. He was well aware of the rules of the Huashan Immortal School's assessment. If he had an innate bloodline, it would have been detected long ago. But why didn't he? Why did he wait until now to awaken? The awakening of one's innate bloodline was before the age of 10. If one didn't awaken it after 10 years of age, it would never awaken. For example, Morong Wanjian had awakened his true dragon bloodline when he was born. Was Luo Tian a child who wasn't even 10 years old? Luo Tian let out a sinister smile. With a gentle movement of his hands, the surrounding seawater was instantly squeezed out. The power he possessed now seemed to be able to crush the void. His heart was stirred up. The power of the bloodline is indeed powerful. No wonder it became the standard for the immortal sect to recruit disciples. Luo Tian took a step forward. Boom! A beam of azure light shot out from Xiao Chen's feet and suppressed Lei Zhen. Xiao Chen smiled sinisterly. You know very well what the bloodline I just awakened is. Weren't you mocking me for having no innate bloodline and calling me a piece of trash? How is it? Who's the trash now? Sky Illusion bloodline? What kind of bullshit bloodline is that? Do you know what my bloodline is? Azure Dragon. When the two words Azure Dragon were spoken, the entire ghost mermaid sect was shocked. It was also at this moment. Luo Tian's body once again erupted with the sound of a dragon's roar, and once again rushed into the sky, exploding crazily above the 9 heavens, bringing with it the divine dragon out of the sea, the arrogant and fearless power, causing the entire 9 heavens to tremble. The power of this azure dragon was not the slightest bit weaker than a true dragon. Lei Zhen was scared silly. His face was paralyzed as he fell to the ground, his teeth chattering. No, impossible. The azure dragon's bloodline cannot appear in the profound sky continent. It's impossible for a piece of trash like you. How can a piece of trash like you reach the height of your father? Luo Tian walked forward step by step. His body was wrapped in an incomparably huge shadow of an azure dragon. It was the same body as the divine dragon of China, except that the scales on its body were all green, shining with light. It carried the power of the dragon god, looking down on the world and looking down on all living things. This kind of power was too strong, so strong that Luo Tian was extremely excited. Lei Zhen's body was trembling. The crotch of his pants was wet, and he was so scared that he pissed his pants. He kept retreating, his face pale. He didn't even have the courage to raise his head to look at Luo Tian. His heart was filled with fear, and his entire body's power was firmly suppressed by the azure dragon's might, just like how Luo Tian was suppressed just now. Luo Tian's expression was ferocious as he slowly walked forward. He laughed arrogantly. Didn't you just mock me? Come, mock me again. Come on. As soon as his voice fell, Luo Tian directly slapped him in the face. He directly slapped Lei Zhen to the ground and rolled more than 10 meters away. Without waiting for him to stop, Luo Tian's figure changed, and he once again landed beside Lei Zhen. His eyes were filled with endless fury as he roared, Mother****, show me how proud you are! Without waiting for Lei Zhen to speak, Luo Tian ruthlessly slapped him again. Pa! Lei Zhen rolled more than 10 meters away again. His face was red and swollen. He, who was once high and mighty, had never received such humiliation. He wanted to resist, and the power in his body kept colliding. However, no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. He couldn't break through the restraint of the azure dragon's might. Luo Tian coldly said, You should feel lucky. I didn't plan to fuse with the azure dragon's bloodline. Originally, I planned to fuse with it in Duantian City and ruthlessly trample Morong Wanjian under my feet. However, you made me very angry. Your high and mighty attitude made me angry. Every word you said made me angry. I had no choice. I could only fuse with the azure dragon's bloodline. Therefore, you should feel lucky. You will be the first person to die under the power of the azure dragon's bloodline. Luo Tian was very angry, really angry. Originally, everything was prepared for Morong Wanjian. However, he couldn't endure it just now. He couldn't endure it anymore. He wanted to fuse with it at the Huashan immortal sect. At that time, he endured it. He didn't want to expose himself. But now he couldn't endure it anymore. It wasn't because he couldn't withstand Lei Zhen's attack, but because he was truly furious. Every word that Lei Zhen said made him incomparably angry, especially when he mentioned Li Shuer and Morong Wanjin. If you kill me, the entire Huashan Immortal Sect will be implicated. If you kill me, your Huashan Immortal Sect will be erased from this world. Luo Tian, I advise you to be smart. You can't afford to offend the Xinghai Immortal Sect, and you can't afford to offend the Huashan Immortal Sect behind you. Don't think that you're amazing just because you have the Azure Dragon bloodline. Compared to Morong Wanjin, you don't even have the qualifications to carry his shoes, not waiting for him to finish. Luo Tian punched Lei Zhen's head into mush. At this moment, the system sounded out. Ding! Chapter 460. Annoyed. Extremely annoyed. Luo Tian did not give him the chance to continue being arrogant even before he died. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. With the suppression of the Azure Dragon's power, he punched out heavily and directly killed Lei Zhen. Explode for me. The system sounded out. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Lei Zhen for obtaining an experience point and immortal chi points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 13 inner cores. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining regeneration technique. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Heaven Illusionary Divine Palm. Do you wish to cultivate it? A series of explosions rang out. When Luo Tian heard the 3 words regeneration technique, he could no longer listen to anything else. He immediately opened the system and said, "Cultivate the regeneration technique." Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for cultivating a new cultivation technique, regeneration technique. Then, a new cultivation technique appeared in the cultivation method column. Luo Tian couldn't wait to open it and check. Cultivation method, regeneration, technique grade, divine level, secret technique, proficiency, 0.10000 cooldown, 60 minutes consumption, 10,000 immortal power. When he saw this, Luo Tian was immediately dumbfounded. Whether it was the proficiency, the cooldown time, or the consumption, they were all beyond his imagination. How much immortal power would he need to cultivate it? How could he cultivate it? 10,000 proficiency, 10,000 immortal power. What the F***CK was going on? Luo Tian complained and looked at the skill description. Skill description. This skill is a secret skill of the Celestial Sect. It has the ability to regenerate. Other than some vital organs, everything else can be regenerated. Once cultivated to the Great Perfection Realm, the user can use the Rebirth skill once. Note, this skill can only be used once. Damn! Regeneration technique? Isn't that 2 lives? Damn! Why can't I use it on myself? System, you're such a scammer. Why can't I use the rebirth technique on myself? Your son won't have an anus. Luo Tian was like a deflated balloon. It was only natural that he couldn't use it on himself. This was because the rebirth technique was only effective on 4 people. It was completely useless on living people. If he died, how could he use it? Apart from that, he could only use the rebirth technique once. That was a little annoying. After all, it was a secret technique at the perfection stage. How could he accept that he could only use it once? He had no choice but to accept it. Overall, the regeneration spell was really powerful. In the future, he wouldn't have to worry about losing an arm or a leg. Immediately after, Luo Tian thought of a very important question. The question that came to his mind the moment Rai Zhen cast the regeneration technique. Can the regeneration technique cure the sequelae left behind by the Sharingan? Immediately, Luo Tian didn't hesitate and directly cast regeneration. 10,000 points of immortal power disappeared. Luo Tian felt a pain in his heart. With the regeneration technique on his body, the wounds on his body, instantly healed several times faster than the healing technique. Luo Tian didn't care much about this. He was paying attention to the pain in his body and whether he could recover 20% of his life. Buzz! There was a buzzing sound in his body. The pain gradually decreased. Luo Tian grinned and laughed directly. Ha ha ha. It's useful, it's really useful. Mom doesn't have to worry about my Sharingan overdrawing my life anymore. Ha ha ha. It's just that this regeneration technique doesn't seem to be able to completely cure the pain left behind by the Sharingan. Indeed, it could only cure half of it. In other words, the regeneration technique could only cure the pain left behind by the Sharingan once. Even so, Luo Tian was excited. With one cooldown in an hour, he could cast it 24 times a day, plus his own 10 times. With this calculation, he could basically use the Sharingan without worrying about the sequelae. His eyes couldn't become blind. Sigh! It's a pity that this guy isn't a reward boss. If it was a reward boss, it would be even better. Luo Tian sighed softly, then his eyes darkened and he directly shouted, "All the beasts of the ghost mermaid sect, get out here." It stopped for a few seconds. No one came out from the main hall. Luo Tian was too lazy to talk nonsense. The azure dragon phantom on his body rushed into the sky and then turned into a boundless azure dragon pressure, crazily crushing every corner of the ghost mermaid sect. Bang! 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 Ding! 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 Congratulations, Invincible value, plus 1 inch. Congratulations, Invincible value, plus 1. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level, Mystic Venerable rank 2. Ding! Congratulations to player for obtaining 2,000 points of Invincible Bloodline. Do you want to exchange Bloodline? Luo Tian did not hesitate and directly killed all the disciples of the Ghost Mermaid sect. He did not want too many people to know that he had fused with the Azure Dragon Bloodline, especially the people of the Ghost Mermaid sect. They would definitely spread the news, just like what Lei Zhen said before he died. If his Azure Dragon Bloodline was exposed, there would definitely be countless experts trying to kill him. No one would allow the Huashan Immortal sect to rise. The Azure Dragon Bloodline talent could allow an immortal sect to quickly become stronger and increase their status. The Huashan Immortal sect was now in danger. If those immortal sects knew that Luo Tian had the Azure Dragon Bloodline, they would definitely send people to assassinate him. Those who were sent out were definitely absolute experts. Luo Tian was not afraid, but he did not have the time to deal with it. He wanted to level up, and he wanted to level up quickly. Lei Zhen's words made him feel even more pressure from Morong Wanjian. In less than 2 years, he must surpass him. Exchange for the White Tiger Bloodline. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the White Tiger Bloodline. Do you want to fuse it? No. Luo Tian did not fuse with the White Tiger Bloodline anymore, and secretly rejoiced in his heart. With the 3rd bloodline in hand, the 4 Divine Beast bloodline is only missing the Black Tortoise bloodline. At that time, I will be able to fuse with the 4 Divine Beasts bloodline, which will definitely crush the true Dragon bloodline. The power of the Azure Dragon bloodline caused Luo Tian to be extremely excited. The power of the fusion of the 4 Divine Beasts bloodline could be imagined? That kind of power was unimaginable. Morong Wanjian, just you wait for your daddy. Luo Tian's gaze tensed up. It was also at this time. The power of the Azure Dragon bloodline suddenly retracted and rushed into Luo Tian's body. Luo Tian's body instantly collapsed, and he almost couldn't stand still. His face was extremely pale, and he was gasping for breath, unable to even speak. He quickly released a few healing spells on himself, and only then did his complexion slightly improve. But the pain on his body was still extremely intense. The power of the Azure Dragon bloodline exploded, causing his body to be unable to withstand it. His current cultivation was not strong enough, so he was naturally unable to completely control the Azure Dragon bloodline. However, the more uncontrollable the power was, the more powerful it was, and the more excited Luo Tian became. Suddenly, in a corner of the plaza, a girl walked towards him step by step. She was like a fairy from the heavens, her entire body emitting an incomparably holy aura. This aura was very similar to the aura on Chun Chun's body, but it was also different. Luo Tian was secretly happy and said, "The mission is completed. What kind of attribute power will the 100,000 points of favorability trigger? I'm still looking forward to it." Chapter 461. There were many special abilities in the Tianxian continent, and Chun Chun's power of luck, Princess Bai Ming's power of fate. All of these were special abilities that transcended everything. To be able to control any one of them would mean that they were an extremely powerful existence. This was also the reason why they were pushed up by some powerful beings. Compared to Chun Chun's power of luck, Princess Bai Ming's power of fate was even more unpredictable and stronger. Luo Tian only believed in his fists. As for fate, he did not believe in it at all. However, he was still filled with anticipation to see what kind of special attribute would be triggered by the 100,000 points of Princess Bai Ming. Princess Bai Ming was untainted by the mortal world. She was as beautiful as a fairy. Walking to Luo Tian's side, her gaze hesitated for a moment before she gently removed the veil on her face. A peerless face appeared before Luo Tian, a flawless beauty. She was truly like a fairy from the heavens. Her body exuded a unique temperament which was intoxicating. So beautiful! Luo Tian could not help but praise himself. And Chun Chun, Daji Tang Tang, Qini Wearer, Cold Frost, and Li Shui'er were all peerless beauties. What kind of beauty had Luo Tian not seen before? However, he still could not help but praise them. Princess Bai Ming's beauty was different from all of them. It was hard to tell which was better, but she had her own unique characteristics. Perhaps it was the power of fate that made her stand out from the rest. A single glance was enough to imprint her in one's heart, making it unforgettable. When Princess Bai Ming took off her veil, Luo Tian wanted to stop her, because he did not want to let a young lady bet her entire life on a veil. He did not like Princess Bai Ming. Back then it was just a joke. He simply wanted to see how she looked like. He definitely did not have any other thoughts. But now, looking at her peerless face, Luo Tian's heart couldn't help but tremble. He was a little panicked. Even he couldn't describe this feeling. It was completely different from what he had expected from other women. Luo Tian said softly, "I was just joking back then. Actually, you didn't have to take off your veil. You didn't have to gamble your life." Princess Bai Ming's eyes moved slightly. She laughed softly and said in an incomparably gentle tone, "You don't like me? Luo Tian couldn't help but feel nervous. He secretly said, this is too fast. It's so direct. I'm still a virgin. Can't you give me a little time to react?" The Dark North Princess looked a little sad. There were two things that Luo Tian hated the most. First, someone was arrogant in front of him. Second, a woman's tears and sadness. Seeing her like this, Luo Tian couldn't help but want to pull her into his arms. He said softly, "You're so beautiful. How many men in the world wouldn't like you? I just think that you're too hasty to take off your veil. What if I'm a bastard, a bad person, a bad man with several wives?" Before Luo Tian could speak, Princess Bai Ming interrupted, "I don't care." Very hot. There was no shyness. She wouldn't hesitate when she decided on something. She once swore to the god of fate that she would take off her veil for the man she liked. Back then, in order to save Bai Ming City, she promised Luo Tian. But now, she willingly took off her veil. She was attracted to Luo Tian. No matter what kind of person he was, no matter what kind of past he had, no matter how many wives he had, she didn't care at all. Because she liked him. This was enough. Luo Tian was the same. The virgin fragrance from Princess Bai Ming's body made the evil fire between his legs soar. His killing intent was incomparably fierce. But at this moment, The system suddenly sounded out. F***CK. Luo Tian couldn't help but curse. This was the first time in his life that he hated hearing the system's notification. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for completing the Save Biming City quest. Obtained the quest reward. Obtained 100,000 favorable impression points from Princess Biming. Since the notification sounded out, Luo Tian listened attentively. He really wanted to know what kind of attribute would be triggered with 100,000 favorable impression points. And Chen Chun had 100 points of luck value. Princess Biming had grasped the power of destiny. Could it be 100 points of destiny power? What was the use of the power of destiny? Defying the heavens and changing fate? Luo Tian had never believed in these things. He had always believed that man could conquer the heavens. Ding! The system sounded out again. Luo Tian's heart stirred as he thought to himself, as expected, the attribute is going to be triggered. Congratulations to player for obtaining 100,000 favorable impression points from Princess Biming. Triggering the reward attribute. The reward is the power of destiny. F***CK, it's really the power of destiny. Luo Tian complained in his heart. It was just that. The 100 points of luck value suddenly flashed with a red light. The system short-circuited for a moment and did not continue speaking. Moreover, the effect of the power of destiny and the attributes did not appear. Luo Tian was stunned for a moment and could not help but think to himself, "What's going on? Could it be that the luck value can control the system?" Ding! System notification. As player Luo Tian is a transmigrator. He is not under the control of the god of destiny. He has transcended reincarnation, and the power of destiny has been taken back. F***CK. Take it back. Screw you, system. At the very least, the power of fate is still a type of attribute. You can't just take it back just because I'm a transmigrator. What kind of transmigrator are you? Do you believe that I won't lodge a complaint against you? The feeling of being deprived of something that belonged to him was very unpleasant. He kept shouting in his heart, "Compensation. It must be compensated. It must definitely be compensated." The system seemed to have been broken. He couldn't react for a while. After a few seconds, the system sounded out again. Ding! System notification. In order to make up for the player's loss, the system will randomly compensate him with an auxiliary item. Without waiting for Luo Tian to agree, the system immediately started to randomize. It was also at this time. The 100 points of luck value flashed red once again. The power of the luck value was displayed. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the hot-blooded legendary item Skill Necklace as a reward. Wow! I got the holy artifact. 5 chapters first. 5 chapters in the afternoon. 5 chapters in the afternoon. 5 chapters in the evening. There will be updates. Brothers, if you want the old cow to explode, use your monthly votes to smash me to death. Chapter 462. Even the god of fate couldn't control it. The advantage of a transmigrator. Alright, these weren't the problem. The problem was that the system actually compensated for it, and Luo Tian even got the skill necklace. Divine weapon. Definitely a divine weapon. Luo Tian was so happy that he almost jumped up. His face was full of excitement. An item from the hot-blooded legend. A divine weapon for cultivating skills. Cultivating it once could increase one's proficiency by 2 or even 3 points. In the game, its stats might not be very strong, but to Luo Tian it was more awesome and practical than the Blood God set. It was as if he had the help of the gods. Luo Tian's cultivation methods were all extremely difficult to cultivate and consumed energy, profound chi, and immortal energy. With this skill necklace, it could be said to be twice the result with half the effort. The most important point was that it saved time and profound chi. Thinking of those tens of thousands of points of proficiency, Luo Tian had the urge to die. This kid didn't have to worry anymore. Immediately, Luo Tian couldn't wait to open the system. Although he was very clear about the attributes of the skill necklace, he still couldn't help but check it out. Item, Skill Necklace Grade. Divine Level Description 1. This item is a transfer item for cultivating skills. Description 2. This item is divided into 10 levels of cultivation space. The first level will double the cultivation speed. The second level will double the cultivation speed. The third level will triple the cultivation speed. The 10th level will double the cultivation speed, and there is a chance to trigger Godspeed, instantly increasing by 1 level, cultivation method level. Gulp! Luo Tian swallowed his saliva heavily. His pupils were wide open, and his eyes were dull. He was completely stunned like a fool. He thought that the reward of the skill necklace was similar to the reward of the system for killing a boss. They were all items from novels or from the game in his previous life. The attributes wouldn't change much, but now it was completely different. The skill necklace was completely different from the one in the game. The current attributes were simply 108,000 times better than the attributes in the game. It actually has an additional cultivation space. How many levels can I enter with my current strength? Luo Tian muttered to himself. With a thought, he directly entered the first level of the skill necklace. The space was like a pagoda-shaped room. It was very easy. With a thought, Zhang Xian entered the second floor. He felt a slight pressure, but he was still able to move freely without being restrained. The third floor, his consciousness could feel a strong pressure pressing down on him. The fourth floor, unable to enter. The cultivation space was set up according to Luo Tian's own cultivation base. To enter the fourth floor, one's cultivation base had to be raised to a certain level. As for how much, there was no indication. However, to be able to enter the third floor in such a short time meant that one's cultivation speed was 3 times faster. This was already a heaven-defying existence. Awesome. This is awesome. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian was extremely excited. He no longer had to worry about the tens of thousands of proficiency points. At this moment, a crazy idea emerged in his mind. I want to raise all my skills to the great perfection realm. Then, I will use the Heaven Fusion Cauldron to fuse them all. What will the fused skills look like after that? Will they fuse into an instant kill skill? Wow! Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. If they really fused into an instant kill skill, that would really be amazing. Luo Tian raised his head to look at the sky and found the direction of the Heaven Sword City. He laughed softly in his heart. Girl, thank you! Heaven Sword City. And Chen Chen's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and suddenly laughed softly. Big brother Luo Tian, no need to thank me, hee hee. Luo Tian was very clear, and Chen Chen was helping him. If not for her, the system would not have short-circuited, and it would not have compensated him. The red light of the luck value explained everything. In this world, only in Chen Chen could do it. To be able to change the system, this was truly powerful. Luo Tian himself couldn't help but admire it. What's wrong? Beiming Princess could not help but ask. After the intense kiss, her face was burning and she was slightly blushing. It was indeed too crazy just now. She was about to suffocate, but that feeling really made her want to try it again. At this moment, her amorous heart began to ripple. Luo Tian chuckled and said, It's nothing, I just remembered something. At this moment, Wang Fu scratched his head, walked over with a smile, and said, Greetings, Your Highness, about that we didn't disturb you, did we? Beiming Princess had forgotten that there were still people in the plaza. Thinking about her actions just now, her face turned red, and she became even more enchanting. Luo Tian released several healing techniques on the 4 of them. The wounds on their bodies quickly healed. Luo Tian said, Princess, what happened in Beiming City? How did you get caught here? Beiming Princess's expression recovered and said, Tianluan rebelled. He sent people to capture me here. Uncle Tianluin is really too childish. He thought that if he handed me over, Ghost Mermaid Sect would not do anything to him. But now that Ghost Mermaid Sect has been destroyed by you, no one can do anything to him." Wang Fu's face darkened. "General Yang, right?" Beiming Princess's expression became downcast as he nodded lightly. Wang Dong immediately roared in rage and said, "Qiu Tianluin, I will not let you off. Let's go. Kill Beiming City. Let's go." Luo Tian looked at Beiming Princess and asked directly, "Do you need my help?" Wang Fu and the other three also looked at Beiming Princess. If there was Luo Tian's help, not to mention one Qiu Tianluin, even 100 would not be enough to kill. Incomparably powerful strength, blood-red eyes that could see through everything, and that supreme azure dragon bloodline. Even 10,000 Qiu Tianluin would not be a match for it. Beiming Princess was silent for a moment, then shook her head and said, "This is Beiming City's matter. I want to solve it myself. You have other things to do. It will be very dangerous, very dangerous. Can you not go?" She asked worriedly. She saw something very dangerous. When Luo Tian and Ma Shang were fighting, when the meteorite formation set up by Luo Tian alarmed the entire netherworld sea by summoning huge meteorites, some incomparably powerful creatures woke up from ancient times. It was really terrifying, extremely terrifying. She was worried about Luo Tian. Luo Tian looked at her, chuckled, and said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." He did have something to do. He still had a mission that he had to complete. He had to obtain the blood of the Titan. Otherwise, he would not be able to activate the primordial battlefield. Moreover, he had a feeling that not many people in the Devil Sect would help him. After all, he, Devil Emperor Xing Tian, was the war god of the Devil Sect who had died countless years ago. How many people would take him seriously? There were some things that were useless to entrust to others. Beiming Princess did not insist. She gently nodded and said, "And I'll wait for you in Beiming City." Luo Tian smiled slightly and said, "All right." Wang Fu, you 4 brothers must protect the princess well. While they were talking, Luo Tian took out 4 inner cores and said, "Don't be long-winded. 1 for each of you. Quickly become stronger." Chapter 463. Princess Beiming left. Luo Tian did not follow her back. There were some things that had to be done, personally. Since Princess Beiming was confident, then there was no need for Luo Tian to interfere. After all, this was their own business. Luo Tian looked at the huge ghost mermaid sect, which was completely silent. Half an hour ago, it was still bustling with noise and excitement, but now it had become a dead sect with no one alive. These people deserved to die. If they did not die, who knew when the Beiming City would fall into danger again? To cut the grass, one had to remove the roots, otherwise it would grow again when the spring breeze blew. Luo Tian was not in a hurry to leave and muttered to himself, "Such a big sect must have some good things. Ma Shang did not drop anything good. No matter what it is, as long as it is a spirit grass, a Xian weapon will not let it go. Since there is a fusion heaven god cauldron, everything can be fused." The most important point, Luo Tian had consumed a lot of pills along the way, so he had to make up for it. The following journey would be even more dangerous, and Princess Beiming had also warned him. Luo Tian himself was clear. When he was fighting with Ma Shang, when he was fusing with the azure dragon blood vein, he could feel another powerful eye staring at him from the depths of the northern underworld sea. Luo Tian had a feeling that the owner of that pair of eyes was the Titan race. Thinking of the Titan blood, Luo Tian could not help but become excited and thought to himself, "The Devil Sect can only give me the other 3 types of blood, and then I can get the blood of the Titan race myself. Together with the heavenly dragon pearl, I will be able to open the ancient battlefield." He had to open the ancient battlefield. This was the main reason why he entered the Huashan Immortal Sect. He absolutely could not waste it. According to his calculations, the ancient battlefield was definitely a dungeon, a paradise for gaining experience and leveling up. It was also Luo Tian's final attack. Immediately after, Luo Yen did not waste any time. He directly walked into the ghost mermaid sect's main hall and quickly started to collect. It had to be said that the ghost mermaid sect was very big. After walking around for a long time, not to mention the armory, even Luo Tian himself got lost. The surrounding area was filled with identical buildings. It was impossible to distinguish between north, south, east, and west. Luo Tian couldn't help but curse. F***DK, what's going on? Do you have to make it like this? If I had known earlier, I would have left one alive. Sigh. If I had known this would happen, why did I do it just now? This is really F***ket up. Immediately after, Luo Tian looked up and saw a relatively large building. There was a signboard hanging on the building, and there were a few crooked words written on the signboard. It was the language of the fishman race, and Luo Tian naturally didn't understand it. Who cares? Let's go in first. He walked straight in. As soon as he walked in, he felt a gust of cold wind. Although there was no wind at the bottom of the sea, Luo Tian felt very cold inside. Looking around again, Luo Tian was slightly shaken. This is a dungeon? The place where the ghost mermaids sect imprisons prisoners? The dungeon was very empty. No one was locked up. Luo Tian wasn't interested in the dungeon. What kind of valuable items could there be? He turned around and left. At this moment, "Save me! Can you save me?" A few weak voices came from the depths of the dungeon. Luo Tian's gaze tensed up. Let's take a look first. Following the voice, Luo Tian quickly arrived at the deepest part of the dungeon. What surprised him was that the deepest part of the dungeon wasn't some big shot, nor was it some powerful magical beast. Instead, it was a carp. It wasn't big, but the scales on the carp's body were different. It was a 7-colored scale. The 2 most recent whiskers were long. The cage that imprisoned it was very small, but it was incomparably hard. When the little carp saw Luo Tian, it immediately said, "Hero, save me." "You can speak?" Luo Tian was not in a hurry to save him, his heart filled with doubts. The entire dungeon only held this little carp, which showed how much importance the ghost mermaids sect placed on him. No matter how bored they were, they wouldn't be interested in a carp. There must be a secret on this fellow's body. Demon beast. Only when one cultivated to a certain level would they be able to take human form and speak human language. This fellow was completely a fish. How could he speak human language? Moreover, this was the northern underworld sea. The seawater was salty, and carps were a type of freshwater fish. Could it be that this world was different? It directly told Luo Tian that he could not easily release it. Luo Tian squatted down, looked at the carp, and smiled faintly. "Why did the ghost mermaid sect capture you?" The carp was filled with grievances and said, "I don't know either. I was swimming when a group of bandits suddenly rushed out. It was these fishmen from the ghost mermaid sect who directly captured me here without any reason. I don't even know why." "Oh." Luo Tian laughed again and thought to himself, "Who the hell would I believe?" No matter how bad the ghost mermaid sect was, they wouldn't be so bored as to catch a carp. Luo Tian stared at the little carp and said, "Do you think I will believe you? You'd better tell the truth. I don't want to save people who don't tell the truth." The little carp immediately said, "What I said is true. I really don't know." Luo Tian got up and turned to leave. The little carp panicked and shouted, "Hey, hey, hey! I'm really telling the truth. Hey, come back, don't go. I know the whereabouts of the Titans." Huh? Boom! This sentence exploded in Luo Tian's mind. He became excited and said, "As expected." Luo Tian pretended to be indifferent and walked back from the darkness again, his eyes cold. "You said you know the whereabouts of the Titans? Who are you lying to? The Titans disappeared tens of thousands of years ago. How would a little carp like you know?" Luo Tian pretended to be in disbelief and said in a deep voice, "If you lie to me again, you will never be able to come out. You also know that all the disciples of the ghost mermaid sect are dead. If I leave, you will have to stay here for many years, and no one will come to save you. threat and intimidation. The little carp really panicked and said anxiously, "They have disappeared, but they are only hiding. There is still one. There is still one alive in this world. I am not lying to you. I am really not lying to you." Luo Tian said slightly, "I don't believe you, unless you can bring me to him." The little carp immediately hesitated. Luo Tian turned and left, saying, "Pretend I didn't say anything." Okay, I will bring you to him. Imperial Immortal Sect. On the temple. The Azure Dragon has appeared. The Azure Dragon bloodline has awakened. Go find him. You must find him for me. This person must not be obtained by the other immortal sects. Even if our Imperial Immortal Sect cannot obtain him, the other immortal sects can forget about obtaining him. You have all seen the speed of Murong Wanjin's rise. The power of the Azure Dragon bloodline is not weaker than the true dragon bloodline. Such a powerful bloodline talent must not be missed. Dozens of streams of light flew out from the Imperial Immortal Sect. Star Ocean Immortal Sect. North Pole Immortal Sect. The various immortal sects were the same. Mount Hua Immortal Sect. There was no reaction. The entire outer sect was dead silent. Chapter 464. Huashan Immortal Sect. Outer Sect Conference Hall. Su Shan asked in a deep voice, "How many disciples are left in the heavenly realm?" 4. The disciple who answered said softly, "That's the 4 spots that Luo Tian fought for. Yunling, Yun-Yi, Zhaoqin, and Hanhua. Huashan Immortal Sect only has 4 people holding on. I don't think they can hold on any longer. Those Immortal Sect disciples are too much. They don't take our Huashan Immortal Sect seriously at all. They scolded and beat us. We've already been driven to the edge of the heavenly realm, but they still won't let us go. Elder, we can't just let this go." "Yes. 7 out of the 20 disciples are dead and 4 are seriously injured. If the 5 of us were any slower, we would have died in their hands. You don't know how strong those Immortal Sect disciples are. In their eyes, we're worse than dogs." The 5 of them knelt in the hall with bruises all over their faces. Everyone was extremely indignant. Su Shan frowned and muttered to himself, "Only 4 out of the 20 disciples are left. The 4 of them must have held on for too long. Those Immortal Sect disciples are too strong. Elder, if this goes on, we won't even be able to enter the heavenly realm next year, let alone 20 disciples. That's a place left for us to cultivate. Our Huashan Immortal Sect used to be so strong, but now the 4 of them didn't get their spots properly. I think they're just putting on a show. Don't worry about them." An elder of the martial hall said. Su Shan's face darkened and immediately retorted, "They're still disciples of Huashan Immortal Sect. Besides, they're still holding on. So what? If it weren't for that trash Luo Tian's pestering, would the great elder have agreed to it? So many disciples died. Why didn't they die? I even suspect that the Xinghai Immortal Sect and the God-dominating Immortal Sect are taking revenge. It must be because Luo Tian killed the Xinghai emissary. In the end, it's all because of Luo Tian. He has to take full responsibility," the elder said. Many people were unhappy with Luo Tian. Su Hao was one of them, because Luo Tian took away 4 of his pro-disciple positions. This made him very unhappy. Su Shan's expression changed as he became slightly angry. "Elder Su, what do you mean by that? Don't force everything onto Luo Tian. All of this was agreed upon by the great elder. If you want to pursue responsibility, shouldn't you also pursue the great elder?" Su Shan, I know you've been bribed by that brat. You're really worthless if you're bought over with just an inner core. Su Hao's voice also doubled as he continued. "If it wasn't for that brat, the Huashan Immortal School would be like this. If it wasn't for him offending the Star Sea Immortal Sect and the Immortal Imperial Immortal Sect, how could our Huashan Immortal Sect's disciples be chased out of the heaven realm? It was all that trash's fault." A disciple of the martial court said, "The disciples of the Star Sea Immortal Sect and the Immortal Imperial Immortal Sect were the most brutal to us. They kept forcing us to compete with them in martial arts. They would kill us the moment we started fighting. Senior Brother Lu and Senior Brother Chen were killed by one of their palms. In the past, even if they would kill us, they would never kill us. It must be because of some grudge. Elder Su is right. This must be because of that brat. Yes, it's him. If it wasn't for him, we would still be cultivating in the heaven realm. I would have broken through to Mystique Venerable rank very soon. I'm about to break through too. If it wasn't for the interference, I would have broken through long ago. Elder Su, we can't let this brat go. This is all his fault. They found a reason to be chased out." For a moment, everyone pointed the finger at Luo Tian. They used this to hide their cowardice, and their weakness that even they were afraid of. Su Hao's face was full of pride. He could not help but laugh coldly and said, "We must teach this brat a lesson when he comes back. If we don't teach him a lesson, he'll really think that there's no one in the Huashan Immortal Sect who can stand up to him. We can't let him continue to be so lawless." Su Shan's eyes narrowed, and he could not help but laugh. I don't mean to say this, but Elder Su, don't think that you're all that just because you're a level 8 Mystique Venerable rank. Do you dare to fight Luo Tian in the arena of life and death? Do you think you're a match for him? Humph. I don't think you have the guts. Su Hao's expression changed as if his sore spot had been poked. He yelled, "I can't do anything to him, but there's still the Grand Elder. Above the Grand Elder, there's still the sect leader and the Grand Supreme Elder. I don't believe that we can't even take care of a piece of trash with a shattered cinnabar field." Su Shan could not be bothered to continue arguing with him. He said in a low voice, "There are still 4 people in the heaven realm. We should send someone to bring them back." "I object. It's best if the 4 of them die in the heaven realm. Don't offend the other immortal sects because of the 4 of them. This time, our outer sect has suffered a huge loss. Even the inner sect assessment might have to be delayed. You want us to save the 4 of them? Elder Su, what benefits did they give you?" Su Hao was the first to object. Su Shan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Su Hao saw Su Shan's angry expression and could not help but laugh. "Didn't Luo Tian think that he's very strong? Let him go save them. Anyway, the Martial Hall will not send anyone to save them. I think they're already dead. With their cultivation, it's good that they're dead. They won't embarrass our Huashan Immortal Sect anymore." The other elders did not say anything. Su Shan's eyes darkened, and he suddenly stood up. "All right, if you guys don't want to go, I'll go." Humph. After saying that, Su Shan flung his sleeve. He strode towards the teleportation array. Huashan Immortal Sect, Inner Sect. This time, those immortal sects have gone too far. The Heaven Realm was originally discovered by our Huashan old ancestor. At that time, in order to let the various immortal sects grow quickly, we took it out for everyone to cultivate together. I didn't expect that even our disciples would not be allowed to enter. They've gone too far. There must be a reason for this. If it wasn't for Luo Tian offending the Xinghai immortal sects first, this wouldn't have happened. It's all because of that brat. Huashan Immortal Sect is going to be ruined by him. I told you that this brat can't be left alive. It's too late to say this now. This year, there are very few outstanding disciples in the inner sect. It wasn't easy for an arrogant outer sect disciple to die. Now that the outer sect has suffered such a huge loss, what should we do? I wonder how those disciples in seclusion are doing now. If this goes on, how are we going to face the Immortal Sect tournament next year? If we lose again, I'm afraid our Huashan Immortal Sect will. All the elders fell silent. Sect Master, should we send someone to the Heaven Realm? Since they've already bullied us like this, we can't just not do anything. Moreover, there are still 4 of our disciples in the Heaven Realm. Things are already like this, and we still want to create more problems. When those immortal sects get angry, it won't be as simple as the Heaven Realm disciples being expelled. I think we should just end this matter here. Let those 4 disciples fend for themselves. Report. Outer Sect Elder Su Shan used 10,000 merit points to exchange for a teleportation array. His target is the Heaven Realm. Humph. The Inner Sect hasn't even made a decision yet, and he, an Outer Sect Elder, dares to be so arrogant. Since he doesn't put us in his eyes, then let him die. Chapter 8 delivered. 5 votes plus 1 chapter. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Use the monthly votes to smash this old bull to death. This old bull doesn't want to live anymore. Hurry up and smash me to death. Give me some tips too. Let this old bull be more motivated. Chapter 465. Northern Underworld, Deep Sea. 3 days later, Luo Tian followed the little carp and walked until he was a little tired of walking. Fortunately, he had encountered many prehistoric sea demons along the way and gained a lot of experience. Otherwise, he would have gone crazy in these 3 days. Are we there yet? Soon, soon. You always say the same thing. Are you playing with me? I wouldn't dare, I really wouldn't dare. I guess you wouldn't dare either. You've seen the destruction of the entire ghost mermaid sect. You know my methods very well. Luo Tian couldn't help but threaten him. He was really afraid that the little carp was playing with him. The time was getting closer and closer, and he really couldn't afford to waste time. There were only a few days left for the mission. If he couldn't find the Titan, it would be a small matter if he couldn't complete the mission. The key was that if he couldn't get the blood of the 4 directions, he would be in trouble. This was the key to opening the ancient battlefield. The little carp giggled and immediately said fawningly, "Clear, clear, very clear. Don't worry, I won't cheat you. I will definitely bring you to the Titan race." That's good. Otherwise Luo Tian laughed sinisterly. Looking at the pitiful little carp, he said, "Be careful not to let those prehistoric sea demons destroy your little chrysanthemum." Cough, cough, cough. I'm really not playing with you. Big brother, uncle, we're really almost there. It's in that trench. The little carp was so scared that his chrysanthemum tightened. Along the way, when he saw those sea demons being ruthlessly destroyed by Luo Tian, he couldn't help but feel afraid. That's good. Luo Tian smiled playfully. Huff! Huff! The torrent surged, and Luo Tian lost his balance and was almost flipped over. Seeing this, the little carp revealed a mysterious smile and then increased his speed, saying, "We're almost there. Hurry up!" Luo Tian was startled. This little guy didn't seem to be affected by the torrent. Immediately, he also became careful. Luo Tian was very clear that the little carp had not been leading the way seriously. Looking at the incomparably huge, pitch-black trench that was emitting a dense and terrifying aura, there must be hidden dangers. Luo Tian did not dare to be careless. He pretended that he didn't see anything and put on a strenuous expression as he said, "Wait for me. This torrent is too strong." "Waiting for you? Ha ha ha! You loathsome human, threatening me along the way. You can't do anything to me now, can you? I'm completely unaffected by these currents, but you'll find it harder and harder to move forward. You're dreaming if you want to find a Titan, hee while speaking." The little carp swung its tail and charged into the darkness. Was he fooled? The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up as he thought to himself, "I knew you were up to no good. I'll let you be proud for now." Immediately, Luo Tian swallowed an invisibility pill that he had already prepared. After swallowing it, he fiercely shouted in his heart, "Level 6 Berserk!" 64 times the attribute power was released. His speed suddenly increased. He followed the little carp deeper into the trench. Luo Tian had an intuition that the terrifying aura was emitted by the Titan race. There must be a giant of the Titan race hiding at the bottom of the trench, and the little carp in front must know something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that in the ghost mermaid sect. Because the little carp didn't know that he was looking for the Titan race. The little carp swam very happily and even hummed a little tune. From time to time, he would look back, revealing a complacent expression, and said, "Humph, you actually dare to threaten me. Don't you know who I am? Now you know how powerful I am. A human with your cultivation base can't even enter. Even if you enter, you will be washed out by the torrent." His expression was very pleased with himself. It was as if a suppressed slave had been freed. Luo Tian's expression did not change, and the resistance on his body increased. Just as the little carp had said, the impact of the torrent was getting stronger and stronger, and he had to constantly release level 6 berserk to barely keep up with the little carp's speed. Half an hour later, Luo Tian was almost exhausted. The moment he entered the trench, a roar exploded in his eardrums, and the impact of the torrent suddenly disappeared. It was as if he had entered another world. This world was silent, so quiet that it made people panic and scared. It was like a place where no one had set foot in for millions of years. The little carp entered, and his expression became abnormally serious. His expression was incomparably downcast. It swam slowly and sank down tightly. Luo Tian slowly followed. Looking at the trench on both sides, his heart was incomparably shocked. This trench seems to have been split open by someone with an axe. The cut surfaces on both sides are too sharp, even if it is filled with all kinds of seaweed. I can still see this powerful force. The trench was tens of thousands of kilometers long. What kind of powerful force was this? The deeper he dived, the more intense the shock in Luo Tian's heart became. After diving to a certain depth, various huge words appeared on both sides of the trench, each of which revealed a huge force. These forces made Luo Tian feel extremely fearful, and even his breathing could not help but become lighter. Although he did not understand what was written on these words, he could feel that they were powerful, and there was endless vicissitudes in the power which made people feel sad. Half an hour later, he dived to the bottom. There were tombstones everywhere, huge tombstones. The tomb of the Titan race. The entire trench was a tomb, and the erected tombstones were like towering stone pillars. The little carp's expression was sorrowful, and he stood in front of the largest tombstone, with a few drops of tears in his eyes. He's crying. He's crying while looking at the tombstone of the Titan race. Could this little guy be from the Titan race? Luo Tian's heart suddenly moved, and then he shook his head and denied. Rumor has it that the Titan race is incomparably huge. How could he be a little carp? But if he's not from the Titan race, why is he crying? Suddenly, Luo Tian's body tightened, and his body couldn't help but tremble. His eyes couldn't help but look up, and found a pair of incomparably huge eyes staring at him. The body was like a mountain, incomparably powerful. Behind this black giant there was a huge anchor, and the sound of the chains blocking it was loud. At this moment, Luo Tian was almost crushed, and the invisibility pill instantly lost its effect, revealing his true body. F***CK. Before the time of the invisibility pill was up, it was directly crushed by a powerful force. This force was too fierce, and Luo Tian could only feel his strength in his heart. That kind of strength could not be described with words. The anchor was dragged. The creaking sound of the chains rang out, and in the quiet trench, it became extremely ear-piercing and unbearable. In an instant, the giant anchor was waved, and it was directly lifted up by a huge hand, slashing down heavily at Luo Tian. Luo Tian's eyebrows moved, and the strength of his body instantly exploded. Level 6 berserk! Boom! 9 dragons and 9 elephants for stages. Boom! All of his strength was released, but even so, Luo Tian's heart was still dead silent. Chapter 9, 45th vote. Currently 46 votes. For more votes to be able to add more. Brother, you're awesome. Chapter 466. An unshakable power. Pure power. There was no trace of celestial chi or immortal power. It was pure power. The kind of power that made people feel like they could break the sky. It suppressed Luo Tian's mind, making it difficult for him to breathe. It was really uncomfortable, but Luo Tian's heart was unyielding. He raised his head and shouted with all his might. Ah! There was a series of explosions around his body. His whole body became extremely red, facing the giant anchor pressing down from the sky. Luo Tian was not afraid at all. Instead, he looked excited. The giant anchor fell. All of a sudden, Little Carp said softly, "Stop!" The giant anchor was suspended in midair. Even so, the powerful impact of the water wave rushed down arrogantly due to inertia. It was like a reverse force, rushing toward Luo Tian's head. Splash! Splash! The shock wave was like a missile hitting Luo Tian's body. Luo Tian was on the verge of collapsing. He gritted his teeth and endured. His face was flushed red, and his fleshly body grew increasingly tough. Dust was stirred up in the water, and his surroundings became blurry as Luo Tian struggled amidst the dust. Resist! He felt the power of the Titan clan. He was extremely excited. A pure physical attack. This power is much more violent than celestial chi or immortal power. It's so strong, so damn strong. No wonder the Titan clan had the power to rule the entire Tianqian continent countless years ago. Just this power alone is enough to kill any mystic sage powerhouse. Luo Tian's cultivation had reached level 2 mystic venerable rank. He almost could not bear the shock wave. If the giant anchor fell, the consequences, unimaginable. Luo Tian felt a lingering fear in his heart. Then his mind tensed up slightly. He thought to himself, Little Carp is really not simple. He can make the Titan clan stop with just one order, and his voice has a commanding tone. Could he really be from the Titan clan? Phew! A torrent rushed past, and the dust at the bottom of the sea dispersed. Luo Tian was standing on a huge rock with dense runes carved on it. The runes were completely incomprehensible. Young master! Luo Tian suddenly heard an explosion behind him, and a Titan suddenly knelt down on one knee. Little Carp's voice deepened. He's not a bad person. Luo Tian was dumbfounded. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. This Little Carp was actually the young master of the Titan race. Wasn't this contrast too great? Looking at Luo Tian's shocked expression, the Little Carp smiled helplessly. Do you think I'm very funny? Luo Tian shook his head and said, It's not funny, it's unimaginable. Unimaginable. It is indeed unimaginable. The Little Carp sighed softly. Not too long ago, our Titan race was incomparably majestic, dominating the entire continent. Even in the outer realms in the primordial world, we were the overlords of an area. But now, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Little Carp became sorrowful. Now, all that's left is a Little Carp that even the ghost mermaid sect can bully. Of the hundreds of thousands of Titan soldiers, only this old servant is left. This is truly unimaginable. Luo Tian asked, Why is it like this? Curse! A deep voice sounded. This voice was like a thunderclap. However, to the Titan giant behind Luo Tian, it was extremely light. Little Carp laughed bitterly. A curse like a plague. In less than 100,000 years, the Titan race has withered at an unimaginable speed. Sigh. Is there no solution? Luo Tian asked. We searched the entire continent, even the outer realms and the primordial world, but we couldn't find it. During this process of searching, our Titan race suffered an unprecedented blow. Little Carp said softly. Then, he looked at Luo Tian and said, You saved me and I saved you just now. Now that you've seen the Titan giant, you can leave now. Luo Tian did not move and directly said, I need your blood essence. How dare you? Boom. With an explosion, Luo Tian's eardrums were about to burst. Luo Tian said again, One drop is enough. Brat, our Titan race has not fallen to such a state. If it wasn't for the young master, you would have already become a corpse on the ground. Luo Tian's brows twitched, and suddenly flew up into the air, directly parallel to the Titan giant, and shouted, "I hate to raise my head and talk to people. It's not that easy to kill me, let alone in your Titan giant's tomb. You don't want this place to turn into ruins, do you? You don't want your Titan race to be exposed again, do you? The profound sky continent is no longer the same as before, and it's no longer the time for you to dominate. Don't think too highly of yourself." Luo Tian was also somewhat angry. He was also someone with a temper. The Titan giant was indeed strong, but no matter how strong he was, Luo Tian was not afraid at all. The little carp did not wait for the giant to speak, and directly said, "I want to know what you are using my blood essence for. Right now, my body is cursed. Even if you obtain my blood essence, you won't be able to fuse with it, not to mention, you have already fused with a very strong bloodline. The dragon roar and the ghost mermaid sect should have been released from your body, right? In the entire continent, I only know that Morong Wanjian of Broken Sky City was born with a true dragon vein. I never thought that you would also awaken the Azure Dragon Vein. It's truly shocking." Azure Dragon Vein. The giant's voice began to tremble. Then, a strong killing intent burst out from his body and shrouded the entire trench. It was also at this time. The little carp shouted again and said, "Tai Lei, don't act recklessly. Young master, as long as we use his blood to remove the shackles on your body will return to how it was before. Our Titan race will no longer have to be afraid of anything." Tai Lei was very excited. He had always wanted to obtain Morong Wanjian's true dragon vein, but he was unable to leave this trench. He was a tomb keeper, unable to leave this place. The only way to remove the Titan race's curse was to use the dragon race's blood to purify the body, which required a lot of blood. Dragon race. They were even stronger than the Titan race. For many years, they had been trying to hunt a dragon, but they had only hunted that four-legged salamander dragon. Their blood was not pure at all, so they could not break the curse on their bodies. Only the blood of the dragon god's bloodline could lift the curse. The true dragon vein was the same, and so was the Azure Dragon Vein. They all belonged to the dragon god's bloodline. Luo Tian descended from the sky, walked to the little carp's side, and asked, "How much blood do you need?" The little carp looked at Luo Tian, a trace of excitement flashing past his eyes, his voice trembling as he said, "A lot, 90% of your body. Damn, if I let out so much blood, I'll bleed to death." However, Luo Tian laughed lightly and said, "All right, we will exchange blood for blood." Chapter 10 Delivery. Could it be that he didn't even have 5 monthly votes? 5 monthly votes to update a chapter. Could it be that such a low standard couldn't be achieved? The old cow's heart was about to break. Chapter 467. No. Before little carp could say anything, Tai Lei spoke first. "Young master, your blood is so precious. How can you exchange blood with a mortal? Killing him is a piece of cake for me. When the time comes." "Tai Lei!" Little carp shouted loudly and glared at Tai Lei, who was standing in the air. He said angrily, "Do you think you can kill him? Do you know whose reincarnation he is? I know you're thinking for me, but you have to be clear about who he is. He has another identity. Demon Emperor Xing Tian. He naturally knew everything that happened in the Ghost Mermaid sect." Tai Lei was shocked. His body couldn't help but tremble, and countless stones fell from his body. His eyes widened as he stared at Luo Tian. His face was full of shock. Demon Emperor Xing Tian he reincarnated. Huh. Luo Tian was slightly stunned. He thought to himself, could it be that the Demon Emperor is related to the Titan? Forget it. He couldn't be bothered with these things. Luo Tian also couldn't be bothered to argue with Tai Lei. Everyone had the heart to protect. If Meng Lei was here, he wouldn't agree. He could understand Tai Lei's point. Little Carp smiled faintly, and his eyes were still filled with unparalleled excitement. He said, "I agree. but you have to think carefully. You'll lose 90% of your blood. If a human loses so much blood, they'll die immediately. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. Since I promised you, I won't die. Otherwise, there's no need to promise you." If it was someone else, he definitely wouldn't. But he was Luo Tian. His ability was beyond imagination. Without me, he definitely wouldn't act recklessly. Little Carp looked at Luo Tian curiously. After a moment of silence, he said, "There's another problem. We're exchanging blood. If I want to remove the curse on my body, I have to connect with the Azure Dragon bloodline in your body. In other words, our wounds have to be connected, and you have to release the power of the Azure Dragon." Luo Tian couldn't help but ask, "So, wound to wound, blood to exchange automatically?" "Yes, my blood will enter your body and you will receive a strong impact. Although my blood is still carp blood, once the curse is lifted, my blood will grow wildly in your body. At that time, you will suffer unbearable pain. I don't want to lie to you because the Devil Emperor once helped our Titan race, so I can't lie to you. Our Titan race has never done anything unjust," said the little carp. Luo Tian was silent for a moment. Tai Lei's voice also became respectful. He said, "The young master's blood is madly growing in your body. As long as you can bear it, your power will have the giant god's power of our Titan race. It will be a great improvement to your strength." The little carp said again, "Think about it carefully. You will be subjected to all kinds of dangers." Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "Come. Obtain the power of the Titan. The power of the Titans." When Tyrell released that pure power, he was mesmerized. This kind of domineering power was too terrifying. If he could obtain it, then that would be awesome. Immediately after, the little carp did not say much and directly forced out a wound, causing blood to flow out. Luo Tian also directly cut out a wound on his palm. The two wounds joined together. In that instant, Luo Tian's body suddenly buzzed and exploded. His body trembled violently, and an incomparably powerful force crazily absorbed the blood in his body. Luo Tian's mind was one as he roared in his heart. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! The power of the Azure Dragon blood vein was released. An Azure Dragon's virtual body was added to his body, and a dragon's roar soared into the sky. Rumble! Rumble! Ah! The incomparably ferocious Azure Dragon's body coiled around Luo Tian's body. Its green scales sparkled, and its two dragon eyes revealed a supreme aura. Azure Dragon! Azure Dragon! It really is the Azure Dragon. Tai Lei was extremely excited. At this moment, the blood in the little carp's body surged crazily. The blood in Luo Tian's body crazily entered his body. Blood loss! Luo Tian's lips turned white, and his rosy face gradually turned pale. He felt very uncomfortable, as if his body had been sucked dry. The little carp sent a sound transmission. "Can you hold on? Do you want to give up? Your life has become very weak. If you continue, you will die." Luo Tian said, "It's fine, you continue." Luo Tian was touched by the little carp's words. Blood was flowing out quickly. The Azure Dragon couldn't help but let out another loud roar. The dragon's roar once again shook the entire continent. An entire netherworld sea trembled. Regeneration. Buzz! On the verge of fainting, Luo Tian quickly released the regeneration, and his blood crazily regenerated. He thought to himself, "Damn, luckily I dropped the secret technique of the Star Sea Immortal sect. Otherwise, it would have been really difficult this time. The mission is indeed linked to one another." He sighed in his heart. If he did not accept the Beiming Princess's request, Luo Tian would definitely not be able to complete the Titan Race's Ruins quest. These two S-classes were actually closely connected. Without the regeneration, he would not be able to overdraw his blood. Thus, he would not be able to complete the mission. The little carp was shocked as he looked at Luo Tian. He was so excited that he couldn't speak. Luo Tian sent a sound transmission. Don't suck away all the blood in my body, or else I won't be able to remove the curse on your body when the time comes. The little carp was so moved that he wanted to cry. Tai Lei was the same. Tears flickered in his huge eyes as he secretly rejoiced that he did not use the giant anchor to smash Luo Tian to death. 10 minutes later, the little carp's body glowed with red light. Suddenly he relaxed and said in a deep voice, "All right, my body is undergoing a crazy change. Move aside a little. I am going to change into the body of the Titan race." Before he could finish his words, the little carp's body underwent a huge change. In the blink of an eye, an incomparably huge steel body appeared in front of Luo Tian in the form of an explosion. His body exuded an incomparable power, a pure power. That kind of power was like a substance that wrapped around his body. It was quite terrifying. I'm back. Cologne, I'm back. Ha ha ha. Cologne laughed wildly, his voice resounding through the 9 heavens, spreading to the outer realm. The entire Biming Sea began to tremble crazily, and the waves were extremely turbulent. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I don't know how to repay you. Cologne was so excited that he couldn't speak. At this moment, the system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for finding the ruins of the Titan race and completing the quest. Reward obtained. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Titan's gift. What could it be? Chapter 11. 55 votes. Currently, there were 58 votes. He only needed 2 more votes before he could add another chapter. Brothers, you're awesome. Chapter 468. After bidding farewell to Kulong, Luo Tian did not stay in the Biming Sea for long. He rushed back at full speed. He was worried that something would happen to Biming City. He was also worried that something would happen to Princess Biming. It was just that. What he did not expect was that Princess Biming had actually quelled the chaos in Biming City, and Qiu Tianluan had also been killed by the army. Wang Fu and the other 3 became the 4 generals. Because Luo Tian had given them the Niden, their strength had greatly improved, and Yanran had become the mainstay of Biming City. Biming City calmed down. With the destruction of the Ghost Mermaid sect, there was no one in the entire Biming Sea that could threaten Biming City. As for the people of the Xinghai Immortal sect, they did not dare to brazenly come to Biming City to kidnap Exe. Then again, this was the personal decision of the great elder of the Xinghai Immortal sect. He did not want to expose what he had done. Therefore, Biming City was safe. Transmission array. Exan grabbed Luo Tian's hand and asked softly, "Will you come back?" Luo Tian nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, I will." Exana smiled softly and said, "That's good. I'll wait for you here. No matter how long it takes, I'll wait for you." Luo Tian brushed the hair on her forehead to her ears, gently scratched Exan's nose and said, "So silly. Come back." Of course, Luo Tian would come back. How could such a great beauty not come back? If he didn't come back, then was he still human? He was worse than a beast. Besides Xin, there was another reason. The many giant demons in the soul refining dungeon were a huge force. Although their cultivation was sealed, once Luo Tian could unlock the seal on their bodies, they would immediately rush back. This was also what he had promised them. If it weren't for their deterrence, he would have died long ago. If it weren't for the scrolls on their bodies, Luo Tian wouldn't have been able to obtain the Titan blood. Therefore, what Luo Tian owed them, he would definitely come back. The transmission array flashed with light. Luo Tian walked into the formation, step by step. Looking at the 4 people behind Exner, he smiled and said, "Wang Fu, you 4 brothers better protect Biming City well. If anything happens, I will hold you responsible." Wang Fu said heavily, "Boss, don't worry. Even if I die, I will protect Biming City." The light retracted. Luo Tian disappeared from the teleportation array. In an instant, Luo Tian returned to the teleportation array of the Huashan Immortal School. Suddenly, someone is coming back from the teleportation array. Who is it? Are they the people who went to Heavenly Realm? Is it Elder Su Shan? In less than 10 seconds, the entire outer sect and inner sect knew. However, everyone was disappointed. That jinx Luo Tian is back. Why didn't he just die outside? He still has the face to come back? That's right. I really don't understand why he still wants to come back. It's all because of him that the Huashan Immortal Sect is in this state. That jinx should just die outside. Luo Tian walked out of the teleportation array. Along the way, he was pointed at and whispered. He felt that something big had happened to the Huashan Immortal Sect. After Su Shan left, the Huashan Immortal Sect even pushed all the responsibility of the Heavenly Realm's cultivation to Luo Tian. Everyone thought that it was because Luo Tian had offended the Star Ocean Immortal Sect previously, which was why the 20 disciples were surrounded and attacked by the various immortal sects. 7 died and a few were seriously injured. These were all talented disciples that the Huashan Immortal Sect had focused on nurturing. As a result, it was as if their bloodline had been cut off. Luo Tian quickly noticed the strange gazes of the surrounding disciples. His heart tightened and he frowned. What happened? Immediately, Luo Tian quickened his footsteps and rushed towards the Merit Hall. He had an ominous premonition in his heart. It must be because of Yunling, Yun Yi, and the rest. Something must have happened during the trip to the Heavenly Realm. When he saw one of the disciples, Luo Tian became more and more certain. Then, this disciple was a talented disciple. For a disciple who had participated in the Heavenly Realm to return early before the time was up, something big must have happened. At this moment, Su Hao led a large group of martial arts sect disciples and rushed over. You dog, you still have the face to come back. The Huashan Immortal Sect's face has been completely thrown away by him. No matter what, I will kill you today. Otherwise, how can I face those dead disciples? Kill him. It's all because of his senior brother. That second senior brother died in the Heavenly Realm. If he didn't offend the Star Ocean Immortal Sect, we wouldn't even have the qualifications to cultivate at the edge of the Heavenly Realm. If we let him live, who knows what kind of trouble he will cause. A large group of people rushed over with killing intent. Luo Tian was stopped by Su Hao in less than half a minute after he came out of the teleportation array. Luo Tian frowned and asked, Elder Su, are you bringing so many people to welcome me? How embarrassing. Humph, brat, I've brought these people here to take your life. Su Hao was furious. His eyes were fixed on Luo Tian, and his body emitted a strong killing intent. The martial arts sect disciples behind him were also like fiends as they stared at Luo Tian. It was as if Luo Tian owed them millions. Luo Tian grinned. He wanted to know what had happened and couldn't help but ask, You want my life? Elder Su, what do you mean by this? I didn't offend you, did I? Why do you want my life? Su Hao said coldly, Luo Tian, ever since you came to the Huashan Immortal Sect, our Huashan Immortal Sect has been in constant trouble. The talented disciples were killed, the senior brother was killed, and this time, even the disciples who participated in the Heavenly Realm were killed because of you. You are the scourge of the Huashan Immortal Sect. Today, you definitely can't live. Just as he finished speaking, the disciples behind him immediately roared in unison, We can't let him live. Angered everyone. Luo Tian didn't understand, but he didn't take it to heart. He didn't care too much about the Huashan Immortal Sect. Even if the entire sect stood against him, he didn't care. However, there were some things that he had to clarify. Shortly after, Luo Tian asked, The disciples who participated in the Heavenly Realm cultivation were killed because of me. Elder Su, what do you mean by that? You should know that I was away for more than a month. Why should their deaths be blamed on me? Also, isn't the Heavenly Realm's cultivation time not up yet? Where are Yunling, Yun Yi, Hanhua, Zhao Chen, and the others? This was what Luo Tian was worried about. Su Hao snorted. If you didn't kill the Star Ocean emissary before coming to Huashan, we wouldn't have been mocked by the major sects when we were cultivating in the heavenly realm. As for Yunling and the bitch twins, I'm afraid they've become the playthings of the immortal sect's disciples because of their beauty. Maybe they can't even get out of bed now. Ha ha ha! Everyone burst into laughter. Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched as he stared at Su Hao, his killing intent soaring to the sky. His figure blurred. He directly charged at Su Hao, using his killing move as he snorted, "You're courting death!" Chapter 13. I'm still writing. There's an update at 10. Chapter 469. Su Hao was not someone to be trifled with. The second-in-command of the Outer Sect Martial Arts Division had reached the peak of the 8th level of the Mystique Venerable rank. He had cultivated his immortal power for decades and used it with great proficiency. From the moment he appeared, he had been secretly accumulating power and getting ready. Seeing Luo Tian suddenly appear, the corner of Su Hao's mouth curled up. He smiled coldly and shouted, "You're the one who's looking for death." He flipped his right hand. Thick immortal power surged out, and the powerful aura directly forced the disciple he had transformed into to retreat. In a flash, Su Hao said disdainfully, "Even if you have an immortal body, I can still kill you in one hit." 10,000 thunder palm. Rumble, rumble! Su Hao's palms were like 10,000 thunderbolts shooting out at the same time. Thunder and lightning broke through the air and began to wreak havoc. His eyes locked onto Luo Tian, and his palms directly blasted out. Luo Tian did not slow down. He did not even look at Su Hao's palms, nor did he care about the immortal power he released. He still rushed forward and scrupulously. Is this kid not afraid of death? He actually ignored Elder Su's 10,000 thunder palm. He's really looking for death. It's best if he dies. There were whispers around. Su Hao's 10,000 thunder palm was very famous in the outer sect. Moreover, he had a thunder attribute demon bloodline, so the 10,000 thunder palm he released was even more powerful. Moreover, he did not hold back and used a killing move right from the start. A killing move that could kill in one hit. He did not want to give Luo Tian any chance to live. He was worried that he would be like his senior brother, who was sent flying by the Great Elder before he could make a move, and then be beaten to death by Luo Tian's punches. If he wanted to kill, he had to kill in one hit. He had been accumulating power for a long time. When he saw Luo Tian, he had been accumulating power for this killing move. When he saw that Luo Tian did not defend at all and was still madly rushing towards him, he laughed. He laughed very proudly and laughed very brightly. He mocked loudly. "Trash! Do you think your immortal body can withstand it? My 10,000 thunder palm can penetrate your body and directly smash your internal organs into pieces. Die!" As soon as he finished speaking, the myriad lightning palms struck Luo Tian's chest. Luo Tian didn't force him. He didn't even try to dodge. His eyes didn't even blink. When Su Hao's palms landed on his chest, Luo Tian looked at him coldly and said with a cold smile, "Did you have fun?" Nothing happened at all. The surrounding disciples were in an uproar. He had actually used his physical body to block Su Hao's 10,000 lightning palm. Moreover, it was as if nothing had happened. Su Hao's expression changed drastically. He loosened his grip and tried to jump away, but it was too late. Luo Tian revealed a grim smile and said, "You want to run after beating me up? Did I say you could leave?" In an instant, Luo Tian raised his right hand, unleashing the power of the Titan God. Grabbing Su Hao by the throat, he lifted him up into the air and slammed him down, smashing a crater into the ground. "My turn," he roared. Su Hao's words touched Luo Tian's bottom line. It didn't matter if he mocked him. But he couldn't talk about his brothers, his friends, and even more so, his women. Su Hao deserved to die for insulting Yunling and Yun Yi, the adorable twin sisters. Rumble! The ground shook violently and the crater was filled with cracks. Su Hao spat out a mouthful of black blood. When he saw Luo Tian again, fear rose in his heart. Mystique Venerable, Mystique Venerable. Level 2 Mystique Venerable rank. You. In just a month, you've broken through to Mystique Venerable rank, and your physical body isn't an immortal body. It's even stronger than an immortal body. Who are you? Luo Tian stepped on Su Hao's face and shouted, I'm your ancestor. Then, he lifted his right leg and lifted it into the air. Su Hao's face was filled with shock, and he said in a trembling voice, You can't kill me, you can't kill me. I'm an outer sect elder of the Huashan immortal sect. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you'll be punished by the law enforcement hall. You'll die too. Luo Tian. He did not finish a sentence. Luo Tian's foot landed heavily on Su Hao's face. Bang! Su Hao's head exploded. He was dead. A notification sounded from the system. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Su Hao. You've gained 50,000 experience points and 5,000 immortal energy points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 10,000 Thunder Palm. Do you wish to cultivate it? Luo Tian did not even look at Su Hao, who was in the crater. He walked out of the crater and stood there. His gaze swept across the entire area as he shouted, Who else wants to die? If you want to die, come out now. If I hear another insult to my friends, I'll twist your heads off. A bunch of trash. You ran back after being bullied in the heavenly realm, just like a child who couldn't win a fight and came back to call for his parents. What's the use of the Huashan immortal sect raising a bunch of trash like you? You still want to cultivate like this? You still want to have some achievements in the martial way? Hurry up and go home to farm. Luo Tian despised him. He despised these people very much. They couldn't experience any setbacks and were afraid when they met a strong enemy. It didn't matter if they were afraid, but they had to find excuses for themselves. How could they cultivate like this? They were just a bunch of trash. There was not a single sound in the surroundings as they all lowered their heads. Luo Tian was too lazy to talk to them. He directly pointed to a person and asked, Where is Elder Su of the Merit Hall? Is he in the outer sect? He went to the heavenly realm half a month ago. He said that he wanted to bring senior sister Han Hua and the others back, but he hasn't returned yet. I'm afraid that something has happened. If he hadn't returned in half a month, something must have happened. Luo Tian's gaze tensed up. He turned and walked towards the transmission array, thinking to himself, Please don't let anything happen to you. Luo Tian was the one who fought for the quota for them. If something were to happen, Luo Tian would be harming them. He felt extremely anxious in his heart. Luo Tian instantly landed on the transmission array and said, Teleport me to the heavenly realm. You are not qualified to use the transmission array. The administrator of the transmission array said. Luo Tian frowned and shouted in a heavy voice, Then who is qualified? The administrator said, Only the elders are qualified. The outer sect elders are only allowed once a year. Luo Tian, I know you want to go to the heavenly realm, but please don't make things difficult for me. I am just following the rules. Elder. Rules? He's about to die, and you're still talking about the rules with me? Luo Tian said coldly. He landed beside the administrator and directly grabbed his neck, saying, I know that all of you don't like me. It doesn't matter, I don't like you either. I just killed one. Now open the teleportation gate to the heavenly realm for me. How dare you? Suddenly, with a shout from the sky, several inner sect elders landed heavily. Primordius Holy Man's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Luo Tian and shouted, How can the Huashan immortal sect allow you to be so impudent? Luo Tian let go of the administrator, laughed maniacally, and said, If anyone dares to stop me, I will kill them. The killing intent was extremely dense. Chapter 14 has been delivered. That's all for today. Currently, the monthly votes are 92 chapters, which means that I still owe everyone 4 chapters today. If you have 5 votes before 12 o'clock in one chapter, it will still count. If you have votes, you can vote crazily and make up for it tomorrow. Thank you for your monthly votes and rewards today. Old Cow bowed and thanked you. Thank you, brothers. I am very touched. Chapter 470. Who dares to stop me? Luo Tian yelled out arrogantly as he swept his cold gaze across the entire place. Finally, his gaze landed on the primordial Tao man, and he sneered, Grand Elder, you want to stop me? Luo Tian, if you continue to cause trouble, don't blame me for being impolite. Do you really think that no one in the Hua Shan immortal sect can stop you? Primordial Tao man was enraged. Looking at Luo Tian's expression, he was extremely displeased. If not for the fact that he wanted Luo Tian to produce the inner core for him, he would have taken him down long ago. The other elders snorted coldly as well, their faces filled with disdain. Luo Tian chuckled bitterly, I'm causing trouble. Grand Elder, may I ask if you guys are still the elders of the Hua Shan immortal sect when something happens to a disciple of the sect? Look at how high and mighty you guys are. Are you still King human? It's fine if you guys don't want to save them. I'll do it. Luo Tian said slowly. The Hua Shan immortal sect was cold as ice. They didn't even dare to fart when someone was riding on their necks. What was the point of having a sect like this? There was no sense of unity at all. Be it the outer sect or the inner sect, all the disciples would be disappointed. There was no way the Hua Shan immortal sect could grow stronger. So what if it was the top 10 immortal sects? So what if it was the number 1 or number 2 immortal sect? Even if the entire world were to go against Luo Tian, he wouldn't be afraid. So what if it was the top 10 immortal sects? He couldn't understand. They were all martial cultivators. Why were they so afraid of death? They didn't even react after being bullied to this extent. What was the point of the Hua Shan immortal sect's existence? If they didn't even protect their disciples, what was the point of having such an immortal sect? Luo Tian had always wanted to change the Hua Shan immortal sect. He felt that at least the Hua Shan immortal sect could still be saved. There were some people like Master Wu Nian and Han Hua who wanted the Hua Shan immortal sect to grow stronger. But now, Luo Tian was disappointed and heartbroken. He had given up on the Hua Shan immortal sect. This made him want to reform even more. He wanted to clean up the Hua Shan immortal sect completely. This kind of cowardly person had to be eliminated. Luo Tian, we naturally have our own considerations. The matters of the Hua Shan immortal sect are not for an outer disciple like you to meddle in. You better stay here and try going to a heavenly realm. The second elder, Elder Tian Yuan, scolded in a deep voice. Haven't you caused enough trouble? If it weren't for you offending the Xinghai immortal sect in front of the Mount Hua immortal gate, would our heaven realm cultivation be like this? All of this is because of you. I should have cut off your head back then and sent it to the Star Ocean immortal sect. Luo Tian, the one you just killed, was Elder Su from the Martial Hall. You actually killed an elder? You dog, are you looking down on the Hua Shan immortal sect? Where is the Law Enforcement Hall? The elders all angrily rebuked. It was impossible for them to let Luo Tian go to Heavenly Realm. They were worried that Luo Tian would cause even more trouble. In their hearts, Luo Tian was like a ticking time bomb that could explode at any time. Those who cultivated in Heavenly Realm were the elite disciples of the various immortal sects. It would be fine if Luo Tian died, but if he really injured someone, then the Hua Shan immortal sect would really sink into a quagmire. Right now, any immortal sect could easily crush the Hua Shan immortal sect. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Luo Tian looked up to the sky and laughed wildly 3 times. Looking at their cold faces, he laughed and said, In the past, I thought that you guys still had some hope. Now it seems that you bunch of stubborn old people are really not suitable to live in this world. Greedy for life and afraid of death. How strong is the Hua Shan immortal sect under your management? You can push all the blame to me. You guys know very well in your hearts who caused all of this. I really feel bitterly disappointed for the Huashan Immortal Sect and all the disciples of Huashan. What you guys said and did today will be remembered by every disciple of the Huashan Immortal Sect. Luo Tian was furious, extremely furious. The Immortal Sect was a big family. It should not be treated so coldly. The upper echelons of the Immortal Sect were like the elders in a big family. When the younger generation was bullied, they should immediately seek justice. However, they did not do anything. They did nothing and swallowed the humiliation. This would only make the other immortal sects even more arrogant. Was there still a need for such a sect to exist? Kid, I think you are looking for death. The Tianyuan holy man was enraged. The aura of his body burst forth and the surrounding air changed. It became extremely oppressive. He took a step forward and his palm was like a giant hand from outer space. It slammed heavily towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian laughed wildly and roared, "Come!" Without waiting for the Tianyuan holy man to attack, Luo Tian took the lead and greeted him. He shouted in his heart, "Level 6 Berserk!" 64 times the elemental strength was activated. At the same time, the strongest power of the giant god was unleashed. The pure power of the Titans started to wreak havoc in Luo Tian's body. Luo Tian locked his gaze on the heavenly origin, holy man. He didn't try to hide or evade as he faced the Titans head-on. I wonder who is the one who is looking for death. He moved his palms, and the giant god's power was added to his palms. Boom! The 4 palms clashed together. The 2 powers collided like 2 meteorites, and a series of explosions could be heard. Uft! Elder Tianyuan spat out a mouthful of black blood and staggered back. His face was pale, and his entire body was trembling violently. Luo Tian's face turned even uglier. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. However, at this moment, he was not as pathetic as Elder Tianyuan. He moved his right leg and shouted, "Shadow! Shifting technique!" Whoosh! His figure disappeared and landed behind Elder Tianyuan in the blink of an eye. His fist surged, and thunder rumbled. Without waiting for Elder Tianyuan to regain his balance, he released the giant god's power again and blasted it out. Rumble! Elder Tianyuan did not expect Luo Tian to still have the strength to attack at this moment. The pain in his back made him even more pathetic. However, he could not accept this. In a flash, Luo Tian's figure appeared once again. He descended from the sky and slapped the heavenly Yuan holy man's face. He scolded, "Who's the one seeking death now?" Smack! He slapped the dizzy Elder Tianyuan to the ground and smashed a piece of rock on the ground into powder. Boom! Luo Tian stepped on Elder Tianyuan's head and looked around coldly. He roared into the sky, "Who dares to stop me?" His voice shook the heavens. The surroundings were eerily silent. Arrogant, egotistical, and incisive, everyone looked at Luo Tian. They looked at the unfamiliar Luo Tian and were completely stunned. Elder Tianyuan, the second elder, who was in the profound sage realm, was completely defeated by Luo Tian. He did not even have a chance to resist. Was this kid still human? He had made such terrifying progress in just a month. Primordial Chaos, holy man, was furious. Just as he was about to step forward, there was a commotion in the crowd. The sect leader is here. Chapter 471. Arrogant, incomparably arrogant. He stepped on the high and mighty second elder in front of so many disciples. The Tianyuan holy man was struggling at death's door under Luo Tian's feet. His fate was completely in the hands of Luo Tian. As long as Luo Tian was willing, he could send him to hell at any time. Luo Tian laughed coldly and said, "Who dares to stop me?" Everyone around him was stunned by him. He was not injured when competing with the Tianyuan holy man. His cultivation level, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. The primordial chaos holy man's face was full of anger, and his body exuded a sharp killing intent. Just as he was about to step forward, a voice came from the crowd. "The sect leader is here." Suddenly, the crowd dispersed automatically. The heavenly master Yin Ji swayed in the void and landed silently. He frowned and looked at the Tianyuan holy man under Luo Tian's feet. His face was ugly, and he said in a low voice, "Luo Tian, have you caused enough trouble? How much more trouble do you want to cause in the Huashan immortal sect? You want to go to the heavenly realm, right? Open the teleportation portal and let him go." The heavenly master Yunji's words caused an uproar. The third elder, the heavenly spirit holy man, said softly, "Sect leader, those who cultivate in the heavenly realm are all talented disciples of the major sections. If this kid goes, he will definitely cause more trouble. We cannot let him go." Yes, he killed the outer sect elder and attacked the second elder. "Sect leader, we cannot let this kid go. Execute the sect rules." Many of the inner sect elders were angry and said angrily. The heavenly master Yin Ji's eyes were cold and he stared at them. They suddenly shut up. He looked at Luo Tian again and said, "I told you to go. What are you doing here?" Luo Tian could not react. According to his speculation, the heavenly master Yin Ji should be a boss. Why did he suddenly ask him to go to the heavenly realm? He couldn't understand. At this time, the primordial Tao sovereign said, "Senior brother sect leader, we can't let him go. The last time we killed the Star Sea emissary, our Mount Hua immortal sect suffered all kinds of attacks. This time, the heavenly realm incident is most likely the revenge of the Star Sea immortal sect. Sushan hasn't returned for half a month. It can be seen that their chances of survival are very slim. Swaying in the wind and rain. Not even the slightest wind or wave could enter. This was the immortal sect's ship that could collapse at any moment." Celestial Master Yunji closed his eyes and clenched his fists under his sleeves. He didn't answer Tao Master Primordial Chaos. Instead, he shouted, "Open the teleportation array and let him go." Luo Tian grinned and looked at Elder Tianyuan, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. He said with disdain, "You are very lucky. If anyone else dares to come out, you will die. You should thank the sect master. He saved your life." Shortly after, Luo Tian turned and walked directly into the teleportation array. The moment he stepped into the teleportation array, his expression changed, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of black blood. His body was in great pain, but no one saw it. Elder Tianyuan was a saint after all. He was also an orthodox immortal sect. His strength was unimaginable. If Luo Tian's physical body hadn't been upgraded to the giant god body, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Even so, he was seriously injured. His injuries weren't any lighter than Elder Tianyuan's. However, he could resist and endure. Although he was seriously injured, he didn't show it. Instead, he gritted his teeth and continued to attack. In addition to Elder Tianyuan's carelessness, Luo Tian was able to succeed. Take advantage of the opponent's weakness and kill him. This was the way to attack. Beat the opponent until he was dizzy and didn't give him any chance to attack. In the end, Luo Tian wanted to kill Elder Tianyuan, but he was a saint after all. It was very difficult to kill him. The moment he entered the teleportation array, Luo Tian almost couldn't hold on anymore. His chest was covered in black blood and his face was pale. When his figure completely disappeared, Luo Tian couldn't hold it in anymore. He let out a low cry of pain and directly used the regeneration technique. Then he released dozens of healing techniques in succession before stabilizing himself. To be able to trample a saint powerhouse under his feet, Luo Tian was already heaven-defying. He was only a second-level mystique, venerable, rank cultivator. To be able to beat a profound sage powerhouse until he couldn't tell north from south, how mighty was that? Seeing Luo Tian's figure slowly disappear, some disciples couldn't recover for a long time. That kind of shock was unparalleled. In the void, a voice penetrated Luo Tian's body. "Kid, If I didn't save your life today, you would have lost your life." Without waiting for Luo Tian to reply, Shao Qin coldly snorted and said, "I didn't save you for nothing. 100 inner cores. In addition to this month's offering of 150 inner cores, if one is missing, your head will be cut off." The voice carried an incomparably heavy pressure. Luo Tian's heart sank. He tightly clenched his fists and thought to himself, as I thought. Huashan Immortal Sect. In the main hall, Primordial Chaos Holy Man asked in confusion, "Senior brother, Sect Master, why did you let him go to the heavenly realm? We really can't withstand half a day of torment." Yanji Tianzuan's expression became angry. "Do you think I want to let him go to the heavenly realm? How could I not know? If I could go, I would have brought people there long ago. This incident is obviously aimed at our Huashan Immortal Sect. They want to push us out and make it impossible for us to have a foothold in the immortal sects. Once Luo Tian enters the heavenly realm, he will definitely cause trouble. Why would I be willing to let him go? But this is the Grand Elder's order. What can I do? If it wasn't for the Grand Elder, he definitely wouldn't have let Luo Tian enter the heavenly realm. It was simply impossible. Seeing junior brother Tianyuan being stepped on by Luo Tian, he wanted nothing more than to smash Luo Tian into pieces. How could he let him continue to be so impudent? However, this was the Grand Elder's order, which was also his master's order. How could he not obey? Primordial Chaos Holy Man's expression darkened. He couldn't help but say, why would the Grand Elder give such an order? How could he know Luo Tian? Luo Tian is just an outer disciple. He has never come into contact with Luo Tian. Yanji Tianzuan was also thinking about this matter. Logically speaking, the two of them shouldn't know each other. His master had also been in seclusion to break through to the profound God realm. Today, when he sent him a message, he himself couldn't believe it. If it wasn't for his master's voice, he wouldn't have believed it. The two of them were silent for a few seconds. Suddenly, the two of them looked at each other and said at the same time, "Inner core!" Their expressions changed at the same time. They never thought that Luo Tian would actually have a relationship with the Grand Elder. It was definitely because of the inner core. The immortal chi contained within the inner core was too dense. Even a profound God realm expert needed to use the inner core to cultivate. Primordial Chaos Holy Man's gaze tightened as he muttered, "It seems like this brat's methods are truly impressive." Yanji Tianzuan sneered and said, "So what if it's impressive? This time, he will definitely die when he enters the heavenly realm. Immortal controlling immortal Zonghong. Xinghai immortal sects Lu Zonghai. They are secretly cultivating in the heavenly realm. With their strength, they can easily kill Luo Tian." Chapter 472. The Supreme Elder did not know much about the matters of the heavenly realm, and Emperor Yunji was also deliberately hiding it. Luo Tian had repeatedly touched his bottom line. He was, after all, the sect master of the Hua Shan Immortal School, and was said to be useless by him. This made Emperor Yunji extremely unhappy. In the heavenly realm, immortal energy lingered in the air, and the immortal cranes flew together. Everything around him was like a paradise on earth, causing people to linger and forget to return. It was also because of this that it was called the heavenly realm. The meaning was the land of the heavens. At the edge of the heavenly realm, Han Hua, Yunling, and Yun Yi were covered in injuries, and their faces were sickly. Su Shan's injuries were even more severe, and beside him lay a person. Zhao Qin. His face was pale, his breathing was weak, and his entire body was dripping with blood. There were few long scars on his face, and his eyes were powerlessly looking in one direction. His fists were tightly clenched, and he was filled with unwillingness. "Elder Su, junior brother Zhao He." Han Hua asked softly. Su Shan shook his head and said, "His injuries are too severe, I can't do anything about it." I didn't expect the people from the Star Sea Immortal Sect to be so ruthless, to the point of killing him. If not for Zhao Qin using a defensive array to block some of the power, I'm afraid he would already be dead. Yunling sobbed softly. Elder Su, think of a way to save junior brother Zhao. He did it for us. Yun Yi also looked at Su Shan with tears in her eyes. Her expression moved. Su Shan secretly clenched his fists, the wrinkles on his forehead tightly knitted together, and with a bitter expression he said, I've done everything I can, unless the Heavenly Spirit Elder comes here. Using the high-grade healing pills he refined might be able to save his life. But those elders of the Hua Shan immortal sect... Sigh. At this point, Su Shan let out a heavy sigh. He thought that it wouldn't be long before the Hua Shan immortal sect would send someone to receive them. But he didn't expect that after waiting for half a month, not a single person would appear. This made him extremely pained, and also made him very clear that they had been abandoned. Such an immortal sect, Su Shan was filled with hatred. Huff! Han Hua let out a heavy breath and said, Let's return to the Hua Shan immortal sect. Then, everyone was stunned. Back then, they could have left the heavenly realm and fled back with the disciples of the Hua Shan immortal school. However, Han Hua did not do so. The four of them gritted their teeth and endured all kinds of insults and taunts as they cultivated with all their might. They were very clear in their hearts that Luo Tian was the one who fought for them to cultivate in the heaven realm. They must not disappoint Luo Tian. For this reason, regardless of the insults and taunts from the disciples of the immortal sects, they endured them with all their might. They hid at the edge of the heaven realm to cultivate and absorb the thin immortal energy. Even so, in just a short month, each of them had a breakthrough in their cultivation. The disciples of the Huashan Immortal School were killed one after another. Some of them could no longer take it and fled back to the Huashan Immortal School. Han Hua never thought of leaving. This cultivation opportunity was not easy to come by for the four of them, so they must not waste it. Ever since the disciples of the Huashan Immortal Sect left, only the four of them were left in the entire heavenly realm. The disciples of the Huashan Immortal Sect became even more arrogant. They didn't even put Su Shan in their eyes. Just yesterday, 3 disciples of the Wanjian Immortal Sect came forward to provoke them. They said some unbearable things, especially to the sisters Yunling and Yun Yi. Their words were all kinds of filthy things. Zhao Chun could not take it anymore. He had just made a move when he was attacked by the 3 of them. In less than 1 round, he was severely injured. Even so, they did not let him go and attacked him several times in a row. Han Hua and the others also attacked instantly. However, the consequences of attacking were even worse. Some disciples of the other immortal sects also jumped out to help. These disciples of the immortal sects were all gifted in the immortal sects and were the focus of their cultivation. Their cultivation was above that of Han Hua and the others. Moreover, the place where they cultivated in was the place with the densest immortal energy in the heavenly realm. Their cultivation speed was much faster than Han Hua and the others. How could Han Hua and the others be a match for them? As senior sister, we can't leave. You haven't broken through to mystique venerable rank. We can't disappoint the captain. He must have paid a huge price for this heavenly realm cultivation. Otherwise, the great elder wouldn't have agreed. Zhao Qin said with a trembling voice. Han Hua frowned and said, Junior brother Zhao, don't say anything. The opportunity to cultivate is rare, but no matter how rare it is, it's not as important as your life. I believe the captain will agree with me. Yunling and Yun Yi nodded heavily. Su Shan's eyes narrowed and he gritted his teeth. I'm afraid we can't leave now, even if we want to. They won't let us go to the teleportation portal. They definitely won't let us leave. They're trying to force us to our deaths. They were now at the edge of the heavenly realm. The teleportation portal was at the center. The disciples of the immortal sects would never let them go there. They could not escape at all. They could only wait for death. Everyone's expression darkened again. Han Hua clenched her fists and said in a low voice, Elder Su, take junior brother Zhao and the others and leave. I'll cover your retreat. No, we'll stay behind too. Yunling, Yun Yi the captain is still waiting for you. You can't stay here and risk your lives. Just as they were fighting to stay, a few disciples of the immortal sects walked over with evil smiles on their faces. Their clothes were embroidered with a huge sword that soared into the sky. They were the disciples of the Wan Jian immortal sect, the 8th of the 10 immortal sections. Yo, this trash isn't dead yet? Senior brother, you are truly too benevolent. If it were me, I would have definitely pierced his heart with my sword. I would definitely not let him live in this world. A trash like him is living in vain. He might as well just die. Third junior brother, you don't understand senior brother at all. This isn't called merciful, it's called ruthless. Look at this trash's pained expression. Since yesterday, his entire body has been in pain. Don't you think it's fun to see his pained expression? Second senior brother, you're right. Looking at his pained expression makes me happy. Ha ha ha. The three of them once again mocked loudly. Su Shan's face was filled with anger. He slowly stood up and said in a low voice, Has no one in your Wan Jian immortal sect taught you how to behave? Old thing, how we behave is none of your business. Who do you think you are? Old thing, if you're not happy, then do it. I'll be waiting for the Heaven Realm competition. I heard that you're an outer sect elder of the Huashan immortal sect. A trash like you can actually become an elder. Huashan immortal sect really has all kinds of dogs and cats. Su Shan gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked. His anger soared and his face turned red. He scolded, Impudent! Han Hua, Yunling, and Yun Yi also stood up. A disciple of the Wan Jian immortal sect stared at Yunling's chest and drooled. He smiled lewdly and said, Little girl, your angry expression is really beautiful. Do you want to have fun with me? I guarantee that I'll make you feel good. You're courting death. Behind them, a cold voice filled with killing intent sounded. Chapter 473. Before the voice died away, the figure moved first, his fist piercing through the chest of the disciple who spoke just now. That person lowered his head and looked at his chest. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that he would be so weak. His pupils shrank as he opened his mouth to shout, only to find that he couldn't make a sound. In less than half a second, another fist blasted his head apart, killing as soon as he came. He did not give them any chance to resist. The two disciples of the Wan Jian immortal sect were scared silly. Third junior brother. Junior brother. While they were talking, Yunling and Yun Yi smiled gently. Captain. Their eyes were filled with tears. Their suppressed emotions burst out in an instant as tears streamed down their cheeks. Luo Tian's heart ached when he saw this. Han Hua smiled. Su Shan smiled as well. However, his gaze tightened as he smiled, and he said excitedly, Good lad, I haven't seen you for a month, and your cultivation has reached mystique venerable rank. You're crazy, ha ha ha. The newcomer was Luo Tian. Luo Tian retracted his fists and kicked the corpse beside him a few hundred meters away. He walked forward and smiled gently. I'm sorry I'm late. You've suffered. The sisters, Yunling and Yunyi, could no longer hold it in. They burst into tears. The two of them ran forward and threw themselves into Luo Tian's arms. The grievances that had accumulated over the past few days burst out in an instant. They cried so hard that it made one's heart ache. Luo Tian patted their backs gently and said softly, Don't cry, don't cry. You won't look good if you keep crying. Yunling and Yun Yi did not stop crying. Instead, they cried even louder. It felt good to have two beauties in his arms. At the same time, the two disciples of the Wan Jian immortal sect recovered. At first, they did not know who Luo Tian was. Now that they knew that he was also a disciple of the Huashan immortal sect, they immediately looked superior and scolded. Lad, how dare you kill people here? Before they could finish, Luo Tian did not even look at them and spat out coldly, "Scram!" "I'll scram you." Before they could say the word mother, Luo Tian's figure suddenly disappeared. The two of them were shocked. That disciple's eyes suddenly widened, and his eyeballs almost popped out. He lowered his head to look at his abdomen, which had already been pierced through by the dual fire fists. His internal organs were all incinerated into powder. His eyes trembled and his face turned ashen. His body twitched violently as he looked at his senior brother and coughed up black blood. He quickly said, "Save, senior brother, save me, save me, the fire fist moved." Luo Tian immediately pulled it out. Then, with a light leap, the tip of his foot moved, and a heavy kick landed on the man's chin, sending him flying several hundred meters away. Ding! The system beeped. Luo Tian turned around and walked towards Han Hua and the others. As for the Wanjian Immortal Sect disciple beside him, he had already peed himself. His pants were wet, and his body was trembling nonstop. His lips were white, and his teeth were chattering. You! Luo Tian still did not raise his head to look at him. He still spat out a word coldly, "Scram!" The disciple of the Wanjian Immortal Sect immediately fell to the ground and rolled on the ground with all his might. He wished he could turn into a wheel and roll as far away as possible so that he wouldn't have to look at Luo Tian's cold eyes again. He was completely scared to the point of peeing. He was so scared that he did not even dare to move. Strong. So strong. Simply too strong, an instant kill. Good boy, you really make people excited. No wonder this pair of beautiful girls would jump into your arms. Even I am almost mesmerized by you. Su Shan laughed happily. The depressed mood of the past few days was swept away. With Luo Tian's 2 instant kills, his mood was incomparably good. Seeing the Wanjian Immortal Sect disciple who was so arrogant just a minute ago, rolling away like a dead dog, it was as embarrassing as it could be. Too good. Luo Tian looked at Su Shan and said seriously, "Fortunately, you are not a woman, or I would be in trouble." Ha ha ha, everyone laughed. Luo Tian squatted down and looked at Zhao Qin. All the wounds on his body were deep to the bone. This method was truly vicious. The hatred and anger in his heart soared to the sky, and he thought to himself, F***CK, touch my people, just you wait. Zhao Qin smiled and said softly, Boss is mighty. Luo Tian warned, "Don't speak, I'll heal you now." The cooldown of the regeneration technique was not up yet. Luo Tian could only continuously use the healing technique, and then give Zhao Qin a few high-level healing pills. Only after using a dozen or so healing techniques did his injury stabilize, but it would still take a long time for him to recover. Moreover, these injuries would very likely affect his future cultivation. Luo Tian's heart tightened, his eyes shook, and said, "Who beat him up like this?" Other than the 3 people from before, there are also some disciples from the other immortal sects. Ever since we entered the heavenly realm, we have been targeted everywhere. Even if we went to the edge of the heavenly realm to cultivate, we would still be harassed by them. All sorts of insults, all sorts of ridicule, and they would constantly provoke us. The heavenly realm was originally discovered by our Hua Shan immortal sect's ancestors. Our immortal sect was generous and allowed the disciples of the other immortal sects to cultivate. But I didn't expect that we wouldn't even have the least bit of respect. The sun set in the Hua Shan immortal sect. He was being treated unfairly everywhere. Luo Tian didn't want to care about the others, nor did he care about them. However, Han Hua, Yunling was one of his people. If his people were wronged, he would definitely get back at them. Moreover, this was not an ordinary grievance. If he had come half a day later, Zhao Chan would have died, Yunling would have been sullied, and the few of them would have died here. Uncle could endure it, but Luo Tian could not. Luo Tian's brows twitched, and he shouted, "Touch my people! I will make them pay the price one by one." Su Shan's face darkened and said, "Luo Tian, what do you want to do?" You can't act recklessly. There are all sorts of experts from the immortal sects hidden here. You must not act recklessly. We will directly go to the transmission array and return to the Hua Shan immortal sect. Luo Tian laughed lightly and said, I won't act recklessly. Didn't they want to compete? Then let's compete. I will beat them one by one. Chapter 4. To explain, the internet at home was upgraded today, and there might not be any internet for the entire day. I took a car to the town to update, and it was a very long mountain road. It was really not easy, and I did not know if I would have time to come in the afternoon. If there were only 4 chapters today, there would be an explosion of more than 10 chapters tomorrow. Brothers, for the sake of the old man's diligence, the monthly votes would be worth it. Chapter 474. What? He dares to kill? How can that be? Who does he think he is? Killing people in the heavenly realm is breaking the rules here. Tong Yuming shouted angrily. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and his mouth had a cold smile. He said proudly, I was worried that I wouldn't be able to use the Hua Shan immortal sect to chase them out of the heavenly realm. Now I really have to thank that kid, ha ha ha. He was a disciple of the Xinghai immortal sect. Standing in front of him was the disciple of the Wanjian immortal sect, who had rolled all the way back. His pants were wet as he said, Senior brother Tong, you have to take revenge for my 2 junior brothers. That kid is too arrogant. He doesn't put your Xinghai immortal sect in his eyes at all. Humph. Don't worry, the Huashan immortal sect is in a worse state than a drowning dog. After such a long time, they sent a disciple to the heavenly realm. I think the people of the Huashan immortal sect are all dead, ha ha ha. No matter how powerful this kid is, he will die today. Tong Yuming said with disdain. This was also true. A disciple of the Xinghai immortal sect hurriedly walked up and said, reporting to second senior brother, the people of the Huashan immortal sect have come to the place with the densest immortal qi in the heavenly realm to cultivate. What? I think they are courting death. What right do a bunch of trash have to cultivate with us? Tong Yuming snorted coldly. Then he took a step forward and shouted, Let's go and take a look. I want to see if that kid has 3 heads and 6 arms or 9 lives. He is so unafraid of death. In the center of the heavenly realm. The immortal qi here was several times denser than at the edge. Even if Luo Tian couldn't absorb it, he could clearly feel the immortal qi flowing between heaven and earth. It was extremely dense. From today onwards, you guys will cultivate here. Luo Tian ignored the strange gazes around him and said faintly. Su Shan's expression darkened as he reminded softly, Luo Tian, stop messing around. Our Huashan immortal sect doesn't have the right to cultivate in the center. Without waiting for Luo Tian to speak, a disciple of the Imperial Immortal Sect said with disdain, Where did this bunch of dogs come from? How could this be a place for trash like you to cultivate? Get the hell out of here and don't disturb my cultivation. Otherwise, I'll turn you all into dead dogs. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, Why can you all cultivate here, but we can't? Is this place yours, or is it written in your name? On what basis? I'm a disciple of the Imperial Immortal Sect. That alone is enough, the man said domineeringly. The top 10 immortal sects were ranked. The Immortal Controlling Immortal Sect and the Star Ocean Immortal Sects cultivated in the center of the heavenly realm. Then, according to their ranking, they would slowly spread to the edges. This year, the Huashan Immortal Sect did not even have the qualifications to go to the edges. They were constantly bullied and harassed. Luo Tian sneered and said, According to you, whoever is strong here is qualified to cultivate here. The Immortal Controlling Immortal Sect disciple looked incomparably proud. He smiled and said, That's right. Whoever is strong is qualified to cultivate here. You bunch of trash dogs, get the hell out of here. If you dare to appear here again, I'll break your legs. Luo Tian waved his hand, swept his gaze across the crowd and said, Understood. Then all of you can scram. I'm going to cultivate here. How dare you? Kid, you've already made me very angry. "You bunch of homeless Huashan immortal sect disciples have the right to speak here?" That person said with slight anger. Luo Tian looked at Zhao Qin and asked, "Has this person bullied you before?" Zhao Chen glared at that person and said angrily, "Yes, he's Zhou Yao from the Imperial Immortal Sect. He's good at using formations. When we just entered the heavenly realm, we were ruthlessly played by his formations." Zhao Chen was also a formation master, so he remembered it very clearly. Zhou Yao sneered and said, "I didn't expect a piece of trash like you to still be alive." Luo Tian moved through the void and stood directly on the Heavenly Realms competition stage. He pointed at Zhou Yao and said, "Come up. I'll show you what a formation is." Zhou Yao was furious, and his eyes were like thunder. Luo Tian sneered and said with disdain, "Trash, you don't dare to do it? If you don't dare to do it, then scram. Don't embarrass yourself here. From today onwards, the Huashan Immortal Sect will take over the most central area of the heavenly realm. If you don't want to submit, come find me. I'll beat you until you submit." As a talented disciple of the Imperial Immortal Sect, Zhou Yao could not hold back. He moved his fists and instantly landed on the stage. His eyes locked onto Luo Tian, and he said with disdain, "How dare a level 2 mystique, venerable rank, be so arrogant here? Kid, go to hell." Trapping dragon formation. His hands quickly formed a seal, and a few formation halos appeared around Zhou Yao's body. Dense energy shot out from the formation. His hand seals were formed very quickly. The energy from the formation also spread out quickly. It was a very powerful formation. Luo Tian was secretly stunned, and his heart suddenly became clear. He muttered, "I didn't think that formations could be used to attack. I've learned something today." Seeing that the formation energy on Zhou Yao was getting stronger, Luo Tian snorted and said, "You dare to show off with this kind of formation energy? I'll let you know what a formation is." Immediately after, Luo Tian moved through the void. Moving left and right, countless illusions appeared on the stage. In less than 10 seconds, Luo Tian stopped. He spread his fingers and crawled to the ground. He shouted, "Giant meteorite formation!" Buzz! The formation energy began to gather and link together. A burst of formation energy shot up into the sky, directly connecting with the meteorites outside the realm. The meteorites followed the formation energy's call and fell like meteors. Rumble! Rumble! A roar shook the heavens. A meteorite that looked like a giant fireball appeared in the sky above the heavenly realm. It was also at this moment. Luo Tian bellowed. Looking at Zhou Yao's shocked expression, he did not give him any chance and scolded loudly. "Imperial Immortal Sect is amazing. Imperial Immortal Sect can bully others, right? Die for me." "Stop. Junior brother Zhou, be careful." A deep voice sounded. Luo Tian did not even look at him. The meteorite fell and directly smashed the arrogant Zhou Yao into meat paste. Rumble! Rumble! The heavenly realm arena trembled, and a wave of energy surged out from the surroundings. Under the meteorite, Zhou Yao's eyes bulged out, and only half of his body remained. His 2 eyes stared straight at Luo Tian, and his eyes were filled with incomparable fear. Luo Tian kicked half of Yi Fuqian's body off the stage and shouted, "You can't even withstand a single blow. Trash like you still wants to cultivate formations? You're just trash. Why does the immortal reigning immortal sect only accept trash disciples? The #1 immortal sect in the world. I think it's just a camel dog shit." Luo Tian was incomparably arrogant. Arrogant. Quite arrogant. His words caused the surrounding disciples of the Imperial Immortal Sect to be incomparably furious. It was also at this time. Luo Tian laughed and said, "On the competition stage, killing people is not against the law, right? Even if he dies, he's useless. Serves him, right?" Ha ha ha, the laughter stopped. Luo Tian stared at him and said, "Who else is not convinced? Get the hell up here for lousy. Lousy will kill to his heart's content today. The network was restored, and the update continued. When the 5th chapter arrived, the old cow roared hysterically, begging for monthly votes. Chapter 475. How dare you? How dare you kill someone in front of so many people? Kid, you're going to die today even if you don't. Among the crowd, Tong Yuming walked out. He was wearing the inner robe of the Xinghai immortal sect and held the rainbow glazed sword. He was handsome and had a superior aura. Behind him was a disciple of the Wan Jian immortal sect. As soon as he appeared, there was a commotion among the crowd. They had also recovered from the shock just now. Tong Yuming was not the only one. A few disciples of the Imperial Immortal Sect also walked out. Their eyes were murderous as they looked at the dead Zhou Yao on the ground. The 3 of them clenched their fists and their eyes were sharp. If looks could kill, Luo Tian would have been riddled with holes. Second senior brother Wang Daofeng of the Imperial Immortal Sect. Tong Yuming of the Xinghai Immortal Sect. Both of them are peak level 9 Mystique Venerable rank. This kid is only a level 2 Mystique Venerable rank. He's dead for sure. He dares to show off with such strength. Why don't he look at himself in the mirror? Who does he think he is? How dare he act so presumptuously in the heavenly realm? Even the inner elders of the Huashan Immortal Sect have to behave themselves. Does he really think that the Huashan Immortal Sect is still the same as before? The Huashan Immortal Sect can't even compare to a normal sect now. The talented disciples they sent are even worse than the third-rate disciples of our Imperial Immortal Sect. Such an immortal sect will be destroyed sooner or later. The Huashan Immortal Sect's disciples were killed, and their higher-ups didn't even say a word. I feel sorry for them. The crowd discussed in low voices. Luo Tian stood in the arena and smiled proudly. It's not a crime for you to kill the Huashan Immortal Sect's disciples, but it's a crime for me to kill them. I wonder, who gave you the sense of superiority? Who gave you the courage? Tong Yuming smiled and said disdainfully, Are the Huashan Immortal Sect's disciples even human? I think they're worse than a dog. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! The surrounding disciples burst into laughter. More and more disciples in the heavenly realm gathered in the arena. Su Shan's gaze darkened, and he scolded angrily, Brat, what did you say? Tong Yuming's gaze shifted as he pointed at Su Shan's nose and scolded word by word. I say, you disciples of the Huashan Immortal Sect are not even comparable to dogs in my eyes. You're at most an old dog, ha ha ha. The disciples of the Star Ocean Immortal Sect laughed out loud again. Han Hua clenched his fists, his body trembling with rage. For the past few days, they had been subjected to such verbal insults. They endured it and wanted to cultivate as hard as they could to prove themselves. However, the more they endured, the more these people humiliated them. It was simply unbearable. Wang Daofeng mocked loudly. Brother Tong, I don't agree with you calling them dogs. Tong Yuming asked, What is Wang Xiong's opinion? Wang Daofeng looked at Yunling and Yun-Yi and said with a lewd smile, I don't mind if they're dogs, but even if these twin sisters are dogs, they're still very charming dogs. Brother Tong, don't you want to have some fun with them? Based on my experience, these 2 sisters are still virgins. Tong Yuming laughed and said, Brother Wang has good taste. Why don't we each have one? I think so. Ha ha ha! The surrounding people burst into laughter again. Yunling and Yun-Yi were so angry that their bodies were trembling and their faces were pale. Luo Tian looked at the 2 of them and said, Our hometown has a saying, if you can endure it, then endure it. If you can't, then hit his mother. Yunling, Yun-Yi, go. Senior sister Han Hua, go. Give them a good slap. If they dare to resist or touch you, I will make them pay the price. Luo Tian jumped down and stood beside them. Yunling did not hesitate at all. She walked in front of Tong Yuming and slapped him. Tong Yuming glared at her and shouted, Bitch, bitch, I think you're tired of living." Just as he was about to attack, Luo Tian's body released a thick pressure that soared into the sky, directly landing on Tang Yoming's body. He shouted in his heart, "Giant God Spirit, suppress for me!" Buzz! An explosive sound came from Tang Yoming's body, and his body was instantly suppressed. He couldn't move his body at all. It was also at this moment Yunling's slap landed, and she said angrily, 100,000 kilograms of strength! Pa! A slap landed fiercely on his face. Her slender fingers left a 5-finger palm print on Tang Yoming's face. But Yunling was not satisfied at all. She raised her left hand. 100,000 kilograms of strength! Pa! 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 Who told you to spout shit, to bully our Huashan Immortal School? To be so arrogant, to be so arrogant. Even I feel disgusted when I see you. You look like a pile of shit. How could the Star Sea Immortal Sect accept a person like you? Yunling said fiercely. He was really good at scolding people. A series of slaps turned Tang Yoming's face into a pig's head. Yunling was still angry and kicked Tang Yoming's thigh fiercely. The sound of eggs cracking could be heard in the air. Yunling's face was red as she walked back to Luo Tian's side. Luo Tian laughed. "Does it feel good?" Yunling giggled. "It feels so good, hee." Luo Tian looked at her red hands and asked, "Do your hands hurt?" Yunling said no. The two of them spoke very ambiguously, as if they were a couple. The moment Yunling walked back, Luo Tian suddenly retracted the power of the giant god spirit. Tang Yuming howled into the sky, his hands covering his crotch as he rolled on the ground in pain. He cursed angrily. "Who is it who dares to use pressure to suppress me? Come out if you have the guts." The giant god spirit. It had the spiritual power of tens of thousands of titans. Although Luo Tian was only a level 2 mystique venerable rank, he could easily crush anyone below the mystique sage realm. Luo Tian looked around and stared at Wang Daofeng. He sneered, "Yun Yi, go and beat him. Beat him fiercely, even fiercer than your sister. Show these people your power. The inner disciples of the Star Sea Immortal Sect are only SOSO. Even the outer disciples of our Huashan Immortal School can be easily crushed. You're so weak, like a pile of shit, ha ha ha." Yun Yi nodded heavily and rushed forward angrily. Just now Tang Yuming was not prepared, but this time Wang Daofeng was. Without waiting for Yun Yi to act rashly, he took the initiative. His move was a killing move, holding 8 thin blades in his hand. Using qi to control the blades, he directly sealed Yun Yi's front and back. No matter if she moved forward or backward, she would be killed. Luo Tian suddenly moved. He took a step forward and roared into the sky. Lion, tiger, gold-shattering roar! The giant god's power burst out. The violent roar directly shook the 8 thin blades, floating beside Yun Yi to the ground. It was also at this moment Yun Yi ruthlessly slapped Wang Daofeng, causing him to spin on the spot. Yun Yi's little heart was beating wildly. She turned around and looked at Luo Tian with a smile. "It really feels good." It was also at this moment the surrounding air suddenly became heavy. Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched. The corner of his mouth drew back and muttered, "The expert is here." Chapter 6. He didn't even get a monthly ticket for an afternoon. Could he ask for a monthly ticket? Chapter 476. If you want to slap someone in the face, you have to slap them hard. Yunling and Yun Yi were having a great time, and Luo Tian was also having a great time watching. These two girls have limitless potential. Of course, Luo Tian was also grateful for the strength of the two girls. Looking at the strength of their slaps, he laughed in his heart. So dirty, so violent, ha ha ha. Tang Yuming was slapped into a pig's head. Wang Daofeng was slapped to the ground. The two of them were completely miserable. The surrounding people could not understand at all. They could not accept it either. How could this be? They were all experts at the peak of the mystic venerable realm. How could they not even be able to deal with two little girls? It was also at this time. Luo Tian frowned, the corner of his mouth drew back, and sneered, "The experts are here!" "Humph! You dogs of the Huashan immortal sect, are you guys arrogant enough? Hitting people, killing people. You guys are really something." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd was in an uproar. The disciples of the Imperial Immortal Sect were excited, and they couldn't help but shout, "Eldest senior brother is here. Eldest senior brother is here. Let's see how long this brat can be arrogant." Hong Yijian walked over step by step. His two sword-like eyebrows shot straight into the sky. His body was like an unyielding, treasured sword, exuding an incomparably sharp aura. A very strong aura. It was extremely thick. Everyone's breathing quickened under this sharp aura. A small sword appeared in their minds, as if the sword would instantly kill them if they were to land. Luo Tian was the same. This feeling was very unpleasant. Luo Tian looked up, his eyes slightly widened, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but sneer, "Yo, an acquaintance." It was also at this time. An old man wearing the uniform of the Imperial Immortal Sect walked out from behind Hong Yijian. His gaze tightened as he stared fixedly at Luo Tian. Luo Tian smiled playfully and said, "Hello, Dragon King." The old man was none other than the vice president of the Tao Trading Alliance, the Dragon King. The Dragon King who had almost taken Luo Tian's life in the Heaven Sword City. The Dragon King who had a 10-year agreement with him. Who would have thought? Luo Tian had never dreamed that he would meet him here. Since he had met him, it was time to settle the score. The Dragon King was also shocked. His eyes were filled with disdain as he sneered, "Luo Tian! Luo Tian!" When this name was mentioned by the Dragon King, the first to react was the disciples of the Xinghai Immortal Sect. "Is he the Luo Tian who killed our emissary? Mother asterisk her, we can't let him off. The emissary of the Star Ocean has been killed, and our Star Ocean Immortal Sect has been humiliated. Brat, even if you have 10,000 lives, you can forget about leaving this place. Where are the disciples of the Xinghai Immortal Sect? Kill him on the spot." Ha! Many of the disciples of the Star Ocean Immortal Sect moved in unison, instantly surrounding Luo Tian so tightly that not even a drop of water could leak out. Every single one of them stared fixedly at Luo Tian, revealing an expression as if they wanted to eat him. Luo Tian was not afraid. Instead, he let out a long sigh, not for them, but for the Huashan Immortal Sect. He shook his head and laughed bitterly. In comparison, it's no wonder that the Huashan Immortal Sect is so weak. It seems like the Star Ocean Immortal Sect is not the second Immortal Sect for no reason. Just this kind of cohesiveness was something that the Huashan Immortal Sect did not have. "Wait," Hong Yijian shouted. It was also at this moment. The Dragon King whispered a few words into his ear. Then Hong Yijian sneered and mocked. "So you are that trash with the shattered pubes. I never thought that the Huashan Immortal Sect would be in such dire straits that they could even take in trash with the shattered pubes." Not waiting for Hong Yijian to finish, Luo Tian's gaze turned cold as he stared at Hong Yijian and said, "If you have the guts, try calling me trash again." The Dragon King walked out and sneered, "Luo Tian, shouldn't we settle some scores?" Hong Yijian laughed coldly, directly ignoring Luo Tian, and said, "Fellow junior brothers of the Star Ocean Immortal Sect, please give me some face. My junior brother, the Dragon King, has some grudges with this brat, so let him kill this brat on your behalf. It won't be long before the Immortal Sect and the Star Ocean Immortal Sect become one family. Our senior brother Morong and your senior sister Li will be married in less than 2 years. At that time, we will be a family and your enemies will be our enemies. Let my junior brother do it for you. It's extremely easy to deal with a trash like him who doesn't even have an innate bloodline with a shattered pubes." The Dragon King moved in the air. He directly landed on the competition platform, pointed at Luo Tian and said, "Brat, get up here." I can't wait for 10 years. After I kill you, I will immediately go to Heaven's Sword City. I will turn the entire Tang dynasty into a kingdom of death. Thinking about what happened in Heaven's Sword City, he felt incomparably angry. If the Tang family's ancestor had not used his life source to scare him, he would have instantly killed Luo Tian. That was a humiliation to him. He did not expect that in less than a year, Luo Tian would actually become a disciple of the Huashan immortal sect, and his cultivation had actually broken through to the mystique venerable rank. To cultivate so quickly in such a short period of time, this speed was unbelievable, so he definitely could not be allowed to live. Luo Tian laughed excitedly. Su Shan stopped him and reminded, Luo Tian, don't be reckless. His cultivation is at the profound sage realm. You are only at the mystique venerable rank now. Don't be provoked by him. Han Hua also said, Captain, bear with it for a while. Let's leave this place, leave the heavenly realm, and stop cultivating. Yunling and Yin Yi also directly said, Yes, let's leave this place. You want to leave? You still have to ask if we agree to that. Brat, you will die today, whether you go up or not. No matter what, you will die today. The Dragon King's face was full of pride. He coldly looked at Luo Tian and said, Back then, Tang Qingtian saved your worthless life. Today, I want to see who can save you. Brat, get up here. Why don't you dare? Are you afraid? I remember that you were very arrogant back then, right? Can't you become a demon overlord? Don't you have a group of brothers who don't care about their lives? Didn't you have the guts to kill my younger brother? Now that you are mute, get up here. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. When he thought about how his brother died at the hands of Luo Tian, he couldn't help but become angry. On that day, he secretly swore to himself that he would definitely kill Luo Tian. At this moment, the Dragon King's dense, profound sage aura burst out, bringing with it an endless pressure that crushed down on Luo Tian's sea of consciousness. He roared and roared. If you don't dare to come up, then kneel down. Wang, a loud sound rang out. Luo Tian rubbed his hands together, looked at Hong Yijin first, laughed, and said, Mini boss! Then, Luo Tian looked at the Dragon King again, revealing a pained expression, and muttered, Back then he was a super big boss, but now he has fallen to the point where he can't even be considered an elite monster. Sigh. If only I could have killed him back then. Luo Tian was very sad. Very sad. He didn't expect that the boss would become trash with the passage of time. This is so King annoying. Chapter 7. Old Cow asks for support. Chapter 477. People could change and so could bosses. Luo Tian looked at the Dragon King and sighed. How did you become like this? You're still in the profound sage realm. He was a little sad. He originally thought that the Dragon King was a super boss, but he didn't expect him to become like this. Looking at him standing on the stage and flaunting his strength, Luo Tian couldn't help but sigh for him. However, the scene of him being crushed at the Daoshang auction house was still vivid in his mind, and his killing intent towards the Dragon King had never disappeared. Although it hadn't been a year, Luo Tian still wanted to kill him. Luo Tian, get up here. No one can save you today. The Dragon King said arrogantly. Tang Qingtian let you live for 10 more years, but I didn't expect you to become a disciple of an immortal sect. Since we met here today, your death date is here. Get up here and die. That kid definitely won't dare. Look at his trash appearance. He must be scared to death. I think he's about to piss his pants. Kid, why don't you go up? Coward, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Be arrogant again. The disciples of the Xinghai immortal sect and the divine controlling immortal sect mocked loudly. The Dragon King passed the assessment of the divine controlling immortal sect and became an outer disciple of the divine controlling immortal sect. It only took him half a year to become an outer elite disciple. This time he entered the heavenly realm to cultivate immortal chi in order to become an inner disciple. His foundation was very strong. Before entering the divine, controlling immortal sect, he was already in the profound sage realm. Coupled with a huge financial support, after entering the divine, controlling immortal sect, he was very successful. He wasn't restricted by his age, and the progress of his cultivation was extremely fast. Looking at Luo Tian's expressionless face, his eyes were filled with contempt. He could have easily killed him in the Heaven Sword City, but he had missed the opportunity at that time, causing him to be incomparably indignant. His younger brother's death was something he would always remember in his heart. He was looking forward to meeting Luo Tian one day and using the cruelest methods to kill him. Then, when he arrived at the Heaven Sword City, he would turn the great Tang dynasty into a kingdom of death and bury the heads of hundreds of millions of people with his brother. The hatred in his heart was growing all the time. Now that he saw Luo Tian, it suddenly exploded. Su Shan frowned and grabbed Luo Tian, saying, "No, as long as you don't go on the stage, no one will dare to do anything to you. This is the rule of the heavenly realm. Even the immortal reigning immortal sect won't dare to mess around." "Captain, let's go, let's get out of here. The teleportation array is not far away. Let's leave this place." "Captain, let's go." Han Hua and the others looked at Luo Tian. More and more disciples from the God-controlling immortal sect and the Star Core immortal sect arrived. If they did not leave now, they would not be able to. No matter how strong Luo Tian was, it was impossible for him to be a match for so many people. Furthermore, the Dragon King on the competition stage was a profound sage. Although he wasn't an orthodox disciple of the immortal sect, he had cultivated for hundreds of years, and his strength in the profound sage realm was extremely terrifying. After him, there was still the orthodox disciple of the immortal sect, Hong Yijin. He was Murong Wanjian's junior brother. His talent was extremely high, and the bloodline he possessed was also a high-grade bloodline. The God-controlling immortal sect had Hong Yijin, and the Star Ocean immortal sect had an even more terrifying disciple, Lu Zonghai. His cultivation was even more powerful, and if he came out of seclusion and found out that Luo Tian had killed the Star Ocean emissary, it would be even more difficult to deal with. At this moment, they had no other way out. They could only leave this place, the further the better. Looking at their anxious expressions, Luo Tian chuckled and said, "You guys are cultivating well here. Why would you want to leave? The ones who want to leave are not us, but them. Isn't it just a competition? Don't be afraid. This kind of trash, I can beat 10 of them by myself without a problem." Luo Tian was really not worried. He suddenly fell in love with this place. Looking at the arrogant and insufferably arrogant disciples around him, those disciples of the immortal sect who had been constantly mocking and insulting the Huashan immortal sect, Luo Tian really wanted to slap them. Not to mention, the Dragon King had to die. If the Dragon King couldn't wait for 10 years, then he couldn't wait for 10 years either. He would be crushed. Fatty, Xianyuan Yi, Blind Lu, and Chen Chen were almost crushed to death by the Dragon King. Luo Tian could still vividly remember these scenes. He couldn't let them go. Even if the Dragon King didn't issue a challenge to him, he would challenge the Dragon King to a duel. Even if the Dragon King accepted, he would still have to die. In the Dragon King's words, "You have to die today, even if you don't." Shortly after, Luo Tian broke free from Su Shan's hand, looked at Yunling and the rest, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." After saying that, Luo Tian moved and instantly landed on the competition stage. Looking at the Dragon King's smug face, Luo Tian sneered, "I didn't expect you to be in the immortal reigning immortal sect. I still wanted to go to the headquarters of the Dao Commerce Alliance and F***CK, the graves of your ancestors. Luo Tian, give me back my brother's life." The Dragon King's expression changed, and he immediately used the 9-fold Dragon God Palm. The 9-fold Dragon God Palm that he cultivated was completely different from the one that his brother cultivated. Its strength was countless times stronger. His eyes moved. Immediately after, 9 incomparably powerful palm prints were formed, and with supreme majesty, they heavily smashed towards Luo Tian. At this moment, the Dragon King released all the immortal chi that he had absorbed in the heavenly realm during this period of time. The power of the ninefold Dragon God palm was even more intense. He wanted to smash Luo Tian into powder and even destroy his soul so that he would never be able to reincarnate. His methods were extremely ruthless. Luo Tian's brows twitched and he sneered. Seeing the 9 palm prints pressing towards him, he laughed. Ninefold Dragon God palm, I know this too. But in my eyes, what you have is not the Dragon God palm, but the Insect God palm. In a flash, Luo Tian moved with all his might. He didn't want to waste any time, and the moment he attacked, he would definitely kill. He wanted to absolutely crush him. If he could kill him in one move, he definitely wouldn't use a second move. Level 6 Berserk. Boom! After releasing 64 times the strength, Luo Tian's body was filled with blazing energy. His hands moved, and his movements were exactly the same as the Dragon King's. In the blink of an eye, Luo Tian shouted, "I'll let you see what's called the ninefold Dragon God palm." Boom! Boom! As Luo Tian displayed his cultivation technique, 9 crimson, red palm prints appeared in the air. They were even stronger than the ones refined by the Dragon King. While the Dragon King was in shock, Luo Tian directly roared, "Die!" Rumble. The 9 palm prints were like bolts of lightning, pressing towards the Dragon King at an incomparably fast speed. A single palm print shattered the Dragon King's 9 palm prints. The remaining 8 palm prints directly crushed the Dragon King's feces out. His entire body was badly mutilated, and blood was flowing nonstop. Half of the Dragon King's body was directly smashed into the ground. Yo-ho! Still not dead. If he didn't hear the system prompt, it meant that the Dragon King wasn't dead yet. Luo Tian instantly moved, and a fist struck down from the top of the Dragon King's head. Boom! His body exploded. Luo Tian directly stared at the arrogant Hong Yijian and said, "Who else?" A new day. Can you give me a monthly ticket? Chapter 478. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? You're courting death. Luo Tian spat out a mouthful of phlegm at the corpse of the Dragon King. Tui! Back then, in the Heaven Sword City, you were lucky. To think that you would recklessly issue a challenge to me and set aside the promise of 10 years. Now you're satisfied, aren't you? As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian swept his gaze across the crowd and roared, F*CK, weren't you all very arrogant just now? Were you very happy? Now that you're mute, show me your arrogance again. Damn, is the Immortal Reigning Sect that great? Is the Star Ocean Immortal Sect that great? You're all trash. He scolded. He was really pissed. Luo Tian was furious. He stared at Hong Yijian and said, "It seems like you were very happy just now. Come on, if you have the guts, come up and try again. Let's see if I can beat the shit out of you." He was so arrogant. He didn't take the disciples of the Immortal Reigning Sect and the Star Core Immortal Sect seriously at all. These disciples were also furious. Luo Tian's words deeply provoked them. Not waiting for Hong Yijian to step forward, a few disciples of the Immortal Reigning Sect suddenly rushed forward and cursed. "Dog, this is not the place for trash like you from the Huashan Immortal Sect to behave atrociously. Go die." Before they finished speaking, Luo Tian's fists suddenly moved. Before the two of them could stand still, he punched them hard like thunder. Bang! Bang! 2 sounds could be heard as they flew 100 meters away, crashing into a towering tree. Their bodies hung on the branches of the tree, unable to move at all. They had been blasted to death. Luo Tian didn't even look at them. He roared again, "Who else? Who else is not convinced? Damn, if you're not convinced, come up here. 1 or 100, I'll take them all. I don't believe that I can't do it today. Since the Heaven Realm cultivators occupy places with rich immortal chi to cultivate, then the immortal reigning sect and the star core immortal sect can go to the edge to cultivate. If you don't obey, don't be rude to me. A bunch of trash. He was unscrupulous. There was no limit to his arrogance. Luo Tian was like a madman, not to mention the people from the Star Ocean Immortal Sect and the Divine Commanding Immortal Sect. Even Su Shan and the others were dumbfounded. A profound sage-level Dragon King had been crippled with a single blow, and he had even used the same move. There was a huge gap between their cultivations. However, the comparison of their strength was reversed. His thoughts were distorted, and he couldn't react at all. A second-level, mystique, venerable, rank-crushing, a profound sage powerhouse. Who would believe it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes? Even if the Dragon King was not an orthodox immortal, his strength was still extremely terrifying. He could not even take one blow from Luo Tian. The difference in strength between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. They were not on the same level at all. The strangest thing was the two of them were actually using the same cultivation technique. However, the difference in strength was completely different. Where did this Luo Tian come from? Luo Tian stood on the competition stage like a madman. He was incomparably arrogant and egotistical. He stared at the disciples of the Divine Commanding Immortal Sect and the Star Ocean Immortal Sect and mocked them without restraint. What are you looking at? Come on up if you have the guts. If you don't, get the hell out of here. Aren't you guys quite arrogant? Number 1 Immortal Sect? Number 2 Immortal Sect? Look at you. Number 1 and number 2? You're just a pile of dog shit. Impudent. Kid, you're too arrogant. Hua Mountain Immortal Sect's dog shit. In an instant, dozens of figures landed on the competition stage. Their eyes were filled with boundless anger, and it was as if they were about to shoot out flames. They stared at Luo Tian. Luo Tian smiled proudly and said, "Too arrogant? Why do I feel like this is just the beginning? Come, come, come. Geniuses of the Divine Commanding Immortal Sect and the Star Ocean Immortal Sect. Let me see how strong you guys are. Hurry! Use your strongest attacks to attack me. I guarantee that I won't fight back." He was enraged. These people were all agitated. This was the result that Luo Tian wanted. During this period of time, he had consumed too many inner cores. In addition, he definitely had to give an explanation when he returned to the Hua Mountain Immortal Sect this time. He was still unable to fight against the Supreme Elder, so he had to take out a lot of inner cores. Otherwise, his personal matters were small, but he was worried that the Supreme Elder would make a move on Han Hua and the others. In the heavenly realm, the immortal Qi was rich, but Luo Tian could not absorb it. Naturally, he could not refine inner cores. However, the best containers here were the genius disciples of the immortal sect. They could absorb the immortal Qi in the heavenly realm. As long as they attacked him with immortal power, his body would absorb it crazily, and he would be able to refine inner cores crazily. In an instant, you're courting death. Dozens of people surged crazily. Everyone released their immortal power and bombarded it. Luo Tian protected his mind and did not dare to be careless. After all, there were more than 10 genius disciples of the immortal sect, and the attacks they used were all immortal power attacks. As soon as he closed his mind, his giant god body relaxed and showed a breathing posture. Bang! Bang! Boom! More than 10 attacks landed on Luo Tian's body. Luo Tian's entire body was in pain. Countless wounds appeared, and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. But the moment their attacks landed on his body crazily absorbed the immortal power in their attacks, and Luo Tian also crazily refined it in an instant. A few seconds later, Luo Tian opened his eyes and sneered, "Is that all you have? I can't even stand here and let you guys beat me to death. You guys are really trash. Come again. This bit of strength is really not enough. Isn't the immortal controlling immortal sect known as the number 1 immortal sect? Just this bit of strength. Isn't the Xinghai immortal sect the number 2 immortal sect? Why are you all trash? Aren't the disciples of the two immortal sects incomparably cold and arrogant? It's as if everyone owes you money. Come again, come and hit me again. In an instant, just now, Luo Tian had refined for inner cores. This speed, it was really too satisfying. There were still hundreds of immortal sect disciples around him. Each and every one of them was incomparably furious. In addition to the disciples of the Divine Writing Immortal Sect and the Xinghai Immortal Sect, there were also disciples of the other immortal sects. Luo Tian didn't let them off either. These people were the ones who bullied Han Hua the most, like the lackeys of the two immortal sects. Luo Tian swept his gaze over them and said, Wanjian Immortal Sect, North Pole Immortal Sect, Drift Cloud Immortal Sect. Aren't you known as the 10 Great Immortal Sects? Aren't you going to ostracize the Huashan Immortal Sect? Haven't you been very arrogant for the past month? Come, all of you, come. I'll stand here and let you beat me up today. He was directly making an enemy out of the 10 Great Immortal Sects. In everyone's eyes, Luo Tian had really gone crazy. Su Shan, Han Hua, and the others were extremely anxious. They didn't know what Luo Tian was planning to do, and they didn't know what to do for Luo Tian when they saw the disciples of the various immortal sects flying toward the competition stage. They were extremely anxious. Was this really okay? Luo Tian laughed excitedly. I can refine 30 inner cores in one go. Awesome. Chapter 2. Chapter 479. Note, because the old cow made a mistake and missed out on 2 chapters, it was a little out of sync, so it was made up for. 1, 2, 3. 18, 19. 33. Is that all you're unconvinced? Luo Tian sneered. I want to fight 100 of them. Come at me some more. Star Sea Immortal Sect, Imperial Immortal Sect, aren't you guys awesome? Come on, aren't you guys unhappy with Lousy? Come on, come up and hit me. Let's see if you bunch of trash can even hurt a single hair on Lousy's head. Ha ha ha! He had seen arrogant people before, but he had never seen such an arrogant person. He directly said he would fight 100 of them. Awesome. Luo Tian was really like a madman. Was his brain rusty, or was he really crazy and didn't want to live anymore? Disciples continued to fly up to the stage from all the great immortal sects. All of a sudden, Luo Tian had become the public enemy and had offended all the disciples of the 10 great immortal sects. In less than a minute, the stage was filled with more than 100 people, and all of them were staring at Luo Tian. Cripple him. Let's see how long he can be arrogant for. Lousy is so angry. Looking down on the 10 great immortal sects, kid, even if the Heavenly King comes, he won't be able to save you. Ah, the crowd clamored. It was also at this time. Wang Daofeng glanced at Hong Yijian, who nodded slightly. Instantly, Wang Daofeng's 8 short blades flew towards the stage in unison, and his entire body also landed in an instant. Standing at the front of the crowd, he stared coldly at Luo Tian and shouted, Huashan Immortal Sect is truly amazing. To actually accept a madman like you, it seems like Luo Tian did not wait for him to finish and directly scolded. Trash! Stop talking nonsense. If you have the guts, then come up and hit me. Come on. F***CK, come on. Luo Tian had a cheap expression on his face. It was as if he was a masochist. That expression was as cheap as it could get. Let me. A deep and resounding voice came from below the stage as Tong Yuming flew up to the stage. Both of his fists suddenly moved as he charged towards Luo Tian like a thunderbolt. He roared, I'm going to kill you. At the same time, the disciples of the 10 great immortal sects who were ready to attack moved at the same time. They all released their strongest power and directly attacked. Hundreds of people. Although most of the elite disciples of the various sects were talented outer sect disciples, their strength was not to be underestimated. They were not something that the outer sect disciples of the Huashan Immortal School could compare to. Under such circumstances, even a profound sage realm powerhouse would have to be wary. However, Luo Tian, on the other hand, laughed excitedly. He took a deep breath and stood firm in his horse stance, his body completely relaxed, and he appeared to be in a breathing posture. He said loudly, "Come on, you bunch of trash. Let me see your strength." "Captain, be careful. Luo Tian, you brat. Senior sister, what should we do?" "Captain will die. Even if he has an immortal body, he won't be able to withstand so many attacks." "Senior sister, quickly think of a way." Yun anxiously stomped her feet, seeing those people rushing towards Luo Tian like a tide. Her face turned pale with fright. Han Hua's gaze tightened as she looked at the excited expression on Luo Tian's face. She faintly said, "We don't have to do anything." "Don't have to do anything? Senior sister, what are you talking about?" Han Hua was not sure, but she believed in Luo Tian and said, "We just need to believe in him." Boom, boom, boom. All kinds of powerful attacks landed on Luo Tian's body like a storm. Luo Tian's feet seemed to have taken root as they were firmly rooted to the stage. He allowed the attacks to land on his body without any defense. At this moment, his body crazily absorbed the immortal qi from the attacks. Luo Tian was also crazily refining the immortal qi. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces, 10 pieces at the same time he was refining. The clothes on his upper body had been torn apart, and there were countless wounds on his body. Blood flowed freely, and in the blink of an eye he looked like a person who had just climbed out of a pool of blood. His face was pale. Although the giant god body was strong, these attacks would still hurt him. Very painful. Even so, Luo Tian's mouth still carried an excited smile. "Come on, you only have this little strength. Didn't you eat? Do you want to call your mother to drink some milk before fighting? 10 immortal sects. A bunch of trash. With this little strength, you still dare to come up. You are simply too weak. I will stand here and let you beat me, but you still can't kill me. What's the use of you? You still act like a fool every day. Who gave you the courage?" Luo Tian laughed. He laughed loudly. After a round of attacks, he became even more excited and thought to himself, "As expected of the disciples of the 10 great immortal sects, the immortal qi they cultivate is even more than the disciples of the Huashan immortal sect. No wonder they are so strong. The stronger they are, the more I like them. Ha ha ha." In less than 10 minutes, he had refined more than 50 Naideness. This speed, it was simply asking for his life. The more they were mocked, the angrier the disciples became. A new round of attacks began. This time, it was even more ferocious than the previous one. Almost all of the immortal energy in their bodies were released. Each and every one of them was like a ferocious beast. Seeing them like this, Luo Tian laughed out loud and said, "That's right, use all of your strength to drink milk. Come and hit me." Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Rumble. Rumble. All sorts of powerful cultivation techniques, powers, moves, and even immortal artifact S were used. This time, Luo Tian directly refined 68 Naideness and shouted excitedly in his heart, "Awesome!" At this moment, Luo Tian's body moved and directly moved to a position. Then he used a regeneration technique, and all the wounds on his body instantly healed, and all the blood that he had lost was regenerated. Looking at the group of immortal sect disciples who were panting, Luo Tian laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha! You trash want to hurt me? I'll stand still and let you guys hit me, but you can't even kill me. I really don't know what's the point of you living in this world." He couldn't understand. He couldn't understand at all. Was he too King weak? With so many people, even a profound sage realm expert would have died. This Luo Tian didn't seem to be injured at all, as if nothing had happened to him. Furthermore, he was very excited, and the more he fought, the more excited he became. "Crazy!" Luo Tian pointed at Tong Yuming and said disdainfully, "Weren't you the ones who shouted the fiercest just now? Come on, hit me again. And you." He turned and looked at Wang Daofeng and said, "Aren't the two of you very awesome? Didn't you instigate the other Immortal Sect disciples to attack my Huashan Immortal Sect disciples? Now come, I'll stand here and let you kill me. Why don't you kill me? The two of them had used all their strength just now, but it was completely useless. Even the immortal artifact, Xian weapon, only scratched his skin, not to mention killing Luo Tian. Seeing that they were not speaking, Luo Tian grinned and said, "You guys aren't fighting anymore? If you guys aren't fighting, then it's my turn now. At least 5 chapters today. The 3rd chapter has been delivered. If you like it, please support me. Old Cow is extremely grateful." Chapter 480. As soon as Luo Tian finished speaking, everyone looked up, and many of them sneered in disdain. Your body is indeed strong, but don't forget your cultivation base. You're only a level 2 Mystique Venerable rank. Who here isn't stronger than you? Your attack can't even scratch an itch, can it? Luo Tian, don't think you're so great just because you killed Junior Brother Dragon King. He's only been in the immortal ruling Immortal Sect for half a year, and his control of immortal energy is not as good as mine. You can kill him, but that doesn't mean you can hurt us. That's right. Your Dantian is broken, and you can't absorb immortal energy. So what if your body is strong? This is a world where strength is everything. What's the use of having a strong defense? The crowd clamored. Clamoring rose from all directions, listening to the analysis of some disciples who thought they knew. The disciples who were slightly nervous straightened their backs one by one. Their faces were full of disdain, and they all joined in the clamor and ridicule. Tong Yuming looked up to the sky and laughed, saying, "Kid, it doesn't matter how strong your body is. Can you hurt us?" "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Even if you call your whole family here, you can't hurt me." Wang Daofeng immediately chimed in, saying, "Brother Tong, don't even mention a strand of hair. He won't even be able to get close to us. He's just a 2nd-level Mystique Venerable rank piece of trash. Any one of us can force him to retreat with our aura. How dare he hurt us? You dog, I think you're thinking too much." Immediately after, Wang Daofeng's eyebrows shook as he spoke, and he shouted angrily, "Desolate blade bloodline, endless suppression, crush him!" Hum! The sound of a blade rang out, and Wang Daofeng released an enormous amount of suppression. The suppression rushed toward Luo Tian like a tsunami. The two of them did not know that it was Luo Tian who had suppressed them with his suppression. No matter how strong a level 2 Mystique Venerable rank was, there was no way he could suppress them with his suppression. So, they believed that Luo Tian wouldn't be able to withstand their attacks. Luo Tian showed a very scared expression. Before the pressure came, his face changed greatly. He held his head with both hands and shouted, Don't crush me. Ouch, it hurts, it hurts. I'm really scared. Don't crush me." His expression was realistic, and his actions were on point. In terms of acting skills, he was definitely top-notch. Even an Oscar winner couldn't compare to him. Seeing Luo Tian's appearance, Wang Daofeng's heart trembled slightly. He felt that something was wrong, but seeing Luo Tian's painful appearance, he didn't think too much about it. He laughed loudly. "Trash, now you know fear." Senior and junior brothers. His physical body is very strong, but his sea of consciousness is very weak. Just use your pressure to make him beg for death. It was as if they had found a breakthrough. Everyone instantly joined forces. A powerful coercion was released and directly rushed into Luo Tian's sea of consciousness. Luo Tian's somewhat exaggerated acting skills made each of them extremely arrogant. "Kneel down for me. Be arrogant again. Huashan Immortal Sect trash." Needless to say, Wang Daofeng and Tong Yuming were laughing so happily that they looked like idiots. Like idiots. When everyone thought that Luo Tian's sea of consciousness was about to be crushed and he was about to die, when everyone was laughing complacently, Luo Tian's body suddenly shook. He laughed and said, "A bunch of idiots, I lied to you." "Ha ha ha ha." Luo Tian laughed with Stephen Chow's signature laughter. Everyone's expression was shocked. Each of them looked as if they had swallowed a fly. Their faces were distorted, and as ugly as they could be. They had been played. Just now, they were all arrogant like idiots. Now, they didn't even make a sound. Luo Tian sneered and said, "You like to use your coercion to attack me, right? Fine, I'll let you see what coercion is." Damn it. Although Luo Tian hated coercion, however, he still liked to crush others. His eyes moved. He raised his head and roared, "Level 6 Berserk!" Boom! 64 times the attribute strength was released. Immediately, Luo Tian roared again, "Giant God Spirit, crush for me!" Rumble. Luo Tian's sea of consciousness suddenly moved, and the pressure of the death god's way rushed out unscrupulously, directly suppressing everyone on the stage. Their bodies couldn't move, and they couldn't even breathe. Above everyone's mind, a sickle-wielding death god appeared. At this moment, Luo Tian moved in the air and flew into the air. With his body facing down, he released Xiao Yan's cultivation method, Lion Tiger Gold Shattering Roar, and suddenly roared. Roar! Cracks appeared in the surrounding space. A black aura seeped out from the cracks in the void. At this time, all the disciples on the stage were bleeding from their 7 orifices. No one could withstand the suppression of Luo Tian's double strength. Ding! 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 The system beeps sounded like firecrackers crackling nonstop. This feeling was too good. The most important point was the unbeatable bloodline value. It increased little by little. Although it wasn't fast, the 4th bloodline, the Black Tortoise bloodline, had advanced a step. Stop! Luo Tian, stop. You dare to be an enemy of the top 10 immortal sects. I think you're tired of living. Many disciples below the stage roared angrily. These people were stronger than those on the stage. The reason why they didn't go up was that they disdained to make a move. Now that they saw Luo Tian crushing their fellow disciples, the anger in their hearts erupted. Luo Tian revealed a sinister smile, looked at the people below the stage, and said, "You tell me to stop, and I stop, then I have no face." As soon as his voice fell, Luo Tian roared once again at the disciples of the immortal sect, who were not completely dead. 10,000 lightning strikes. Kill this group of trash for me. Thunder clouds filled the sky. Thunder and lightning shot down from the dark clouds, killing all the half-dead disciples. Their bodies were blown to smithereens, not even bones were left. Ding! Ding! Another series of system beeps sounded. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level: Mystique Venerable rank 3. Ha ha ha. I can't believe I leveled up. Killing people is so much better than killing monsters. No. Killing these trash is so much better than killing monsters. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian laughed without restraint. Other than leveling up, he also obtained more immortal chi points. If he refined all these immortal chi points, he could refine many inner cores. What a great harvest! Madman! He was a complete madman. At this moment, everyone from the top 10 immortal sects stared at Luo Tian, their killing intent soaring to the sky. Luo Tian didn't take it seriously at all. If looks could kill, he would have died countless times already. He sneered and said, "It seems that you are very unhappy. If you are unhappy, then get the hell up here for me." Humph, you bunch of brainless people. Must you go up on stage to kill him? If you can't kill him, then kill his fellow disciples. You're all brainless. As soon as he finished speaking, a person suddenly descended, landing directly behind Yunling and Yun-Yi, revealing a sinister expression like that of an evil spirit. Chapter 4. Chapter 481. Lu Zonghai, the strongest disciple of the Xinghai celestial sect in the heavenly realm. He was also an honorary elder of the Xinghai celestial sect, an elite disciple of the inner sect, and one of the disciples who would participate in the competition next year. His appearance caused the aura that Luo Tian had suppressed to collapse instantly. Senior brother Lu is here. Senior brother Lu is out. Xinghai Celestial Sect's Lu Zonghai is already a second-level sage. Something is wrong. His aura seems to be stronger than half a month ago. Could it be that he broke through again in half a month? Third-level Profound Sage. Third-level Profound Sage of the Immortal Sect. Too powerful. Senior Brother Lu, I love you. His appearance caused the surrounding Xinghai Celestial Sect disciples to boil. Everyone felt excited. Looking at Luo Tian, their eyes became playful. Hong Yijian frowned slightly, and there was a trace of unwillingness in his eyes, but on the surface he still smiled and said, "Congratulations, Senior Brother Lu, for breaking through to the third-level Profound Sage. Next year, you will definitely get a high ranking in the competition." Lu Zonghai smiled faintly and casually glanced at Hong Yijian. He couldn't help but say, "Besides, Senior Brother Morong, next year I will destroy your immortal imperial sect and let the Xinghai Celestial Sect return to the top of the top 10 immortal sects." Hong Yijian was a little displeased in his heart, but he didn't show it on the surface. He said, "Then Senior Brother Lu has to work hard. I'm only a second-stage Profound Sage, but I'm only a substitute at most. Those senior brothers in the sect are much stronger than me. Senior Brother Lu has to work harder if you want to beat them." Lu Zonghai smiled. Then his gaze turned and coldly looked at the Xinghai Celestial Sect disciples. He said in a deep voice, "What did I teach you? If you can't win, you can start from the people around him. Thinking about these 5 trash, you can casually kill them. He killed your junior brother. Can't you kill his woman? What a bunch of idiots." Lu Zonghai stood behind Yunling and Yunyi, and his cold voice made the two of them tremble. One of the Xinghai Celestial Sect disciples said, "Senior Brother in the Heavenly Realm, except on the competition stage, this is a rule set by the Ancestor. Whoever dares to break it will be punished by the other immortal sects." "Bullshit!" Lu Zonghai spat out a mouthful of phlegm. Then his body moved and he threw out a slap. Bang! In an instant, Zhao Chen, who was seriously ill, didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying. He landed heavily below the stage and crashed into the wall below the stage. His face was ashen and black blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth as he fainted. Lu Zonghai laughed coldly and said, "Let the old ancestors' rules punish me. Aren't there disciples of the 10 great immortal sects here? Come, come, come. Punish me. Rules are made by people. Of course, they are also broken by people." As they spoke once again, he struck with lightning speed. Su Shan was the same. Although he was prepared, he couldn't resist at all and was sent flying again. Everyone was in an uproar. Instead of stopping him, everyone was cheering. Lu Zonghai's gaze slightly lifted as he coldly stared at Luo Tian and said, "These twins are truly beautiful. If I get them on the bed, they will definitely take my life. They are your women, right?" He laughed coldly. His expression was incomparably sinister. He licked his tongue and directly extended it to Yunling's ear. The moment his tongue was about to touch Yunling's earlobe, Han Hua suddenly moved. "Humph! Ugly bastard! Get the hell away from me!" Lu Zonghai coldly snorted. Without even looking at Han Hua, he struck out with his palm. The palm wind was like a mountain, and before Han Hua could even get close, he was already sent flying. Several cracks appeared on his chest. Han Hua continuously spat out black blood as he shouted loudly, "Luo, Tian, run!" He was too powerful. He was no match for him at all. At this time there was only one thing in her mind, which was to remind Luo Tian not to act recklessly and to quickly leave this place. Lu Zonghai's strength was too strong. As an orthodox immortal sect disciple, his sage realm was completely incomparable to the Dragon King's sage realm. The difference was like heaven and earth. Yunling and Yun Yi also said in unison, "Captain, run, don't worry about us." Their bodies were completely bound by a force, and they could not move at all. Lu Zonghai laughed excitedly. You guys shout, shout, the louder you shout, the louder I shout, the more excited I am. Hurry up and shout. Shout loudly, let this damn trash escape. Let him run. Ha ha ha, incomparably sinister. Luo Tian stepped down from the stage and continuously used healing techniques on Zhao Chen, Hanhua, and Su Shan. They slowly woke up, and knowing that their lives were no longer in danger, they slowly walked up and stopped 10 steps away from Luo Tian. His gaze was gentle as he looked at Yunling Yun. He said, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Yunling's anxious heart suddenly calmed down. Yun Yi was the same. They looked into Luo Tian's eyes and suddenly had a feeling that everything in the world did not exist. Only Luo Tian was looking at the two of them affectionately. Their hearts were instantly intoxicated, and they were completely captivated by Luo Tian. Luo Tian said gently, "Be good. Close your eyes. It will be over soon." Yunling and Yun Yi did as they were told. The two of them gently closed their eyes. Lu Zonghai laughed coldly and said, "Why do you want them to close their eyes? You don't want them to see you die? Since that's the case, then I'll let you see them die one by one." Waha! Lu Zonghai laughed sinisterly like a madman. His two hands moved, grabbing one of them in each hand, as if he was holding a chicken. His two hands heavily smashed together, wanting to smash the two of them to death. Lu Zonghai never cared about rules. He was a bloodthirsty madman in Star Ocean Immortal Sect. Countless people would tremble when they heard the name Lu Zonghai. Even the disciples of the Star Ocean Immortal Sect would shiver because he was truly terrifying. He had also killed some inner sect disciples in the Star Ocean Immortal Sect. However, he did not receive any punishment. The reason was simple: his talent, his bloodline. They were all superior to others. The more others were in pain, the happier he would be. He had always killed people from the people closest to you, killing all of them in front of you, making you feel pain, making you feel powerless. That kind of despair was what he wanted to see the most. However, Luo Tian's face did not have any of this. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile that caused his heart to turn cold, the smile of the death god. Lu Zonghai's gaze tightened. A strange fear surged in his heart. This feeling made him extremely unhappy. He could not help but coldly shout, "Luo Tian, watch them die!" His two hands moved, grabbing Yun Yi. Yun Yi's head fiercely smashed against it. In the blink of an eye, Luo Tian's voice moved. "God of Death Domain, level up! Azura Domain, Spiral Kill out." The 5th chapter has been delivered. Brothers with tickets, please support me, thank you. Chapter 482. His anger soared to the heavens. Touch my woman. Die for me. Luo Tian's anger soared to the heavens. He hated people who touched the people around him the most. Lu Zonghai had touched his reverse scale. Looking at his proud appearance, the anger in his heart surged out. At this moment, he did not hesitate to upgrade his death god domain. It was upgraded to a 2nd domain, Azura domain. All of his strength had doubled, and it also had a spiral kill. This was the spatial cultivation technique that Tang Sen cultivated in the Dolua continent. It was extremely powerful. The cultivation technique that Luo Tian obtained was slightly different. It was even more ferocious and powerful than before. Lu Zonghai's gaze tightened, following which he laughed coldly. The strength in his arms increased, and he did not let them crash into each other again. Instead, he placed Yunling and Yun Yi in front of him and laughed wildly. "Go and kill your own woman, ha ha ha! Live in pain for the rest of your life, wahaha!" A sudden change. The hearts of the surrounding people immediately tightened. Lu Zonghai was truly too sinister. At this moment, he actually placed the two women in front of him. This way, no matter how strong Luo Tian was, it would be useless. He would not dare to attack. At this moment, he suddenly placed Yunling and Yun Yi in front of him. How was Luo Tian going to attack? A meat shield. If he wanted to kill Lu Zonghai, he would have to go through Yunling and Yunyi's bodies. The two of them would immediately die. This move was extremely vicious. Han Hua gritted his teeth and said, Lu Zonghai, you are too despicable. As a disciple of an immortal sect, you are actually so despicable. If you have the guts, then fight openly with Luo Tian, using his woman as a shield. What kind of hero are you? Su Shan also scolded loudly. Are all the disciples of Xinghai immortal sect such sinister and despicable people? Lu Zonghai laughed towards the sky. His laughter was like the cry of a ghost. With a sinister expression, he said, Despicable? Why do I feel that it is especially fun? Ha ha ha. What open and honorable. What sinister and despicable. These are all excuses of the weak. Luo Tian, aren't you very arrogant? Come and kill me, ha ha. Step over your own woman, ha ha ha. Crazy laughter. He was very proud of himself. Lu Zonghai was a third-level profound sage, so he wasn't afraid of Luo Tian at all. However, he wanted to use another method to make Luo Tian suffer. Seeing others in pain made him excited. His sinister mouth stuck to the back of Yunyi's head as he said malevolently, Little beauty, open your eyes and watch. Either you die, or that trash dies. The sinister laughter sounded as if it came from hell. It was extremely terrifying. Yunling and Yun, he couldn't help but tremble. However, none of them opened their eyes. Yun, he said firmly, Just you wait. He will definitely kill you. It was very simple. Clenching her fists tightly, Yunling shouted, Luo Tian, don't worry about us. We are not afraid of death. If there is a next life, we will definitely become your women. Yuni nodded firmly. Wow, how touching. They even agreed to meet in their next lives. I'm so moved that I'm about to cry. Lu Zonghai became even more excited as he laughed maniacally. His gaze moved as he shouted, Trash! Do you have the heart to watch your woman die? Ha ha ha. If you don't want them to die, then kneel down for lousy. Lu Zonghai had everything in his hands. Ha ha ha. Let's see what this brat does. He killed his own woman the moment he attacked. Senior brother Lu's move is quite brilliant. Ha ha ha. If you kill your own woman, you will live in pain for the rest of your life. The more pain Luo Tian is in, the more excited senior brother Lu will be. This feeling of watching others in pain is too great. Ha ha ha. The disciples of the star, see immortal sect, clamored. He thought that everything was in his hands. No matter what choice Luo Tian made, he had to die. The moment Luo Tian rushed out, he would either kill his own woman or immediately kill Luo Tian with a palm strike. Or he wouldn't appear. If that was the case, he would directly crush Yunling and Yunyi's heads, causing Luo Tian to be in incomparable pain before killing Luo Tian. Everything was in Lu Zonghai's hands. He had nothing to fear and was extremely excited about. But ever since Luo Tian released the spiral kill, his figure disappeared. Holy *T. This cultivation technique is too damn strong. It's a true spatial cultivation technique. A spatial cultivation technique that's many times stronger than the Eternal Kingdom. It's indeed worthy of being Tang San's cultivation technique. In the void, Luo Tian was extremely excited. From the moment he released the Azura domain, his figure immediately disappeared and entered the void, becoming the ruler of space. It was as if he had transformed into an Azura, a true Azura domain. Looking at Lu Zonghai, watching him block his woman in front of him, Luo Tian's eyes darkened as he directly roared, Explode for me! His voice exploded in the sky. A wave of energy that was like the cold winds of hell assaulted him, bringing with it the power of a spiral meat grinder as it rushed down towards Lu Zonghai's head. Not waiting for him to react, Luo Tian's figure suddenly moved. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. A powerful force directly pierced through Lu Zonghai's body, and Luo Tian's figure suddenly appeared behind Lu Zonghai. With a cold smile on his face, he coldly spat out a word, Die! Bam! Lu Zonghai's body directly exploded. Everything happened too fast. It was so fast that no one could react. The disciples of the Star Sea Immortal Sect and the Immortal God Sect still had smiles on their faces. They thought that Luo Tian was about to die. In that instant, all the flesh and blood in his body turned into a bloody mist and floated down from the sky. Yun Ling and Yun Yi's figures immediately fell down from the sky. The moment they landed, Luo Tian held the two of them in his arms and said gently, "All right, open your eyes." Hugging their snake-like waists, he looked at their exquisite faces. At such a close distance, he could directly smell the virgin fragrance emitted from their bodies, making him feel relaxed and happy. The two girls gently opened their eyes and looked at Luo Tian. She gently leaned on his shoulder and listened to his heartbeat. At this moment, their hearts were intoxicated. Every girl had this kind of fantasy. They were no exception. On the verge of life and death, Luo Tian's voice made them feel incomparably at ease. They completely believed in Luo Tian. The three of them directly landed. The two girls leaned on Luo Tian's body, forgetting everything around them for a moment. Until hidden weapons, Luo Tian said with a smile. Yun Yi's face turned red as she jumped away. It was also at this time. The system sounded out. Chapter 483. Beautiful twin sisters, wow. It made Luo Tian feel a little uncomfortable. He almost couldn't suppress the killing intent between his legs. That pillar that soared to the sky felt as if it could break through the sky. However, fortunately, the system sounded out, causing Luo Tian's mind to tighten. His thoughts immediately shifted, and his killing intent weakened. He could not help but ask excitedly in his heart, "What good things can this small boss drop?" Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Lu Zonghai for obtaining 110,000 experience points, Immortal Chi points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a Naiden. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a critical gem. What gem? Hearing the system beep, Luo Tian thought that he had heard wrongly and immediately opened the system to check. When he saw a dark gem that was emitting an explosive power, his heart suddenly sank. Holy *T! Is there really a critical gem in this world? Critical hit. In the game, this was a very powerful force. It was 1, 2, or even 3 times the power of a normal attack. This kind of power was too strong. Luo Tian understood the game very well. Critical hit was an indescribable power. He had once thought about whether there was such a gem in this world, and also thought about whether there was a critical hit cultivation method. If there was a critical hit, unimaginable. Therefore, when the critical hit gem dropped, he was incomparably shocked. Looking at the dark critical hit gem, he secretly clenched his fists and said, "I wonder where this gem came from, if there are many of these gems." Immediately after, Luo Tian immediately checked the gem's attributes. Item: Critical hit gem grade. Heaven level description 1. Unable to be embedded. Forging type gem. There is a chance to increase the weapon's critical hit rate. Successfully forging will increase the critical hit rate by 5%. Description 2. Forging can only be refined when it reaches the 9th step. As expected. System, I love you. You really dropped such a heaven-defying thing. Luo Tian was so excited that he almost peed his pants. A 5% critical hit rate did not seem high, but once it was released, it would be a fierce power. Furthermore, Luo Tian's attack speed was extremely fast. 100 punches only took a few seconds. Even 5 punches were critical hits. However, it was a bit troublesome to refine it. Luo Tian's smithing skill was only at level 6. There was still a long way to go before he could reach level 9. However, Luo Tian was not in a hurry. With the skill necklace, it would not be too difficult. This time, when I return to the Mount Hua Immortal Sect, I will first cultivate the art of forging. I also need to upgrade some of my skills. They can't keep up with my leveling speed. The surroundings were quiet. The entire heavenly realm was terrifyingly silent. Everyone looked at Luo Tian with fear in their eyes. Those high and mighty emissaries of the Starry Sea and the emissaries of the immortal reigning sect all looked at Luo Tian with fear in their eyes. The third-level profound sage, Lu Zonghai, was instantly killed. This kind of strength was too terrifying. It was an unbearable horror. Luo Tian was only a level 3 mystique venerable rank. The difference between their cultivation levels was too great, but he was able to kill him instantly. What kind of power was this? How powerful was he? Everyone was puzzled. Ha ha ha, boss is mighty, boss is amazing, boss is domineering. Zhao Qin vented the suppressed anger in his heart and roared loudly. Su Shan and Han Hua stood up and looked at Luo Tian. Their faces were filled with smiles, extremely excited smiles. Su San was incomparably excited as he thought to himself, "Now I finally know why Elder Wu Nian used the Mount Hua Divine token to keep him in the Mount Hua Immortal Sect. This brat is really, really too strong. Ha ha ha. I'm starting to look forward to next year's Immortal Sect competition." Luo Tian, you damn trash actually dared to kill someone from our Star Ocean Immortal Sect. I think you... Not waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian moved in the air and directly punched out, instantly killing the person who spoke. He coldly said, "Don't let me hear the word trash again. Don't let me hear it again. I'll be very unhappy." At the same time, Luo Tian's gaze swept across the crowd as he stared in the direction of the teleportation array. Then, Luo Tian sent a sound transmission. "Old Su, is there any way to destroy the teleportation array?" After pondering for a moment, Luo Tian said again, "It would be best if it was a one-sided destruction. They wouldn't be able to leave." Su Shan's gaze darkened as he asked, "Brat, what are you trying to do now?" Luo Tian said excitedly, "The disciples of the Mount Hua Immortal Sect were killed. The Mount Hua Immortal Sect was humiliated, and it's time to repay them for all these years of bullying. I want to kill all of them." The Mount Hua Immortal Sect was humiliated. What did this have to do with him? Luo Tian was just unhappy. The disciples of the 10 great immortal sects were all high and mighty, thinking that they were so awesome, which made him extremely unhappy. Lu Zonghai's insidiousness made him unhappy, and he was worried that something like this would happen again. If not for Lu Zonghai's carelessness just now, it would have been extremely difficult to kill him. The Azure domain was indeed strong, and the power of the spiral kill was indeed ferocious. However, if Lu Zonghai had not been careless and thought that he had everything under control, Luo Tian would not have been able to kill him so easily. The sage realm experts of the immortal sects were too strong. It was also because of this Luo Tian could not allow Yunling and the others to be in danger again. Su Shan's face secretly changed and said, "You're crazy. Do you know the consequences of doing this? The Mount Hua Immortal Sect will not be able to withstand it, and will be directly besieged by the 10 great immortal sects. In less than an hour it will be conquered, and everyone in the sect will lose their lives." Huh. Luo Tian laughed lightly and said, "Not only do I want to kill these so-called disciples of the 10 great immortal sects, I also want to destroy the heavenly realm. From the moment I entered the heavenly realm, I realized that the so-called heavenly realm is just an independent space, a space that I hate very much. Think about it. If the heavenly realm is destroyed, everyone inside will definitely die. Who will know that I did it? Take a step back. So what if the 10 great immortal sects know? The Huashan Immortal Sect is rotten to the core. Our disciples were killed while you guys were in the heavenly realm. The upper echelons of the Huashan Immortal Sect didn't even think about saving you guys. They only think about themselves. What's the point of the Huashan Immortal Sect existing? It's best if they're destroyed." Luo Tian said angrily. After seeing the unity of the disciples of the God-commanding Immortal Sect and the Xinghai Immortal Sect, Luo Tian was even more certain that if he wanted the Mount Hua immortal sect to become stronger, he would first have to destroy it, then rebuild the Mount Hua immortal sect and instill new ideals. Otherwise, the Mount Hua immortal sect would be slowly eaten away by the 10 great immortal sects before the next year. Su Shan fell silent. He frowned, clenched his fists under his sleeves, and said telepathically, "I know how to destroy the teleportation formation." Then, "Luo Tian, I'll bet with you. I'll bet my life with you. Regardless of the outcome, my life will be worth it." He also wanted to change. Chapter 484. After this incident in the heavenly realm, Su Shan's heart was also deeply stung. The Huashan Immortal School was already rotten. If this continued, it would really be as Luo Tian had said. Without waiting for next year's immortal sect great competition, they would be nibbled away by the other immortal sects. There had to be a change. Su Shan's expression calmed down as he asked, "The teleportation array was created by the ancestor of the immortal sect using a supreme space ability. It's not that easy to destroy it, but I have a quick way." Luo Tian immediately asked, "What way?" Su Shan smiled coldly and said, "The teleportation array can't be destroyed in a short period of time. It's no wonder that the teleportation points of the immortal sects can be destroyed by a slight change in the spatial cultivation method. They can't be teleported back. However, we can teleport in from the outside. All right, it doesn't matter who comes in from the outside. In any case, they will all die if they come in. The more the better." Luo Tian was secretly excited. The 10 great immortal sects, right? I will pierce through the heavens of your 10 great immortal sects. It was also at this time. Hong Yijian's face darkened as he looked at Luo Tian with a heavy gaze, and then said, "Disciples of the Imperial Immortal Sect, listen up. All of you withdraw from the heavenly realm and come back to cultivate next time." Lu Zonghai's death caused Hong Yijian's heart to tremble. He also rejoiced. If it was him, he wouldn't have been able to withstand Luo Tian's spiral attack. Lu Zonghai's death made him see Luo Tian clearly. He couldn't afford to offend this person right now, but he remembered Luo Tian. He coldly snorted and said, "Next year's Immortal Sect Great Competition, I'll be waiting for you." The disciples of the Imperial Immortal Sect immediately gathered. Everyone strode towards the teleportation array. Luo Tian moved in the air, directly blocking Hong Yijian's path, and sneered, "Did I say you could leave?" Hong Yijian's face darkened, and he couldn't help but say angrily, "Luo Tian, don't go too far. This is the heavenly realm. We can come and go as we wish. It's not your turn to agree. I advise you to scram as soon as possible. You can't afford to offend the Imperial Immortal Sect." The number 1 immortal sect. Who could afford to offend them? Who could afford to offend the immortal sect of the true dragon's son? Hong Yijian was afraid in his heart, but he was very confident because he was a disciple of the Imperial God Immortal Sect. Just the 4 words Imperial God Immortal Sect were enough to crush any disciple of any immortal sect and anyone in the profound sky continent. Just because he was from the Imperial Immortal Sect. The dozens of immortal controlling sect disciples behind him also looked at Luo Tian with a contemptuous sneer. He was still acting all high and mighty. "Luo Tian, you can't afford to offend the Imperial Immortal Sect. If you don't want to die, then scram. Offending the Imperial Immortal Sect will only hasten your demise. If you know what's good for you, then get lost. Don't think that you're so great. In front of our senior brother Morong, you're not even an ant. Do you think you're so great just because you killed Lu Zonghai? You think too highly of yourself." Luo Tian coldly smiled and said, "I didn't know before, but now I know very well that I have the final say in the current heavenly realm. Without my permission, none of you can leave, nor can you leave." Immediately after, Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Eternal Kingdom!" A spatial rift was released. Luo Tian directly landed on the teleportation point of the teleportation array, other than the teleportation point of the Huashan Immortal Sect. All the other teleportation points were destroyed. Buzz! 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 The halos of the teleportation point disappeared, one after another. The disciples of the heavenly realm were obviously flustered. Hong Yijian's face was filled with anger as he shouted, "Luo Tian, what are you trying to do?" Luo Tian laughed coldly and said, "I don't want to do anything. I just want to settle the old debts you owe the Huashan Immortal Sect. To be clear, all of you here have to die." The moment his voice fell, Luo Tian directly released the three powers of the Giant God's body, Giant God's power, and Giant God's spirit, and then fiercely shouted, "Level 6 Berserk!" The disciples below the profound sage realm were instantly suppressed. The number of people who could move was very small. Luo Tian's eyes locked onto Hong Yijian, and in an instant his palms directly transformed into a very thick devil flame, and the ancient power left behind by the ancient king in his sea of consciousness was also released. He sneered and said, "You think the Imperial Immortal Sect is amazing? I, your father, will kill the people of your Imperial Immortal Sect." Hong Yijian's eyebrows sank, and he completely released his profound sage realm cultivation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Behind him, 8 flying swords appeared and moved according to his thoughts. He heavily shouted, "Do you think I will be as careless as Lu Zonghai? 8 swords in one, cut for me." Using qi to control swords, the power was extremely fierce. Coupled with the fact that he was an orthodox second stage profound sage, Hong Yijian's strength was indeed very strong, and this kind of strength gave Luo Tian a lot of pressure. The difference in cultivation between the two was very big. There was a difference of 9 levels. Even in the game, this level was very difficult to surpass, not to mention that Luo Tian did not have any good artifacts on him. The 7-star sword and the 7-star armor were completely useless to Hong Yijian, and he was not possessed by the devil. Therefore, in terms of equipment, Luo Tian had no advantage at all. In addition, Hong Yijian was going all out. The power that erupted out was even more terrifying. Hong Yijian's 8 swords moved, and his body directly turned into a sharp sword, directly turning into 9 swords that could cut through everything. He gravely shouted, "Dog, go die for me!" A very sharp attack. Luo Tian's mouth turned cold, and his body did not move. He disdainfully sneered, "Relying on this attack, you can't even break my defense." Hong Yijian directly chopped down. With the gift of the Titan race and the stimulation of the Titan race's blood, Luo Tian's physical body had already reached a very strong realm. His body was completely relaxed, showing a breathing posture. Facing Hong Yijian's 9 swords in one, Luo Tian gritted his teeth and directly used his physical body to resist. He needed nadins. He needed a lot of nadins. Facing such a powerful immortal energy attack, Luo Tian did not want to miss it. Then again, Luo Tian had confidence in the Giant God's body. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The 9 swords merged into one and directly slashed down from between Luo Tian's eyebrows. Buzz! The defense of the Giant God's body erupted. At this moment, Luo Tian's body was like a titan incomparably hard. His entire body released a surge of power from the Titan race, surging and surging, shocking 1,000 layers of slaughter. Huff! His body crazily absorbed. Luo Tian did not stop for a moment, and in a short moment he had refined 13 nadins. Then he sneered and said, "You said you couldn't break my defense. Now it's my turn." The power of the Giant God moved. 64 times the attribute power was released, and with a move of both fists, the heavy artillery attacked. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. It directly hit Hong Yijian's chest. Hong Yijian was sent flying. Without waiting for him to land, Luo Tian slid and moved again, landing directly behind Hong Yijian, and punched out with both fists. Explode for me! Chapter 485. In all the martial arts in the world, only speed was unbreakable. Luo Tian's first punch succeeded, and without the slightest gap, the second attack directly smashed forward. Combo! There was no gap in the speed of light at all. A punch to the chest, a punch to the back, 2 attacks. Luo Tian used all of his strength. Facing the enemy, he would never hold back. He would use as much strength as he had. If he could kill them, he would definitely not cripple them. He would not give the enemy any chance to turn the tables. 2 punches once again landed on Hong Yijian's back. Hong Yijian spat out a mouthful of black blood and rushed forward. It had to be said, Hong Yijian's physical defense was very strong, even stronger than Lu Zonghai's. This was related to his innate bloodline. Black blood spurted out of Hong Yijian's mouth, and he screamed in pain. Then he shouted loudly, 10 great immortal sects will join hands. If we don't join hands, then he will kill us one by one. If I die, then you will be next. Disciples of Sage Realm don't hesitate, not waiting for him to finish. Luo Tian's figure once again landed in front of Hong Yijian, and with a sinister smile he said, 3rd combo! Bam! 4th combo! Bam! 5th combo! 18th combo! Die! With his blood running low, Luo Tian clasped his fists together and chopped down with the force of an axe, directly smashing Hong Yijian, who was in midair, down. He landed heavily on the ground, causing the ground to crack and the entire heaven realm to shake. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Hong Yijian. The reward is 100,000 experience points, 9,800 immortal chi points. Congratulations player. Ding. Undefeated value +1, nothing good dropped. Luo Tian was already mentally prepared for this, so he was not too surprised. Right now, all of his thoughts were on the Sage Realm experts who were eager to give it a try. With a roar, he roared, "Who still wants to leave this place?" A crushing sound was heard. Heaven Realm quieted down once again. Luo Tian smiled coldly and said, "I'll give you a chance to live. As long as you can kill me, you can leave. I'll stand here without moving. Whether you kill me or not depends on your ability." Naiden. It was still the Naiden. Luo Tian was very clear about the importance of the Naiden that even the Grand Elder urgently needed. Therefore, before these people died, he wanted to squeeze as much value out of them as possible. If he wanted to change, he had to make sufficient preparations, and the inner core was only one of them. The disciples looked at each other. I can't make up my mind. Even Hong Yijian's power of 9 swords could not kill Luo Tian, so their attacks were even more useless. Seeing this, Luo Tian coldly snorted and said, "Since you don't want to make a move and don't need this chance to live, then I will make a move. Once I make a move, all of you will die. I will give you 3 seconds to consider. 3, 2, attack together, kill him." I don't think so. I don't believe that he can withstand the attacks of more than 200 of us. That's right. Kill this brat. No matter how strong he is, he won't be a match for more than 200 of us. The formation has been destroyed and we can't go back now. Rather than waiting for him to kill us, why don't we kill him first? When the time comes, the inner sect elders will come to rescue us. As long as we go out and announce what happened in the heavenly realm, it will be the time for the Hua Shan immortal sect to be destroyed. Everyone was afraid of death. These immortal sect disciples were even more afraid of death. Rather than waiting for Luo Tian to kill them, they might as well make a move first. Su Shan sent a sound transmission. Brat, can you do it? There are more people this time. Can your body take it? Luo Tian laughed excitedly. No problem. Old Su, protect them well. Don't worry about me. Following that, Su Shan moved closer to Han Hua and slowly retreated far away. Yun Ling frowned anxiously and said, "Elder Su, is Captain really okay? Why did he do this? After killing the disciples of the 10 great immortal sects, can we still go back?" not to mention the 10 great immortal sects. Even the elders of the Hua Shan immortal sect will not let us off. Han Hua slightly said, Captain must have his reasons for doing this. Zhao Chun looked at Su Shan and said, Elder Su, you must know. Otherwise boss wouldn't know how to destroy the teleportation array. You must know something. Hurry up and tell us. I'm about to die from anxiety. The four of them looked at Su Shan. Su Shan smiled excitedly and said 2 words, change. Luo Tian wants to use this matter as a foundation to stir up the 10 great immortal sections. The most important thing is to destroy the Hua Shan immortal sect. Destroy! The 4 of them were shocked. Their sense of belonging to the Hua Shan immortal sect had disappeared in this half a month. They wouldn't be too reluctant to leave the immortal sect that didn't care about their lives. But the Hua Shan immortal sect was, after all, a place where they had lived for a few years. Hearing the word destroy, their hearts couldn't help but tighten. Su Shan looked at the sky and smiled. Only by destroying can we be reborn. A magnificent rebirth. Luo Tian's current strength is not enough to shake the Hua Shan immortal sect, so he wants to borrow the hands of the 10 great immortal sects and let them destroy the Hua Shan immortal sect. Then he will rebuild the Hua Shan immortal sect from scratch. Rebirth from ashes. This is the only way for the Hua Shan immortal sect to become stronger. Hearing Su Shan's words, the 4 of them were shocked at first. Then their eyes darkened and their hearts became incomparably excited. This was a huge gamble. If they won, the Hua Shan immortal sect would definitely rise completely under the leadership of Luo Tian. Even if they failed, in this world, life was to do as one pleased. At worst, they would just have to fight again. Han Hua sat cross-legged and pushed away all the distracting thoughts in her heart. She directly sensed the immortal qi in the heavenly realm, and her expression was incomparably calm. She knew very well that if she wanted to participate in this revolution, if she wanted to accompany Luo Tian, she had to become stronger. She had to become stronger. Only in this way could he help Luo Tian and be qualified to walk together with him. Immediately after, Yunling, Yunyi, and Zhao Qin also sat cross-legged and began to absorb the immortal qi in the heavenly realm to cultivate. Su Shan smiled faintly as he watched more than 200 people besiege Luo Tian. Luo Tian's body was covered in blood, and his wounds were innumerable. Su Shan laughed and laughed excitedly. He muttered to himself, I haven't felt this excited in so many years. Luo Tian, thank you. Following that, he also sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. As for Luo Tian, in the crowd, Luo Tian was like a super boss that did not move at all. Other than his eyes, his entire body was covered in blood, but he was still extremely excited and arrogantly roared, Is this all you have? The disciples of the 10 great immortal sects only have this much strength? I can't even kill you if I stand here and let you all kill me. Can you bunch of trash be any stronger? If you can't kill me, I'll kill you all. In Luo Tian's space ring, there was a pile of inner cores. Awesome. The 4th chapter has been delivered. There's another chapter at night. Brothers who still have monthly votes, please support Old Cow. Old Cow is extremely grateful. Thank you. Chapter 486. Using the body as a vessel, as an absorber. Using the Devil Sect's secret technique to refine Dawn. The more immortal qi he absorbed, the more Dawn he refined. Refining Dawn did not require any level or proficiency. As long as there was an endless supply of immortal qi, it was enough. This was different from the Devil Sect's elder, who needed the death flower to make medicine. Luo Tian's method was more direct and more effective. The refined Dawn were all incomparably pure Dawn, without a single trace of impurities. 2 hours later, their attacks became weaker and weaker. Now, when their attacks hit Luo Tian's body, it was like a tickle without any damage at all. During this period, some people retreated, and the result of retreating was being instantly killed. After several people were killed, those who did not want to die wanted to kill Luo Tian even more. It could be said that they used all their strength. Luo Tian also squeezed out as much immortal qi as possible from their bodies, refining a large pile of dawn in his spatial ring. He could not help but be secretly happy and said, I didn't expect this trip to Heaven Realm to be so fruitful, great. Seeing that they were all exhausted, Luo Tian shook off the blood clots on his body, laughed coldly, and said, I can't even stand here and let you guys beat me to death. Now it's time for me to return it to you one by one. No, don't kill us. Luo Tian, aren't you afraid that my Imperial Immortal Sect will kill everyone in your Huashan Immortal Sect? We are all disciples of the 10 great immortal sects. Aren't you afraid of our immortal sect's revenge if you kill us? Everyone was afraid. While they were afraid, they were also trying to intimidate Luo Tian, bringing out the 10 great immortal sects to scare Luo Tian. The 10 great immortal sects, the strongest power in the profound sky continent. Other than the mysterious devil sect, no other power could go against them. In these years, the devil sect had gradually hidden, and the 10 great immortal sects had become more and more powerful, to the point where they could do whatever they wanted. Especially the Imperial Immortal Sect, the number 1 and 2 immortal sects in the Star Sea. They became even more arrogant and invaded without restraint. The marriage between Murong Wanjian and Li Shui'er was also facilitated by them working together with the Soul Palace. Their goal was to unite the 3 factions and divide the profound sky continent. This was their ultimate goal. Of course, the other immortal sects naturally didn't know about these things. They felt that this was a grand occasion for the human race. A female phoenix and a true dragon were a match made in heaven. It was the glory of the human race. However, they didn't think about the benefits behind this marriage. They all looked like pitiful worms. Luo Tian didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy for them. The Huashan Immortal Sect had been bullied badly by them. Even the inner sect elders didn't dare to come out and fart. This was the cowardice of the Huashan Immortal Sect. But this couldn't cover up their domineering attitude. That was to disregard everything else. These people also deserved to die. It was the invincible bloodline. It was all for experience and the immortal energy that burst out from their bodies. Just because of this, the Luo Tian would not let them off. Luo Tian moved in the air and laughed coldly, saying, I'm scared. I'm really scared. Ha ha ha. You're all going to die. The heavenly realm will be destroyed by me. When that time comes, who will know that I killed you? So what if they know? Come up and bite me. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian stood in midair, revealing an aura that looked down on the world. He spread his arms and looked up at the sky. His eyebrows twitched, and he roared in a deep voice, 10,000 thunderbolts, boom! Rumble, rumble, rumble. 10,000 thunderbolts. 10,000 thunderbolts. 10 consecutive 6th level, 10,000 thunderbolts fell, and the surrounding 200 disciples were all turned into dust. The moment the last system notification sounded, Yi Zichen was stunned. The system notification sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level, Mystic Venerable level 4. Haha, I leveled up again. The disciples of the 10 great immortal sects are indeed awesome. Each of them is worth tens of thousands of experience. This round, I got hundreds of millions of experience. This is too awesome. Luo Tian said excitedly. Then, he opened the system to check his experience slot. Looking at the long string of zeros, Luo Tian's heart felt stifled. Ascending to the 5th stage of the Mystic Venerable level requires 250 million experience. It's scary. It was indeed scary. However, if it was the same as today, then leveling up would be too easy. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up as he laughed excitedly. He thought to himself, the 10 great immortal sects, there should be at least tens of thousands of disciples in total. Wow! When the time comes, I'll definitely kill them one by one. Leveling up is simply easy. Buzz! The teleportation array suddenly sounded. Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched, and he immediately released his strongest power, instantly killing the person who came in. Bam! Instant kill. Su Shan opened his eyes wide and was slightly moved. Although he was already prepared, he still couldn't help but worry about the fact that Luo Tian had killed so many Immortal Sect disciples. Luo Tian smiled faintly. Old Su, you guys should hurry up and cultivate. Leave everything else to me. While they were talking once again, he destroyed the teleportation point that he had just established. Following that, Luo Tian's sea of consciousness moved, releasing a powerful idea that spread to every corner of the heavenly realm. He chuckled and said, "The fish that escape the net, one is enough, the rest are all going to die." There were still some people alive in the heavenly realm. They were all hiding, not daring to show themselves. Luo Tian purposely raised his voice and said, "Old Su, I will set up a formation now. I want to completely destroy this heavenly realm, and if I don't allow my Hua Shan Immortal Sect disciples to cultivate, then no one will be able to cultivate. Help me guard the teleportation array, and don't let anyone out. Right now, there is only one teleportation point, and it can only teleport to the Hua Shan Immortal Sect." Su Shan understood tacitly and said, "Don't worry, everyone here is dead. Who can still escape?" Luo Tian's gaze gently looked in a certain direction. Su Shan nodded lightly. Then, Luo Tian moved in the air and instantly disappeared. It was very difficult to destroy the heavenly realm. One had to have a strong enough power. After all, this was an independent space, and if one wanted to destroy it, they had to have a strong enough power. Luo Tian had already thought about it. With the inner pellet as a fulcrum, he would refine the immortal power ancient dragon slaying array. This kind of power could definitely destroy the heavenly realm. He moved quickly, constantly setting up and inscribing array formations. In the teleportation array, whoosh! A figure jumped out and instantly rushed into the teleportation array of the Hua Shan Immortal Sect. It was also here. Luo Tian returned to the original point, looked at Su Shan and smiled. "That disciple of the Wanjian Immortal Sect has left." Su Shan said he left. Luo Tian next will not only face the top 10 Immortal Sects, but also the Hua Shan Immortal Sect. After the matter here is exposed, our situation will be extremely dangerous, and the consequences will be difficult to estimate. We will definitely be hunted down by all the Immortal Sects. Indeed, this time, Luo Tian was going to become enemies with the entire world. Luo Tian laughed, laughing loudly and also incomparably excited. This was the best. The 5th chapter has been delivered. Just a little bit more, and I'll surpass the previous one. Old Cow begs for monthly votes.